No doubt about it. I love his delivery. I love listening to him talk. It's kind of cool. And not only that, the heart of gratitude that this guy has. For me, it means a lot. It does. I know it's not going to mean anything to fans out there, and that's fine. But for me, once again, people play the game of football, and people coach the game of football. And knowing their heart and listening to him talk about the gratitude, thanking how many people, how many different entities, command and control, did he actually thank for his being there that day, that moment, right now, in the moment? How many people did he thank? He went down a long list. It was almost 10 minutes of him
At one point, he was thanking Robert Saleh.
Robert Saleh. He thanked Robert Saleh. Came out of nowhere, man. That blew my mind. I didn't even know what to think about that. But anyways, gratitude. A heart of gratitude. I like that.
Yeah, he's a good talker. I thought it was cool. I mean, I know this stuff doesn't matter when the game starts, but I do think it was cool that Matt LaFleur was there for the press conference today. You heard Mike LaFleur say there were some current Cardinals players in the back as well. We got a lot to react to. Obviously, this is really our first impression of the Cardinals' new head coach, so we'll get into that in just a second. Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support boys and girls clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. To donate and learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. When we come back, we're going to react to what we just heard from Mike LaFleur in his introductory press conference as the Arizona Cardinals' newest head coach. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting boys and girls clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'll be straight with you. I don't usually talk supplements. I'm skeptical by default. Most of them sell shortcuts, and shortcuts don't work. That's why I take M-Drive. I've been taking it for years. Not because it's flashy, because it makes sense. It's about routine, showing up every day, respecting what your body can still do even as it changes. Look, if you're still working, still competing and grinding, you probably noticed it. Energy dips, weight sticks around longer, burning it off gets harder. That's not laziness, that's biology. M-Drive Boost and Burn was built for that stage of life. It supports steady energy, a healthy metabolism, and fat burning. So the work you put in actually counts. No hype. M-Drive's been around nearly 20 years. High quality, clinically tested ingredients made right here in America. It fits my routine. Simple, consistent. You can find M-Drive Boost and Burn at Sprouts, Amazon, or at mdriveformen.com. Taking care of your health matters. Don't put it off. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
Bear here from Waltz TV and Appliance with Dan Bickley. So, Bick, how did your TV and installation really turn out from us?
Bear, I seriously cannot thank you guys enough. My viewing experience is so immersive and so incredible. It is everything you could ever want as a sports fan. I highly recommend to all of our listeners that you see the difference and you hear the difference when shopping at Waltz.
Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Well, you can start today and file for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th and you'll pay $0. Start filing for free today. Offer only for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside, creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morris Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morris Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision and Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back. Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday afternoon. Assuming everybody that's listening right now just heard the Mike LaFleur introductory press conference from Cardinals headquarters. So, Wolf, let's start reacting to this. I felt like there was, two main questions that we had going in. Will you call the plays?
Yeah.
And is Kyler Murray going to be your quarterback next year?
Yeah.
We got a definitive answer to one.
That being the play calling.
The play calling, yes.
Yep.
He sort of implied it, and then he was asked about it later, and he not only answered it as the question was being asked, but then when the question ended, he went back and re-answered it. So Mike LaFleur is going to call the plays. That question is answered.
Yeah,
officially.
First of all, I thought that was really cool, honestly, the fact that he is going to do it. Now, we all thought he was probably going to do it because he was involved with Sean McVay, of course, and he was the offensive coordinator for 3 years for the LA Rams as Sean McVay was calling the plays. Maybe, somehow, some way, they're going to try to do the exact same thing here. But he's got to have an offensive coordinator that is his confidant, of course, somebody that will help him, somebody that he'll be able to bounce plays off of, ideas off of, schemes off of. You've got to be able to have that one guy you really, truly trust. And I wonder who that one guy might actually be for Mike LaFleur.
Yeah, this is my only concern with Mike LaFleur right now has nothing to do with Mike LaFleur. It's just a matter of, can you get your first choice as offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator and all those guys you want to put around you now, or have they already been hired? But that's where we are.
Yes.
As far as LaFleur overall, I don't want to change stories here. Like we said going in, you can only learn so much from a press conference, but you can learn some stuff. He's very well spoken. He didn't seem to take offense to the fact that the hiring process and the decision to hire him came after the Clint Kubiak hire. In fact, he talked up how much he appreciated their attention to detail. Thought it was cool he brought up being here with the Rams last year for that playoff game. As far as the Kyler stuff, and I want to get your thought on this, Wolf. He's a talker, and a lot of his answers were long. I said, you could tell he's been around Sean McVay for a while. He answered 2 Kyler Murray questions, and I would say they were his 2 shortest answers of the whole press conference. They weren't short necessarily, but they were shorter.
Yeah, they were. They were shorter. He did go into detail saying it was really hard to prepare for Kyler Murray. It was hard. It was hard to play against Kyler Murray because of how talented he obviously was, but he did not go into any real detail on either one of those questions. Now, once again, I can honestly tell you that I never expected him to go into great detail.
I didn't expect him to be like, yeah, he's the quarterback, or no, he isn't.
Or be definitive either way on Kyler Murray. I thought we would hear an awful lot of median being spoken here, but I just thought somebody was going to ask him, is Kyler Murray your quarterback in 2026?
Yeah, we didn't hear that.
You know, something definitive like that, and nobody asked it.
He was asked about Kyler. I don't remember what the wording was. He was asked 2 questions about Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
And his answer to the first one was this.
Yeah, so touch base with Kyler, again 2 days ago when I got this, and had a good little message with him. So definitely touch base with him. I'll say this again: being in this division for 7 years, it was never fun. I have a lot of respect, for him as a player. I know he got drafted in help me out there, is it 18 or 2019, so obviously those first 2 years, but again, having the 5 years having to go against him, a lot of respect for him as a player, and he was never a fun challenge to go against.
There wasn't really anything definitive there. That was the definition of speaking median, and again, that was about a 35-second answer, but most of his answers were closer to like 45 seconds or a minute. And then he was asked about Kyler again, probably, 10 minutes later. We don't have that audio just yet, but he said essentially that we're going to talk about all the roster positions. That was essentially his answer there. And the way it was worded, the question to him, I believe, was something like, I'm sure you have things you got to iron out and conversations you got to have. And,
yes.
Yeah, so nothing definitive about Kyler. I mean, nobody stood up and was like, is he your quarterback or not? Answer the question, Mike, which would have been awkward. But I was telling you during the break, while we were at break, NFL Network flashed up a headline from the Browns press conference where Todd Monken refused to commit to Shedeur as the starting quarterback.
Yeah.
And taking aside whether Shedeur should be the starter or not, that was a conversation that was obviously had in front of everybody, and he didn't commit. I don't think LaFleur was going to do anything definitive in this press conference. I just found it interesting that the 2 Kyler questions, whether this was coincidence or not, were the ones where he spoke most median and just kind of steered it forward.
Absolutely. It was really interesting as well that Mike LaFleur said, I did speak to Kyler, after 2 days ago, meaning when he got hired. He called Kyler. It's probably one of his first calls, I would imagine. And he said, I did have a little message for him. Mm-hmm. And then he went on.
Didn't say what it was.
And the fact that, Mike, when you had that message for Kyler, can I ask you what it was?
What was it? Was it like, you're our guy? Was it Pittsburgh's nice in the fall? Like,
and again, he would. I don't think there's no way he would have answered that.
He wasn't going to answer it. No, he
was
wasn't.
not. Hey, listen, what I say to my players is between me and the player.
Yeah. He said a lot.
The fact that it wasn't followed up.
Yeah. Well, because we were gonna read into however he answered the questions, no matter what. The Kyler questions specifically. Because I don't know. I mean, is it possible that I don't think it's possible. I think a decision's already been made. I mean, is it possible that Mike LaFleur doesn't know the decision that's been made on?
No.
Like, would they keep him in the dark until after the press conference? I'd be stunned about that.
I do wonder about it. Again, Mike, were you one of these guys who love Kyler Murray? I'm just, man, the questions that are there, and the fact that he got through this press conference. And you know what? Honestly, I still don't know about Kyler Murray.
That's the one thing.
And whether or not Kyler Murray, he believes, is going to be his starting quarterback in 2026.
Yeah. He was also asked, I think Josh Weinfuss asked this, and I'm glad he did, because when the Cardinals had the press conference 4 weeks ago, Michael Bidwell talked about it being a quick turnaround, potentially. And so Weinfuss asked, he actually quoted Bidwell in the question and asked about, the pressure of being able to turn this around quickly. Is that something you can do? And this is what Mike LaFleur said.
I was telling people earlier, played him a little bit later in the year, that first one, and I think we were about 10 weeks in, and the record wasn't what anyone would want it to be. But I'll never forget Matthew Stafford coming right in my office, goes, man, these guys can play. And I've seen it firsthand. I know what's on this roster. There's a lot of reasons that I was so thrilled to be in this seat right there. But again, it's what Monty has built over these last few years. There is pieces. When you look at the fourth quarter of a lot of these games, particularly in the mid part of the season, it was close, tight games, and we got to figure out what those little edges are to get us over, and that's what we intend to do. It's going to be through the work. It's going to be through daily urgency, daily enjoyment, daily improvement, but they're not far off. And now, with that being said, just like we had what I would call a pretty good year in LA, it's never special unless you finish it. You got to restart it anyways, So it's a fresh start for these guys. There's great pieces to work with. We'll continue to, provide to those pieces put the best foot forward for this football team.
He also said specifically to Josh Weinfuss's question, his immediate answer was, quote, "This league is pressure," unquote.
Yeah.
When Josh was like, "So is there pressure knowing your owner wants it to be a turnaround, whether it's in year 1 or year 2?" And that was his answer, was this league is pressure. Yeah, this league is pressure. Once again, the play calling. One of the things that stood out to me with the play calling is he said, I want the quarterback to hear my voice and the tone. The tone of it, honestly. Yeah. I never even thought about that. I really did. I thought that was kind of cool. That was insightful right there that he said that he, I want him to hear the tone of my voice as I'm calling the play as well. That was cool. Man. He also, at one point when they asked him about takeaways from Sean McVay in terms of play calling, he said make sure to get the play call in quickly, early in the
That's right.
in the snap count, so you have time to get it all set up. So he said a late play call is the worst play call. Yeah, which, cosign. All right, when we come back, we're going to stick with this, but we're going to get maybe some background on Mike LaFleur from somebody who's been covering the Rams for a while. We're going to talk to LA Daily News and Orange County Register Rams reporter Adam Grossbard will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
My guess is in those conversations, they were all in alignment in terms of what the best Kyler Murray plan is, and they wouldn't have hired somebody who said, "Oh, no, guys, I know he wants to go, and I know you want to get rid of him. I can totally fix this dude, and we're going to fix him, and if you hire me, we're all about it." I just don't think he would have been the lone dissenter in the room and still gotten the job.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Bay Centralians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. They've been in business for almost 20 years right now, Moving Team 6. Over 25,000 moves have been completed. That's right, 25,000 moves. Man, family owned and operated. I know the Lee family, ladies and gentlemen. If you've got a move that is coming up, you need Moving Team 6. They are the best in the business. Full service solutions just for you. Local and long distance moves, residential and commercial moves, professional packing services as well. Secure climate controlled storage. They have 2 locations, one in Phoenix and one in Mesa. And I can tell you, this is what I really love. They are proud supporters, and they employ U.S. veterans. That's right. They look for service members to join their moving team. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK frees you from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Find out about these procedures from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 of them. Join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 1. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2visionrle.com. K2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2visionrle.com.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel? Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others? It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Not sure how to tackle your taxes? Are you sweating the small print? You may be experiencing FOMO, the fear of messing up. The answer? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it, with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. It's time to take your taxes to the max. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns have a late one tonight. They take on the Trailblazers in Portland with tip-off at 9 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. For the Suns, Devin Booker remains out while Jalen Green is questionable. For the Trailblazers, Denny Abdia and Scoot Henderson are doubtful. Drew Holiday is questionable, and Damian Lillard, Chris Murray, and Matisse Thybulle are out. And speaking of the Suns, owner Matt Ishbia will play in the All-Star Celebrity Game later this month. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. Ready to replace your windows or doors? Schedule your free in-home consultation online at thewindowdoorstore.com.
NFL offseason loading. Who will be the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals?
The Cardinals have hired Mike LaFleur as the new head coach to a 5-year deal.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, hour number 4 of the show today, and we're going to keep talking Cardinals right now, Wolf, because we are joined on the Arizona Sports Line by LA Daily News, Orange County Register, Rams reporter Adam Grossbard to get some insight on Mike LaFleur, the newest head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. Adam, thank you so much for the time. How's it going?
It's going good. How about you guys?
Doing okay. Thank you, Adam, for your time. Appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah.
Well, Adam, we just heard Mike LaFleur's introductory press conference about an hour ago. It started here with in Tempe, talking about just his new role here with the Cardinals. Just wondering what you can tell us about him as a coach, as a person, as a motivator. He seems like a really good talker. He seemed really fired up. I mean, it's just the introductory press conference, though. You've seen him in action with the Rams. What stands out to you about LaFleur?
I think the biggest thing I learned about him, especially over these last couple of years, is what a good teacher he is. You've seen him take on more and more responsibilities the last 2 years as Sean McVay has started to delegate a little bit more on the offensive side of the ball. As far as teaching the new installs every week to the team. He teaches, particularly this year with the 13 personnel, he was really big on implementing that in practice and in meetings, even if it was a collaborative brainstorming process. He was really big when it came to teaching the players these new concepts and personnel groupings. And then you've really seen a lot of development on the offensive side of the ball since LaFleur was in LA. He arrived prior to the 2023 season, was part of the coaching staff that helped bring along Puka Nacua, Steve Avila, Davis Allen, Warren McClendon from that 2023 class, as well as Kyron Williams from the year prior. And the Rams have really continued to develop talent on the offensive side in that time, and I don't think that's any coincidence that it coincides with Mike's tenure in LA.
Adam, it's incredible how many coaches Sean McVay has lost over the years on his coaching staff. Is there anyone on the staff, the current staff right now, that you could see Mike LaFleur trying to hire as his OC or DC?
Well, I think OC, because they came in LA, my guess is that those internal candidates are going to be doing the job. On the defensive, see if Aubrey Pleasant is given an opportunity. He's defensive backs coach and the head coach for the Rams.
Man, we lost Adam. Every
Oh,
time you
goodness.
ask a good question, Wolf,
it was good too, was it not?
It's like somebody swings through and is like, "Oh, not answering that question. We'll just cut that phone line."
Man,
we'll reconnect here with Adam Grossbard of the LA Daily News and Orange County Register in just a second. I did think, though, his answer to my question, where he stayed on, was interesting, in that he said Sean McVay was delegating more responsibility to him. I think we have Adam back. Sorry about that, Adam. We lost you there. Go ahead.
No problem. What I was saying was I think the offensive coordinator candidates will likely stay looking to fill the LA offensive coordinator position. I could see Aubrey Pleasant being a potential defensive coordinator candidate. He is the Rams defensive backs coach and assistant head coach, and has really taken on a big role in terms of kind of guiding some of the leadership for the team, and I could see him being a coordinator candidate.
Okay.
Talking to Adam Grossbard, Adam, Mike LaFleur obviously spoke a lot about Sean McVay in that press conference. I know Sean McVay's coaching tree, especially offensive coordinators getting hired as head coaches, it speaks for itself so far when you look at the other guys that have already done this. What do you think about Mike LaFleur in terms of being able to step up from that role now into a position where you're leading an entire team? He said today he's going to be the one calling the plays. So, I mean, that's a lot of responsibility, but obviously that's what he was hired to do.
Yeah, and it's not something he hasn't done before. He called plays when he was with the Jets. And as well as learning from Sean and learning from Kyle Shanahan during his career. I think it'll be interesting to see just kind of the all-encompassing view he's going to have to take. Up until about middle of last year, I think he was largely just focused on the offense. But you could kind of see as the last couple of years have progressed, just the way he talks about football has been very different. It's very philosophical about the ways that defenses have to respond to different offensive predicaments that are presented to them, the way that, different things can kind of impact, different personnel groupings can impact an offense like a defense. And I think it'll be really interesting to see how he takes that perspective and puts it into, the all-encompassing role he's going to have to be. But I mean, the one thing that he has going for him is players really like him. He's very, very popular in the Rams locker room. They respond to his teaching. You can see it in practice. It's always very light. It's always, very constructive when they have conversations with him. And I think that'll definitely carry over.
Adam, that is just what I was going to ask you right there. Just the fact that, players are not going to come out and say, man, I can't stand our offensive coordinator. Nobody's going to come out and say that kind of thing. Yet at the same time, what makes you feel like he's got this repertoire, he's got this relationship, I should say, with the players? What makes you feel that way? Can you give us a story or something anecdotal about it?
I think it's just kind of like a collective viewing, right? Like you view enough 3 training camps with him as the OC, enough practices, enough of those open periods where you can really see what constructive conversations he's having with Matthew Stafford, with Puka Nacua, with the offensive line. You can just see the way guys respond to him. There's no head hanging, there's no body language to kind of tell you otherwise, which you can pick up on. But I think you can definitely see there's just a response. There was a level of respect, and it went both ways. You know, Mike was never yelling at a player type of guy, but he held guys accountable, and he talked to them and corrected them and coached them, and they responded to it. And I do think that carries over.
Talking to Adam Grossbart, Adam, the Rams offense was among the very best in the NFL this season, as you well know. The Cardinals were up and down on offense, but they do have some weapons, with a guy like Trey McBride, certainly, and what that could mean, what an offensive-minded coach could do with that. But also, a guy like Marvin Harrison Jr. has kind of been a mystery up to this point. Where do you think Mike LaFleur will be able to excel with some of the weapons they have here, not fully knowing who the quarterback is necessarily yet?
Yeah, I think that's kind of the biggest thing for me is I'm not just I have no idea who that QB is going to be, right? And it's kind of hard to tell what type of offense they're going to put together. That said, what he did learn under Sean is you have to adapt to who your best weapons are. And you have to adapt mid-season sometimes. The Rams have been such a 11 personnel heavy team. And then they made the shift to 13 personnel this year because it was pretty clear by week 6, 7 that really the 3rd, 4th, 5th, even 6th best pass catchers on the team were tight ends. And you had to find a way to get those tight ends on the field and get them involved. So I think you will see him. There's going to be a feeling out process, right? Like through the spring program as he starts to get to know guys, figure out their skill sets, figure out the way that they respond to coaching. And then you kind of go someone like Trey McBride to build around. Like you can bet that someone from that tree and McVay tree is going to know to lean into the strengths of the best player on the team.
Adam, we appreciate this. Thank you so much, man.
Thank you, Adam.
No problem.
That's Adam Grossbart of the LA Daily News and Orange County Register, of course, the Rams reporter, giving us some insight on the new head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. It's true. I mean, he's got a weapon to work with in Trey McBride, and if he is good at playing to his players' strengths, he's got something to build around right
so
there.
Cool. He's going to be able to talk to his brother Matt about this stuff.
Yeah. I don't know if Sean's going to keep taking his calls.
That's pretty cool.
Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big. We want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Wolf and Bernsey on the Arizona Sports team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event, February 21st. Just text HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today. Joking aside, though, Mike LaFleur and Sean McVay have a pretty good relationship. So what are Mike LaFleur's biggest takeaways from working with Sean McVay as long as he did? We'll react to more of the press conference next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Sanders driving coast to coast. Can't get the layup to go, but Gooden is there for the rebound. He steps in to the forecourt. Beats Williams for the jam time. Mark Williams running the floor. Jordan Goodwin rewards the big man, and he paid him off.
Suns at the Blazers tonight. Pregame at 8. 9 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands, not immune. losing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
NFL offseason loading.
The Cardinals have hired Mike LaFleur as the new head coach.
LaFleur is the younger brother of Packers head coach Matt LaFleur.
Arizona Sports. The Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Quick shout out to Chandler. What's going on, Chandler?
Yeah, Chandler, Arizona.
What are you doing out there in Chandler? All right, Wolf, we are starting to get some answers, at least in terms now we know who the Cardinals' new head coach is. We heard about a 45-minute press conference. It was mostly him. You know, Michael Bidwell and Monty Ossenfort were up there. Bidwell spoke a little bit at the very beginning. Wait, Monty answered like 2 questions, maybe 2 or 3 questions?
Yeah, 3, I think.
Yeah. So it was mostly Mike LaFleur up there, and then we just talked to Adam Grossbart of the LA Daily News and Orange County Register to get his thoughts on maybe, he has seen Mike LaFleur behind the scenes with Sean McVay and the Rams offense and how that has worked. So here, it was clear Michael Bidwell, when he started the press conference, I thought it was clear that, the connections that Mike LaFleur has around the league. You know, obviously his brother, Matt LaFleur, who was at the press conference in Tempe today, but also coaching in the Kyle Shanahan tree for a while, Sean McVay tree as well. That seemed like that was very important to Michael Bidwell, which it should be. That's one of the main selling points on Mike LaFleur. So LaFleur was asked what he learned from Sean McVay about play calling in his time with the Rams.
We like to say this in LA, the worst play call is the late play call. Get the play call into your quarterback, get the play call in to the offense so they can go operate. That was, in really even the times I had with Kyle in San Francisco having to go against the Rams, the one thing that always stood out was how they operated pre-snap. Like, it just looked clean and sharp. And, I mean, I am so fully invested in that portion of it. We're going to have, everyone's got good plays. In my opinion, everyone has good scheme, but it's really leading up to that moment. How clean do we get out of that huddle? How do we operate? How fast do I get that call in there to allow these players to go do what they do best? And I think that's something that we even just got better at in the last few years, particularly this last year. And that's something definitely that we'll implement as we get this thing going.
Yeah, you know what I hear right there? Go execute. Go play. Let the players break the huddle and go to the line of scrimmage with a confident and clear idea as to what it is that we're trying to do, and let them go execute their play. Go do your job, period. I think, honestly, this is going to be something we're going to continue to hear from Mike LaFleur, something that is going to grow over time.
Mm-hmm. He also, we can just play this cut, too. I mean, this was, he had a strong opening statement, I thought. He thanked a lot of people, but he was then asked why specifically he wanted to coach the Arizona Cardinals. This is what he said.
All you want is ownership to want to win, and win in the worst way. And that was very apparent when I met Michael last year, how much he loves this organization, and then just going through that process. Like, why wouldn't you? You know, so that was first and foremost, being with ownership that loves it. Then you get to meet Monty and all the other people in this building, and everyone's got the same vision. And then you think about this division. It's a tough division. I mean, if it were easy, it wouldn't be worth it, you know. And so we know what the work that we got in front of us in that back room, they are in the back right there. They know that, but those are the reasons I wanted to be the head coach here.
Yeah, that is one of the things I absolutely love, too, is the fact that he knows this division. He knows the NFC West, and he knows the coaches. He knows their philosophies. He knows the players on both sides of the ball. I really, I think that is going to be something that is going to pay dividends in the long run for the Arizona Cardinals. It's an appreciation for just how difficult the NFC West truly is. And the fact that he knows all about that already, I think is going to help him get over the hump, because that's what it is. It's an obstacle, the NFC West.
He was asked about the NFC West and balancing his relationships within the division, but also balancing that with the competition, because this was the toughest division in football this year.
Yeah, I mean, again, like you just said, I mean, they're going to be friends for life. I got great relationships with them, but, I mean, this is the business. This is what we chose to do. This is what we signed up for. I don't love going against Green Bay, but when we win against Green Bay, you do what you got to do, you know, and we all understand that. And really the hardest ones are probably from my mom and dad up front, you know. So when you're in that 3.5-hour window, it's not about, because I know Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay, it's about these players. It's about the Arizona Cardinals going against the Seattle Seahawks, the San Francisco 49ers, and the LA Rams within our division, amongst those other, you know, games that we're going to have. So there's nothing personal in that 3.5 hours. You just go.
Yeah, you just go, man. Honestly, you do, and that's going to be something to really watch the first few months here of Mike LaFleur. And, you know, there is what you have when you show up and assume a coaching responsibility. There is what a team has, Basinonians. When you as a coach show up and assume those coaching responsibilities, what do you have to work with? And then there is where you need to get to in order to win. And reconciling those two things is always a difficult proposition. You try to win with what you have, Luke. You try to win with what you have, and then you try to have what you need to win. Think about that for a minute right now. You need to tailor how you play football
to win.
You need to tailor how you play football based on what kind of players you have. And then you've got to try to figure out what kind of players do we have? What kind of football are we going to play here? And then figure out where do we need to go in order to start winning games. Mm-hmm. You got to reconcile those two things as a brand new coach showing up. And it's kind of difficult to do.
I wonder what it says about what Mike LaFleur thinks about this roster, because he did choose to take this job having been in their division the last few years and seeing them twice a year. And you could say, well, yeah, he's not really game planning for the Cardinals offense. Okay, yeah, but he's certainly aware of the Cardinals defense, right, from his perspective as the Rams offensive coordinator. And I know the pushback is, well, you're going to take any NFL job you can get. No, not necessarily. Mike LaFleur could have stayed with the Rams if he didn't like this job and just gotten a head coaching job next year. I'm pretty sure the Rams offense can be pretty good next year too. So I wonder what he thinks of this roster. I know he said in there at one point he doesn't think they're that far away. It's your introductory press conference. You're not going to be like, give me 5 years. You see this roster? Like, you're not going to say that as the new head coach. But this is a team that invested a lot of draft capital in defense last year and really invested a lot in their offense the year before. So in theory, they should have a lot of talent. I wonder what his off-the-record evaluation of that talent is. Like, I wonder if Mike LaFleur is looking and saying, "No, they got pieces on defense. They were just beat up at the end of the year. Like, I get the right DC in here. We're going to have a solid defense that can compete specifically in this division," because he's not just familiar with the Cardinals and the Rams. He's very familiar with Seattle and San Francisco, too.
It's listening to you talk right there. For me, the thing I think of is Walter Nolan III. Immediately, that is the tip of the spear to me of what you just said. This guy is wildly talented. You can see it. Oh my goodness, you could see it. The little that he played, he made a difference. Walter Nolan III really made a difference, and yet, man, he was so banged up.
Yeah, he never even faced the Rams. I was just double-checking that. He ended up playing in 6 games. It was kind of parts of a few of those games.
Yeah.
Now, when he played, he immediately made an impact. That was very encouraging and impossible to miss. But, he just didn't get to play enough.
I'm sure, though, Mike LaFleur has seen him on tape.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. All right, when we come back, we're going to talk some Suns because they do play tonight in just 7.5 hours, actually, in Portland. Kevin Ray will join us for Game Day with K-Ray. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have hired Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as their next head coach.
The Cardinals were very thorough in their process. They took their time, and they obviously feel comfortable that Mike LaFleur can not only run an offense, but run an entire organization. They may have been last, but they'll get the last laugh if their coach can turn around the franchise.
What does the LaFleur as head coach hire mean for the future of Kyler Murray in the desert? We're chopping up the Cardinal decision today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. Listen, the Valley's most trusted team for over 25 years when it comes to artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape as well. They transformed our backyard into a true oasis. That's right, the Wolfley compound. Artificial grass, man, it looks incredible. And listen, spring is the time for you to act. If you're thinking about switching to artificial grass, do it before the summer heat, man. Text GREEN to 620-620 for their special spring offer of 15% off, or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com. You can do this, man. No more water bills that make your head spin. Make the backyard your oasis and start by working with Legacy Green Solutions. Text GREEN to 620-620 for their special spring offer of 15% off, or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
There's nothing like it. The rush when the band plays, the roar when the Sun Devils take the court, the energy that shakes the building and pulls you to your feet. This is Sun Devil men's basketball, where every night brings the sound of something electric, something unpredictable, something you have to feel to believe. From the first tip to the final buzzer, Sun Devil Hoops is where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out out what Life Change Alone can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangealone.com.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside, creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morse Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morse Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. New Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur had his introductory press conference earlier today, and he was asked to give his thoughts on quarterback Kyler Murray.
I'll say this, again, being in this division for 7 years, it was never fun. You know, I have a lot of respect, for him as a player.
LaFleur will join Burns and Gambo today at 3. The Phoenix Suns have a late one tonight. They take on the Trailblazers in Portland with tip-off at 9 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. For the Suns, Devin Booker remains out while Jalen Green is questionable. For the Trailblazers, Denny Avdia and Scoot Henderson are doubtful. Drew Holiday is questionable, and Damian Lillard, Chris Murray, and Matisse Thybulle are out. And speaking of the Suns, owner Matt Ishbia will play in the Celebrity Game later this month. This report is brought to you by the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday. Full reaction and response to the Mike LaFleur introductory press conference with the Cardinals. All the fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Kevin Ray is going to join us shortly here. The latest injury report in this game tonight. Suns, Devin Booker's out, which we already knew. Jalen Green is questionable, which is not an answer. That's where we are right now.
Yeah.
But the game doesn't start for 7.5 hours. 9 o'clock tip-off Phoenix time. So
questionable. I'm happy he's questionable. Seriously.
Yeah.
For taking that fall the way that he did on his hip, man, that looked bad.
Did not look good, regardless of any other injuries he has been dealing with this season. That alone didn't look great. So we'll see. Now he's got a couple things that he is dealing with, but there's obviously, not that there wasn't a sense of urgency before, but they were winning a lot of games before. if you're going to have to play without Devin Booker here still for, at the very least tonight, the sooner you get Jalen Green back, the better. On the Portland side of things, Denny Avdia, who is their leading scorer this season, is doubtful. That's the biggest news on their side of things. Drew Holiday's questionable. Scoot Henderson is doubtful as well. But, that's...
And Trailblazers, too, 23 and 27 on the season. That was a surprise to me. I don't know about you and how you felt, but the fact that they're even hovering around 500, bit of a surprise.
Yeah, it's... I don't know what to make of this team. Because when they drafted Scoot Henderson, he was supposed to be, amazing. And, we got K right now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Catch it in from the corner.
Wolf and Luke.
Brings the boom. And catching bodies on his way to the rack.
Suns, game day with K-Ray.
I'm ready for whatever.
All right, Suns Blazers tonight from Portland. Kevin Ray, Suns broadcaster, joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Kay?
Happy game day, boys.
How we doing?
Kay?
Doing good.
Well, I want to start here. Wolf and I were just talking about Portland, and they are kind of mystery because it seemed like a couple years ago when they drafted Scoot Henderson, he was maybe going to be the face of the team. Now he's been hurt all this season, hasn't played this season, but they've kind of flipped more towards Denny Avdia's been their leading scorer. Tamani Kamara's been really good, obviously, in a lot of different ways. What do you make of this Portland team, though? Is they're just kind of right in the maybe a little bit below the middle of the pack in the NBA?
Yeah, it's, first I will say they're a dangerous team. Do not take them lightly. They've also dealt with a number of injuries, starting with, as you mentioned, Denny Avdia, who's had a tremendous season and recognized, rightfully so, to be an all-star reserve. And, this is a kid that I've loved dating back to his days in Washington. EJ and I, you only get to see the Wizards, twice a year. But I remember early on in his career, EJ and I both said, man, he would look good in a Suns uniform. Just has, great qualities of toughness, and his skill and everything about his game has improved each and every season. So it speaks to the work that he has put in. And by all accounts, just a super solid guy as well. But he's going to be sidelined tonight. Of course, the deal going into the season, you get a Drew Holiday. I thought that kind of helped stabilize their backcourt, gave them veteran leadership. But Drew, I think, is most likely going to be on his way out of town, just based on some of the reports. And he's also being listed as out due to personal reasons, as they maybe look to find a suitor for Drew Holiday. So we won't see him tonight. But you mentioned some of the other guys, Tamani Kamara, of course, the former Sun. He's had another strong season. Klingon, the big man in the middle. And, why I say dangerous, he's a big body. He is an offensive rebounding machine. And we saw the struggles the Suns had against that massive front line of the Clippers the other night. So Phoenix will have to come with the requisite focus tonight and hopefully have, made some progress in terms of how they want to deal with a big body like that.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Kay. I think they're going to see that a little bit more as the season unfolds here. But I want to get your thoughts on Devin Booker, of course, being named an all-star reserve.
Yeah, look, it's certainly he's more than worthy of getting the all-star recognition. And, Book has said it a few times. We've all said it, where it does feel like for certain guys, the goalposts tend to move, right? 1 year, it's like, oh, your stats are great, but your team is losing. The next year is, well, the team is winning, but it's not, it's not directly correlated to what you're doing. And there was a part of me that worried that it was going to be another season where, the excuses came out saying, well, yeah, you're having a good year, but, and deservedly so, he's being recognized. And look, we had Book on the telecast the other night, and, he recognizes it has not been a great year in terms of his three-point shooting, but statistically everywhere else, Book is Book. And the way he is impacting the game, I think, is what I appreciate the most by the selection, because it tells me beyond the stats, they're recognizing the gravity of having Devin Booker on the floor with this team, which, by the way, as we all know, most everybody, all the experts, said they'll be lucky if they win 25 games. And so they're seeing Devin Booker once again being asked to kind of change with a new coach, a new system, lots of new faces, and he still is successful in doing it.
We're talking to Kevin Ray. Kay, it sounds like Jordan Ott, Western Conference Coach of the Month. Obviously people within the game understand the job he has done. Wolf and I were talking about this last week. You see his Coach of the Year odds go from, here's a guy that's in the league, and he's like 30th on the list, and all of a sudden he's 10th, and he moves up to 8th, and now he's 2nd. But how have you seen other teams adapt to the Suns, and how much of that do you think is because of the job that Jordan Ott has done through the first 50 games of the year?
Yeah, well, look, I think a lot of it has to do with Jordan Ott and the system that he and this staff have created. And what they've done is they've looked at he knew what he wanted to run. And so they went out and got the guys that best fit the system. And then he has been able, and it's really ongoing. And that's the thing that I think that we all love most about Jordan. And he said it early on, was in today's game, like, you have to be able to adapt. And I think when we heard that messaging in the past, it was like, okay, you mean adapt from year to year? No, like Jordan will tell you, like, you have to adapt from almost month to month, and sometimes even week to week. We saw it, what was it, last year or 2 seasons ago after the All-Star break, where the way the whistle was getting blown, all of a sudden you had to adapt, and you saw some teams and coaches who weren't prepared to do that. And I think that's one of the great attributes of Jordan, is his willingness to watch, listen, see what's happening around the league, take those notes and then put them into application with his own team. And, there is a reason that multiple guys are having career years. Dylan Brooks, career year. Grayson Allen, career year. Colin Gillespie, Jordan Goodwin, Royce O'Neal. I mean, the list goes on and on.
Okay, always great to talk to you. Enjoy the fact you only have one road game in the next month after this.
It's a beautiful thing.
Thank you, Kay. Appreciate you, buddy.
Thanks, Kay.
You got it, boys. Have a good one.
That's Kevin Ray joining us right there. And yeah, in case you haven't looked at the Suns' schedule, they are in Portland tonight, and then they play one road game between now and March 3rd, and that'll be in San Antonio in a couple weeks. Obviously, the All-Star break in there, but still a lot of home games right now for the Suns. That's good, because they're trying to navigate life without Devin Booker and maybe still Jalen Green, who at most recent check, the most recent update came out 11 minutes ago. He is still questionable. All right, when we come back, we'll wrap up the show now that the Cardinals have their new head coach and he has spoken to Phoenix. What's next for this team? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe, April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile kids run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait, what?
Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
This is a league about wins and losses. We just felt like we were going in the wrong direction and we needed to change course.
The Arizona Cardinals head coaching surge is officially over. Yes, that's right. Mike LaFleur, Rams offensive coordinator, is heading to the Cardinals on a 5-year deal.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
All right, final segment of the show. It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday. Pretty eventful Tuesday. Wolf, as the Suns get ready to play tonight. And Mike LaFleur gets introduced as the Cardinals' new head coach. Hopefully you got to hear the press conference. We carried it live here from about 12 to 12:45. He's a talker. Maybe that's just unavoidable if you spend that as much time as he has around Sean McVay in live football situations. But so we've now heard from him. I think the biggest thing as far as what's next is assembling the coaching staff around him, because as much as we didn't get a definitive answer on Kyler Murray today, they don't really have to come up with a definitive public answer. They may already have one behind the scenes, but a public answer for, a month, 2 months, they still don't really have to come up with that.
Yeah.
Not like we're going to get a Kyler answer tomorrow. We could hear who their defensive coordinator is tomorrow.
Yes. Honestly, for me, I was thinking about this. What would you do? What would you do? I would tell the truth. And the truth is, right now, this is the way that I feel about this. We're going to let the best person play quarterback for us, whoever that is.
Yeah.
We're going to have an open competition. That's what I would say right now, because that's what I think is the truth.
It's interesting you say that because we were also focused on, are they going to ask about Kyler? How many questions are going to be about Kyler? There were 2 questions about Kyler. If you didn't hear the whole press conference, Mike LaFleur, like I said, he is a talker. It's not like his answers to the Kyler questions were 2 seconds long, but they were shorter compared to his other, or they were shorter and more vague, speaking median, the way he said. Like a lot of the questions he was asked today, he went into detail and he was very definitive and this and that. And, they asked if he's going to be calling plays and he said yes. And then he made sure everybody knew it and he said it again. With Kyler, the answers were a little more vague, but also it's not like anything came up about Jacoby Brissett either. I mean, to your point, maybe it's just whoever. Maybe that would have been the answer if it came up of whoever's given us the best chance to win is going to be the quarterback. And that is a median answer, and it doesn't give us anything, but it would have been interesting to dissect how he answered it.
Yeah, honestly, you could sit there and say, listen, we're going to let the best person, we're going to have an open competition. That's what we're going to have. And that's how I would proceed, because that's what I think it is. I literally think it is a situation where even if Monty already knows he's going to move Kyler Murray, or they're going to do something, they're going to cut Kyler Murray, whatever it might be, even if he already knows it, the one thing that always is a little bit different from the general manager who thinks strategically from a head coach who is tactically. He's down here on the tactical level. You know what? I can't control what Monty and Michael are going to do with Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
I cannot control it, okay? But those that are here inside this facility building, inside that locker room, inside our coaching offices, that's what I control. So I think that the separation that is there, I think he can speak with clarity and certitude in regard to, hey, listen, we're going to let the best player play quarterback, whomever that may be, period.
He was asked a couple questions about Kyler, and we played his answer to the first one earlier in the show, and it was just kind of, I reached out to Kyler 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And, it was kind of a vague-ish answer. He was also asked about the quarterback position again a little bit later, and this is how that sounded.
And quarterback in general, what's your thoughts about the situation here at that position? You've got guys under contract. Some guys could be new coming in. I know you're going to spend a lot of time talking about that with everyone here. What can you tell us in general about that position?
And I think you just answered it. We got to go back in the room and talk about all these positions, quarterback to O-line to specialist to everything. It's our job for these players to build the best roster we can at each and every position. So those are conversations that'll be had, and I look forward to probably in about 45 minutes getting after it. So.
Yeah.
Maybe they're answering that question right now.
There it is. What is so cool about that? Yeah. Okay. This is really going to be our first meeting where we're going to sit down and we're going to go into great detail about the roster that is here. Oh, can I sit in the back room? I promise you I won't say anything.
Word
not
from
a
Cardinals
word.
Headquarters.
I will not
Wolf
say
is
anything.
Not allowed in the
oh my
back
goodness.
room.
Can you imagine how cool that would be? Just sit there in the back in the corner of the room and not say a word.
You wouldn't be able to not say a word.
Oh, yeah, no, I would be able to listen to these guys who do this all the time, vet this, and talk about it, man.
How much say do you think he really has in the Kyler decision? And the only reason he has some because he's the head coach of the team, but this has been an ongoing thing. He's walking into the middle of, hey, we didn't just get this quarterback last year, and I didn't get the most out of him. Maybe you could get more. He's going into year 8. They've paid him a lot of money. It's possible that they're just kind of done with Kyler, or Kyler's done being here, or maybe they are looking to keep him around.
Yeah, but man, if they could get one more year out of Kyler Murray and the guaranteed money that is out there, one more, I
don't want to set the new coach back if they don't believe in it.
No, absolutely, and that's why. But again, and this is the question that I just love this, Luke, is the fact that there are offensive coordinators in this league who believe they can fix Kyler, who believe that he is all that in a bag of chips if they could just get the opportunity to do it. I am convinced of that, Basin audience. 4 or 5 OCs in the NFL at least think, you know what, hey, they did it with Daniel Jones. Are you kidding me right now? This guy, the talent he's got, are Daniel Jones, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, man, the reclamation project. Kyler's exhibit A on that.
I guess we know how Clint Kubiak feels about it. because he immediately went for the team with the first pick in the draft.
And maybe that was it. Maybe. Who knows?
I know you can't. You don't want to overreact to a press conference, and we've been talking about that. But are you not going to watch Clint Kubiak's press conference when the Raiders hire him and be like, oh, Mike LaFleur is so much more personable at the mic than Clint? Like, how can we not right now?
Clint, you might want to have an energy drink or something like that before you go out there.
They play the Raiders this year?
How about a 5-shot venti Americano?
See, we've gotten to the point in the show where they do play the Raiders, actually, here, where Wolf is starting to weave references to hamburgers and bags of chips and Americanos into his answers. So it might be time to go. But, a lot more to react to about this, certainly in the coming days. And who they hire as a coaching staff around Mike LaFleur is going to say a lot as far as his connections around the league, and he seems pretty connected around the league, but also the position he's going to be in to succeed, because it's not just him, it's the guys around him too, certainly. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal. Great job by both them behind the glass today. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
At the end of it all, the Cardinals end up with Mike LaFleur, who I think most Cardinal fans are okay with. You had a choice if you're the Arizona Cardinals. You could have gone and tried to hire a retread of Vance Joseph or Ron Rivera, somebody who's done the job, somebody who's had experience, or you could roll the dice on a first-time head coach who is currently a coordinator. In this particular case, I'm cool with the latter because, A, I wasn't really a fan of the retreads that were available to them, and B, if you're going to take a shot, roll the dice and see if you can find a Jordan Ott. Roll the dice, see if you can find a Liam Cohen.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Is your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 5-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
The Renaissance Festival is back, weekends now through March 29th. Be ready to have a great time. Amazing adventure awaits the entire family. New shows, shopping, jousting nights, non-stop feasting. Leave your cares behind. Happiness reigns at the Renaissance Festival. It's fun and affordable. Visit now through March 29th. Discount tickets available at Bashas' and Food City or online at arizona.renfestinfo.com. Presented by Delta Airlines, Bashas', Food City, Pepsi, Budweiser, and Guinness. Huzzah!
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name, and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Join Doctors Kopstein and King from K2 Vision RLE to learn about refractive lens exchange and have your questions answered. They're hosting a free live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 1.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
We'll answer these questions and more at our upcoming K2 Vision free live webinar. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
How long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
The webinar is this Thursday afternoon at 1. Space is limited. Register now at k2visionrle.com. k2visionrle.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit Vital4Men.com. That's Vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. New Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur was introduced today, and he had a lot to say. LaFleur was asked if he has spoke to Kyler Murray yet, and this is what he had to say.
I'll say this, again, being in this division for 7 years, it was never fun. You know, I have a lot of respect, for him as a player.
Mike LaFleur will also join Burns and Gambo today at 3 o'clock. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight. The Suns are in Portland taking on the Trailblazers. Jalen Green is questionable. And according to Ken Rosenthal, the Arizona Diamondbacks are signing first baseman Carlos Santana. Santana hit .219 with 11 home runs in 124 total games last season. Tip-off for that one is tip-off for the Suns game is at 9 o'clock right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Catch the big game on Sunday, February 8th with food and drink specials, giveaways exclusively at Talking Stick Resort in Casino Arizona. Doors open at 3:30.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Tuesday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, filling in for John Gambadoro today on day 2 of Gambo's Influenza A journey. Tim Ring.
I promised you I would.
Oh yeah, go do the flex.
Do the Gambo flex to the camera.
Although we don't for some reason we don't have our monitor in here. We cannot see ourselves.
Well, you could see me do it in person. You don't even need to see the monitor.
So look in the camera.
Just look over here.
Look in the camera,
like
do the flex, do the points, and then you got to point to the bicep a little bit. I mean, it's the Gambo way. Tim, good to see you. Good to have you back in here.
Talk about how many box jumps I did this morning.
You know what, Influenza A, I don't know if he's doing a lot of box jumps today. I would hope he's not.
Nor he should not.
No.
Burnsy, good to be with you, though, today. A couple pretty good days here. NBA trade deadline is off and rolling.
Yeah.
Suns play tonight, but of course, the top story.
The top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show is
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
I mean, there's nothing like experience, right? I've been in this division for 7 years. There's some heavy hitters in here, no doubt, But I'll say this at the same time. When I was on the other sideline, it was never easy going into State Farm, winning a football game ever, and lost more than we won, to be honest with you. that's that. Like, that's how I feel. Mike LaFleur, the new coach of the Arizona Cardinals, introduced at a press conference today that you heard here on Arizona Sports 98.7 at noon. We have an exclusive one-on-one interview with Coach LaFleur coming up at 3 o'clock. We will also replay it at 5. We are very much looking forward to that. Tim and I both got in nice and early today so we could sit down, watch the press conference, take some notes, share some thoughts, things like that. For you, and I got a whole bunch of sound here, and I'll just kind of drop it in and play it, and we'll react to it. But your general 30,000-foot view of what we heard today during the press conference, knowing that it's going to be likely a different conversation with Mike when we have him on an hour from now.
Well, look, having sat through many of introductory press conferences in many professional and collegiate sports over the last 3 decades, I am fully aware that winning the press conference doesn't mean much when it comes to ultimately winning on the field or on the court. I understand that. So, having to get that disclaimer out of the way,
fair.
I was real impressed with Mike LaFleur today. I thought he just had a nice way about him. He's obviously a very personable guy. He's a young guy. He's 38. He'll be 39 next month. He's been given a wonderful opportunity. He had a lot to say today. I thought he came off sincere. He came off honest. And again, I want to jump in. I know none of that matters in terms of getting the job done. But in terms of first impressions, Bernsey, I thought, I'll go ahead and say it, I thought he came across a lot more personable than, say, Jonathan Gannon did, who was seemingly a very good guy, appeared to be a good guy, but he had an odd duck way about him and the way he handled the media and whatnot.
Yeah, no, a little bit, a lot, I think. And Gambo and I forged what I thought was a pretty good relationship with Jonathan Gannon. I mean, to the point where I liked him, but there was a certain cadence and conversation with him that it took a little bit of getting used to. I can tell that Mike LaFleur at least comes across to his players and to the media as a very likable, easy to talk to guy. And that certainly wasn't always now, again, whether that means a hill of beans when it comes to whether he can coach and whether they're going to win football games under him, it doesn't mean a hill of beans at all. It does not matter. But I certainly found him to be more personable and listenable than Jonathan Gannon. Certainly way more than Cliff Kingsbury. He seems genuinely, oh, shucks, I'm really happy to be here. I'm really glad I got this gig. I mean, there seemed to be a very genuine, I'm really happy for this moment and the fact that I'm here, which I liked. I felt good about after all of the, and all the negativity about this job and where it ranks and how the league views it. It was nice and refreshing to see somebody excited to be the coach of the Arizona Cardinals after all the negative talk we've heard the last 2 weeks.
There was just a nice positive demeanor about the way he introduced himself to Cardinal fans today. Now, he said all the prerequisite stuff. I'm honored and I'm humbled. And Mike Bidwell, of course, came up there at the beginning and said, LaFleur was the clear winner.
I have that right here. Can I play it?
Yeah, let's hit it.
As we went through the interview process, the clear winner was Mike LaFleur. He's ready for this. He's innovative. He's smart. He's been training under the brightest offensive coaches in the NFC West and arguably in the NFL, if not the NFL. And we're super excited about all the things that he's going to bring. And we talked about the future. We talked about the plans.
And Michael was not around to answer questions. Monty and Mike LaFleur were. So we didn't get anything into specifics about the process and why spend time talking to Clint Kubiak if he was the clear, all the things that we've talked about with his coaching search. But Michael also talked about how they learned a lot from this coaching search. I'll let him explain.
A lot of work went into this. We told you a few weeks ago it was going to be a thorough search, partly and lengthy, partly because of the NFL rules, but partly because we wanted to be very thorough. And so we spent a lot of time not only looking at candidates. We thank each one of the candidates that participated in our process. We learned a lot from each one of them, and it gives us a chance to sort of have a free look into each one of the organizations and how they do things. And so we benefited from each one of those interviews as well, and are bringing those things back to the Cardinals to help us improve for 2026 and beyond.
Well, with all due respect, I mean, we've sat through many of these Mike Bidwell coach introduction press conferences in the past, and they all pretty much sound the same. And you hope this time they get it right.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you're talking about a first-time head coach for the organization for the 6th time in the last 19 years. So that's six head coaches being introduced by ownership and by the general manager of the day in Arizona. And one of these days, they're going to get it right again. And I say again because I think they got it right with Bruce Arians, and I think for a good portion of the Ken Whisenhunt era. I mean, my gosh, he took him to the Super Bowl and was a minute away from winning the Cardinals' first and only Super Bowl. So they have gotten it right in the past. You hope they got it right this time. The players were out there in full today. I don't think Kyler Murray was out there today.
Like it.
About a dozen players on hand. Matt LaFleur, his older brother, made a pit stop out to Arizona. We presume on the way to the Super Bowl, but was out there today taking pictures, supporting his brother, his parents, his wife, his two children. So there, I mean, it was very much a family atmosphere today.
Yep.
And I liked everything that I heard. There weren't many Kyler Murray questions.
No, there weren't.
So we'll try to get into that a little more when the coach joins us at 3:00.
Yeah, there were not a lot of specific Kyler Murray quarterback questions. There was this one on whether he's talked to Kyler Murray.
Yeah, so touch base with Kyler. Again 2 days ago when I got this and had a good little message with him. So. Definitely touch base with him. I'll say this again, being in this division for 7 years, it was never fun. I have a lot of respect, for him as a player. I know he got drafted in help me out there, is it 18 or 2019. So obviously those first 2 years, but again, having the 5 years having to go against him, a lot of respect for him as a player, and he was never a fun challenge to go against.
And then this very generic question about the quarterback position.
And quarterback in general, what's your thoughts about the situation here at that position? You've got guys under contract. Some guys could be new coming in. I know you're going to spend a lot of time talking about that with everyone here. What can you tell us in general about that position?
And I think you just answered it. We got to go back in the room and talk about all these positions, quarterback to O-line to specialist to everything. It's our job for these players to build the best roster we can at each and every position. So those are conversations that'll be had, and I look forward to probably in about 45 minutes getting after it. So.
By the way, I ran the numbers on this. Kyler Murray, his record against teams where Mike LaFleur was part of the opposing staff. Kyler was 2-7.
2-7.
So
that would count time with the 49ers.
49ers
the
and Rams. Kyler did not play against the Jets in the 2 years that Mike was on the staff.
Okay.
So Kyler was 0-2 against him in 2019, 1-1 in 2020, 0-1 in 2023, 1-1 in 2024, and of course 0-2 in 2025 for a record of 2-7.
There is a stark contrast, and I know it's optics and whatnot, but there is a stark contrast to this time 3 years ago when Jonathan Gannon was hired, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday. The video that circulated of him running back into the facility because he's told that Kyler is there and doing the bro hug thing with them and all of that. Jonathan Gannon, and again, it was an entirely different set of circumstances for that coach and that quarterback in that moment than it is for this coach and this quarterback in this moment. But it was very casual, very arm's length, very, which I guess shouldn't surprise us. Like I say, we'll try to ask him a little more specificity a little later in the show to see if we can get something, more concrete in terms of what the plans are at quarterback.
He answered it exactly the way I expected him to answer the question today. We'll see what he has to say at 3:00.
Yeah.
But as we talked about yesterday, not that we expected him to do this, but the real news or earth-shattering comments would have come today if Mike LaFleur sat at that press conference and said, I believe in Kyler Murray. I want Kyler Murray to quarterback my football team in 2026.
Yep.
And I didn't expect him to say that either, but that would have been like, oh, whoa, okay.
That would have been the definitive statement that we did not get today.
We did not get.
No.
And by not getting that statement, you draw your own conclusions.
Absolutely.
that it's at best uncertain. And in terms of divorce, very possible, if not probable.
Join us April 11th for Pat's Run, 4.2-mile run/walk that honors Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil. Arizona Cardinal and Army Ranger. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org. There was a lot more to parse through when it came to that presser today. What were some of our other biggest takeaways from the Mike LaFleur introductory press conference? We'll tell you next. Tim Ring in for Gambo here on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Cardinals search for a new head coach has ended.
Breaking news from the NFL. The Arizona Cardinals have announced the hiring of Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as their next head coach. LaFleur is the younger brother of Packers head coach Matt LaFleur.
6 in-person interviews this hiring cycle for the Cardinals before they landed on LaFleur.
Stick around for more about the Cardinal decision on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, back here to tell you about the Berg Simpson Law Firm and the hope that you'll never need to call the Berg Simpson Law Firm. I really do hope that, because if you do, it means you've been involved in an accident. If you do, it means that somebody possibly has been hurt in that accident. And when that happens, you need help. You need Berg Simpson on your side. My wife and I went through this many years ago. We were T-boned by another driver. The accident wasn't our fault. We thought we could do it alone. We thought everything would come very easy to us because we were going to do it alone. We were wrong. We needed Berg Simpson on our side to help us out. Wish we had done it. We didn't. We should have. And I would recommend highly that if you're ever in the same situation that we were in, you do exactly that. You call Berg Simpson and you get the very best on your side. 602-777-7000 is the number. 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription-strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
With Sun Devil women's basketball, it's not just a game, it's a show. The speed, the swagger, the no-look passes that make the crowd gasp. The intensity that feels like it could light up the court by itself. Every night, this team brings fire, fast breaks, big moments, and defensive energy you can feel from the top row to the hardwood. If you want basketball with heart, hype, and pure showmanship, you want Sun Devil women's basketball. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma. Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
I'm honored to be the head football coach here of the Arizona Cardinals.
It's the totality of the person, totality of the belief and how he wants to put together the program. And ultimately that led us to making sure that we wanted him to be our guy moving forward.
As we went through the interview process, the clear winner was Mike LaFleur.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal decision with Burns and Gambo.
All right, let's give a shout out to our audience in Apache Junction for joining us here on this Tuesday afternoon.
The AJ.
The AJ. Good hiking out there in the AJ. Yeah.
Old AJ.
A lot of good trails out there, like Gold Canyon and Yeah, the superstitions, love it out there. That's good stuff. So hello, Apache Junction. We appreciate you joining us. Tim Ring in for Gambo. The YouTube chat, very happy to see Tim Ring filling in for Gambo and doing the Gambo Flex. And apparently the Gambo Reads, too. Is that coming up next?
The guy says I should do, if Gambo, you're listening, the people have spoken. They want me to do your reads and take the money.
Yeah. You hear that? You hear that, Gambo? He's coming for you. He's coming for you.
Love telling you about. There we go. See, I got it.
This is Matt LaFleur, not Mike. Matt LaFleur from earlier today at the press conference. He was there with our own Tyler Drake. It's a longer cut, but it's funny.
I'd say you're full of shit.
The question was, if you had told him and his brother would be coaches in the NFL at the same time, I would have said you were full of bleep. Here's the rest of it.
It's just, yeah, it is pretty surreal. I mean, just humble beginnings. My dad at Central Michigan. I walked on at Western Michigan, then played at D2 ball. Mike played at Elmhurst College, D3 ball. And I think we have a really great appreciation for just guys that are essentially playing for the love of the game. And I think that is kind of in our core and who we are. And then we've been so fortunate to be around so many great people. And he mentioned a lot of those guys. I mean, I say it all the time. I don't think I'm standing here today I hadn't developed a relationship with Robert Saleh when we were cutting our teeth at Central Michigan University as GAs, living in just some, not the best situation, but those are great memories. That's almost when life was a hell of a lot easier, you know.
Yeah,
but
unlike now where you're coaching in the NFL and the pressure and the struggles and things like that.
I got a wonderful story about Matt LaFleur and Robert Saleh when they were GAs starting out, and Brian Kelly was their head coach. And Brian Kelly invited the two of them to his annual Christmas party. And they were very excited to go attend this Christmas party at the home of the head coach. And when they arrived, Brian Kelly said, all right, you guys will be outside parking cars.
Oh.
Right?
Brian Kelly never struck me as the coolest guy out there, right?
By the way, you don't think those two guys love the fact that they're NFL head coaches and Brian Kelly.
That's a terrible story. That's a great story, but that's a terrible story, Tim.
Yeah, what a guy. But I bring that up because again, it goes back to Mike LaFleur, and you heard a little bit about that with Matt, is that I just think these are two humble kids. And Mike said he was humbled, but everybody said that. But just listening to him, and again, we're talking about Mike LaFleur, the person today, the impressions he made today. We don't know how this is going to work out. We understand that. So when we speak like this about him, it doesn't mean we think the Cardinals got it right and he's going to lead them to a Super Bowl in 2 or 3 years. But my impressions today are, here's again, he told stories about, his dad was a coach at Central Michigan, and he grew up around the game and was the second grader running around the football camps. This is what he talked about today. And he said, at that point in his life, when people asked, did you ever think you'd be here? He's like, man, I thought for a time, if I could be the quarterback's coach at Central Michigan, that would be the dream come true. That would be I could do that the rest of my life. So these guys they worked their way up. Matt played D2 ball. Mike played D3 ball in the Midwest. I mean, it's a great story.
It's a great story.
And they got to where they got to by hard work and being awfully good at what they do.
I think I read today, only the third set of brothers who are active coaches at the same time in the NFL in the history of the league. The Harbaughs are one. The Grudens were the other. And now the LaFleurs are number 3. So there's not a lot of history when it comes to that. I also was struck, and again, this is all kind of the positive stuff, and not that it was a largely negative press conference. It wasn't.
It wasn't.
But it was very optimistic, and it was very LaFleur sounds very happy to be here. It was, I thought, telling when he talked about a year ago the Cardinals reaching out to the Rams and hosting the Rams because of the fires in L.A. Here's what LaFleur said about that.
And then you go to last year, and the fires hit in L.A., and we're about ready to host a playoff game versus the Minnesota Vikings on Monday Night Football in the first round. And obviously we all kind of know what was going on in L.A., and the fires got a little bit too close, and we had to move. And who was the first one to call, who was the first one to send over the planes, who was the first one to open the doors? It was the Arizona Cardinals and Michael Bidwell. And I'll never forget in that moment thinking, this is family, this is home. And it was temporary for 3 days. I actually installed over on that side about a year ago the red zone plan as we were getting ready for Minnesota. So the podium moved over to the right. But I already know this building. I got to walk around this building for 3 days. I know how much you love this place. And I think Lauren at the time, about a year ago, I'm going to be the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals someday. It just felt right, and it was deep right there.
That's pretty cool. That's the kind of stuff that, again, is he going to win enough games to keep the fan base satisfied? I have absolutely no idea. Like we talked about yesterday, we don't know if this is a good hire for them or not. We won't know for a couple of years whether this is a good hire. But he does sound like somebody who's easy to root for, right? Like he does sound like somebody who's got like a genuine likability about him. Sure. Which makes it easier to want to see him do well. You know, I at least that was my general impression from the from the presser
and if he starts 0-7, I can't stand this guy.
Of course.
I don't like the way he looks. But he's always so happy.
But I do wonder, okay, when things got bad for Gannon, right? Like there was a tendency to close up shop, close up ranks, not really say anything, not really, you know what I mean? Like he got real clammy and quiet. I don't know if that's going to be this guy's vibe or not. I don't know if that's what he's going to be about when things go bad. I don't know, but it does feel like it's going to be like a lot of people didn't like how stoic Jonathan Gannon was, especially at the end when everything was going to hell. When the only time we ever saw him show any emotion at all was when he lost his mind on Amari DiMercato on the sideline.
Took a poke at DiMercato,
I wonder if LaFleur is just more inclined to be more of that emotional touchstone kind of quarterback that fans seem to relate to more than the cold stoic guy on the sideline who never cracks a smile.
Well, it's going to be tested. That demeanor will be tested. I mean, I don't think this is a quick fix. And Mike Bidwell can talk about wanting a quick fix. I think if there were a quarterback in place that just needed a few tweaks and it needed a new person guiding him from the head coaching offensive coordinator positions, I would think, well, maybe. We've seen it happen. We saw it happen this year for multiple teams. But history is not on his side. There are quarterback questions, as we know. We don't know who will be playing the position. If it's Jacoby Brissett, what is the ceiling on that situation? We're talking about 6 playoff appearances in nearly 3 decades, 5 division titles in the history of the franchise. The new facility won't be built for a few years. Right. It's going to be gorgeous. We're all looking forward to that era of Cardinals football.
But it's going to be a while.
And the defense and the offensive lines. I mean, there's just so much that goes into a rebuild. And it's unfortunate because the rebuild was supposed to begin 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And you can talk about wanting to win now all you want. To me, it may not be a stripped down to the bare nuts and bolts rebuild, but it's close. It's a 3-14 football team.
Yep, exactly. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Phoenix Suns going to be without Devin Booker tonight. Could they also be without Jalen Green again tonight in Portland? And if so, what can we expect to see? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show. Tim Ring filling in.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Sanders driving coast to coast. Can't get the layup to go, but Gooden is there for the rebound. Heath steps in to the forecourt. Feeds Williams for the jam time. Mark Williams running the floor. Jordan Goodwin rewards the big man, and he paid him off.
Suns at the Blazers tonight. Pregame at 8, 9 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Look, we can't change our parents, and no matter how well we eat and how much we work out, some things are hereditary. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer scans for the heart, lungs, chest, abdomen, pelvis, and colon. Scans that can help prevent a heart attack, stroke, and heart disease. Did you know 1 in 2 men will be diagnosed with cancer and most will not find out until it's too late? Which is why Lifeguard Imaging can save your life. The scan takes 10 minutes, but getting ahead of any issues can help you be there to walk your daughter down the aisle and hold your grandchildren. Look, there is no obligation here. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
The NCAA Women's Final Four is coming to Phoenix, and the fun starts at Women's Final Four Tourneytown, presented by Capital One. A 4-day celebration, games, contests, giveaways, and special appearances. There's something for every fan, and it's all free inside the Phoenix Convention Center. Join the excitement of the Women's Final Four in downtown Phoenix, April 2nd through 5th. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here for Legacy Green Solutions, the Valley's most trusted team for over 25 years when it comes to artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape. They transform my backyard into a true oasis. The artificial grass looks incredible. And listen, spring is the time to act. If you're thinking about switching to artificial grass, do it before the summer heat. Text GREEN to 620-620 for their special spring offer of 15% off, or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK frees you from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Find out about these procedures from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 of them. Join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 1. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. New Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur was introduced today and had a lot to say. LaFleur was asked why he wanted to be the Cardinals head coach, and this is what he said.
All you want is ownership to want to win, and win in the worst way. And that was very apparent when I met Michael last year, how much he loves this organization, and then just going through that process. Like, why wouldn't you?
And stay tuned at 3 o'clock. Head coach Mike LaFleur will join Burns and Gambo at 3 o'clock, or Burns and Tim Ring. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight. The Suns are in Portland taking on the Trailblazers. Jalen Green is questionable. Tip-off for that one is at 9 o'clock right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And according to reports, the Arizona Diamondbacks are signing first baseman Carlos Santana. Santana hit .219 with 11 home runs in 124 total games last season. John Gambadoro added that it will be a $2 million contract. And this is what's trending now.
Suns at the Blazers tonight. Pregame at 8, 9 o'clock tip. Chug a Red Bull so you can stay awake and listen to the Suns at Portland tonight on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I was proud of myself the last time the Suns were on at 9 o'clock at night. I stayed up for the whole thing.
Look at you.
I thought for sure, I'm like, there's no way I'm going to make this game.
You're a big boy now.
And I made it. And I'm going to make it again tonight. Stay up till...
I'm definitely making it. I don't miss Suns basketball.
Yeah. Plus, you're going on a big recruiting trip tomorrow? That's going to be
I do. It's right.
fun.
I do. I have the big recruit. Speaking of Division III football, we were talking about Mike LaFleur playing at Elmhurst. I am making a Division III football recruiting trip in that exact same state beginning tomorrow. Not for me, of course.
No, of course. No. Your college eligibility has long since been exhausted. This is for that awesome state champ son of yours who is making a little recruiting trip through the Midwest. So the Phoenix Suns, meanwhile, their stretch of nothing but home games slightly interrupted for one game tonight. They're in Portland taking on the Trailblazers. And then right after that, they're back home for a post-deadline Thursday night game against the Golden State Warriors. Is Giannis on Golden State? Is Draymond Green not on Golden State? Who is or who is not on the Suns for that game? We'll get into the deadline stuff a little bit later in the show, although surprisingly, there have already been some moves, 2 days out from the deadline that kind of demand a little bit of conversation, including Minnesota looking like making a little cap space maybe for a run at Giannis possibly. But we'll talk about that a little bit later on the show. Suns tonight, Devin Booker's been ruled out. Jalen Green is still carrying around the designated question mark. So it could be another shorthanded event for the Suns tonight.
Denny Adiva, though, is also on the injured list for the Blazers. He's doubtful. Scoot Henderson is doubtful as well, so maybe that evens out a little bit there. Adiva is averaging 25 points a game. He's an all-star. So if he doesn't go, that'll certainly help the Suns. They need to get that feeling from the Clippers game out of the taste out of their mouth.
Yeah.
They got physically whooped in that game. They didn't shoot well. Some of that's on them. But over the course of the 4 quarters, that was a physical butt kicking.
Yeah, it was. I mean, we've seen 5 games so far this season without Devin Booker, and obviously the 2 that stand out the most in a positive way are what they did against the Pistons and what they did against the Cavs, and it kind of made you think that everything is still possible with this team even without Devin Booker. I mean, you wouldn't want to be without him for a prolonged period of time, obviously, but in the short term, you can still compete, you can still win games. I think it's twofold about tonight. Number one, it's probably a team you should beat in that they've lost 5 straight games. And even though the Suns are very shorthanded, kind of reminds me of that Nets game a week ago where it's like, I know you're shorthanded, but you should still probably be able to beat the Brooklyn Nets. Kind of feel that way about Portland. It's also one of 3 straight games, Tim, that the Suns are playing against teams that are directly behind them in the Western Conference standings. Clippers already won 1 to make up a little bit of ground. Portland's behind them. Then they've got Golden State on Thursday. I don't want to make it sound like it's the end-all, be-all, this stretch they've got coming up, but it is a slightly interesting, important little pocket for them to kind of hold off those teams behind them and not go through a 3-game losing streak where before you know it, they've all picked up ground on you in the standings.
Yeah, well, it's been their MO to outwork teams, outdefend teams, do all the little things, move the basketball, share the basketball, knock down shots. That's been their recipe for victory, and they got away from that against the Clippers. Again, it's early February. There are 32 games remain, so it's not early anymore, but there's still a lot of time. You talk about the Portland game and the Golden State game. It is an interesting stretch because I'll give you this. At Portland, then, Golden State, Philly, and Dallas at home. And then you got Oklahoma City, and then you have San Antonio. Now, they've had success against those 2 teams at certain times throughout the season, but those are going to be 2 tough games to win. So they're in a position now where, to me, if you really, really want to make a run, certainly out of the play-in, but maybe to home court advantage in the playoffs, I hate to say it. I know it's early February, but these are the kind of games you kind of have to win.
Yeah.
You got to stack these things together now. They've lost 5 in a row. They're 23-27. Their all-star may not be playing. If he doesn't play, that I don't care if Booker and Green are out there or not. You got to win that basketball game tonight.
They just updated the injury report. Jalen Green is still listed as questionable. Advia is now out for the game. He will not play. So if you said that, I apologize. I thought the last we looked,
he was doubtful, but now he's out.
He's out. He won't play.
Okay,
he's obviously.
And what about Scoot?
Scoots.
Has he gone from probable to out as well?
Out.
Or excuse me, doubtful to out?
Yes.
Okay,
he is out as well.
Those guys are out. And I think if the Suns sounds cliche, but if they get back to playing Suns basketball, I think they're going to probably be able to get out of there with a win tonight.
At what point, and maybe you're already there, do you worry about Jalen Green? Do you see, and again, maybe you're already there, but at what point do we, and I know we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but there are, I think, a certain number of games he has to play in a row for us to feel good about his ability to play multiple games in a row without getting hurt. Are we getting to that point?
Until it happens, I'm worried about it. I'm worried about him being back on the court tonight and tweaking the hamstring again. And rightfully so to be worried because now it's happened a few times to him this season. So I'm worried about it until we see him out there on the court for a stretch of 15, 18 games in a row. I have no doubt he's going to play at a high level when he's out there.
Right.
How much of this is physical? Is there a mental component where he's not wanting to trust that hamstring? There's been some chatter about that. I don't know the validity of that. I mean, I do know if you've had a pulled hamstring before, you can't tough it out. You can tough out a sprained ankle. You can shoot up some certain injuries. tough to play on a bad hamstring.
It is, especially when your game is predicated on speed and getting to the rim and blowing by defenders and doing that thing. If he was a stop and pop 3-point shooter, okay, maybe he'd be a little more inclined to be able to play through it. Not with the style that Jalen Green plays.
No, and if you're worried every time you have a quick burst that thing is going to be tender and kind of bite you a little bit,
right?
That's a tough way to play. I mean, it's tough to play like that if you're playing at the park, let alone in the NBA. So, yeah, I'm worried about it until he gets out there for a long stretch. The Suns need him. They've done great without him.
Yes.
They've won 30 of 50, exceeded expectations across the league. But yet they can be better with Jalen Green.
Yeah.
And they need to learn how to play, and they need to learn how to win with him.
Absolutely. And I want to know what the new ceiling is with him. We've gotten, outside of one really good game against the LA Clippers, we've got no indication at all. What is the ceiling for the Suns with Jalen Green in the lineup? We just don't know.
And then if he didn't fall and have his legs taken out in the Cavs game, would the hamstring have been okay enough for him to be out there these last couple of games? I would think it would have been.
Yeah.
So in the meantime, by the way, congrats to Jordan Ott, Western Conference Coach of the Month for January. That piggybacks off of Dylan Brooks, the reigning Western Conference Player of the Week.
Jordan Ott's on Sunday talking about the update on Jalen Green's new injury, the hip contusion. Here's what he said then.
Jalen, it's just the fall. The hamstring seemed to be good. Everything was good until that fall, and we're going to be smart here. I mean, everyone saw the fall, how hard it was. And then just mechanically, we want everything to be right. His back to be feeling right, his hip to be feeling right. But it appears to be, everything was good with the comeback on the hamstring.
Yeah, in regards to Jalen, kind of what are you saying to him? Obviously, he's been doing everything in his power to try and get back.
He just wants to be out there. His teammate wants him to be out there, and we want him to be out there. But there's no pressure from us. We want him back, and we want him healthy. With the speed that he has, we know everything has to be right. So, obviously, it was great to see him out there. Just in general, just to see him out there. You could feel his energy. Even after the fall, I felt, he impacted us. So just an unlucky bounce at this point. But he'll be out there as soon as he can.
Yeah, there's nothing chronic about it. There's nothing, the injury that he suffered against the Cavs. There's nothing, hamstringy about it, like the mental block that you were talking about. He fell. Landed on his back.
That was just bad luck.
That's just bad luck.
And that was a nasty fall.
Yeah.
I could see him being a little sore after that one.
Yeah, I could too. But if he goes tonight, I'm sure it'll be off the bench, and I'm sure it'll be limited minutes, and I'm sure it'll be kind of a combination of everything that we've seen up until this point. But yeah, the clock is ticking a little bit, and we're all wondering when that moment is going to come where we're going to get to see him.
Well, they won at Moda Center earlier in the year, back on November 18th. They beat them up pretty good, 127-110. They had 19 steals as a team in that game. So keep an eye on Shaden Sharp, Tamati Kamara, former Suns pick back in 2023, playing well for Portland, and Jeremy Grant, just over 18 points a game. So those are some guys to watch tonight, and expect Mark Williams to have a bounce-back game. Again, when you talk about the Suns getting physically manhandled against Zubac and the Clippers, Williams was kind of the poster boy for that. It goes against Donovan Clingan tonight, who's got 2 inches and 40 pounds on him. Now, that's a young man, but Williams, I think, has to answer the bell physically tonight, keep the Suns in the game on the glass.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Arizona Diamondbacks signed a first baseman today. No, not that one. We'll tell you about the deal next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Sure, there's more than one roofing company, but there's only one roofing contractor of the year, America Roofing. Yep, America Roofing just rated #1 in Arizona, and that is reason enough. But you know what? So many more reasons. When you're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, family owned and operated for over a quarter century, 500 employees statewide, home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Galvisi. Plus, right now, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing. Because, you know, we all have bills. And everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, in walks Lauren. I mean, she's been there the whole time, but she's turning on her microphone now so people can see her. She has poll question of the day. It's on your T-shirt, by the way. I don't know. What do we got?
Chance the Rapper.
Oh, okay. Wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Good Chicago guy, Chance the Rapper.
Chance the Rapper's a Chicago guy?
Yes, very much so.
I need him to give DePaul some more NIL.
Really?
Chance, if you're listening.
Write that check.
He's a big fan. Write the check.
John Rahm, if you're listening,
Chance.
write that check to ASU. James Harden, write that check to ASU. Become the sugar daddy. Go right on ahead.
I did find it hysterical watching the ASU U of A basketball game, by the way, because they put up like a lower third graphic on who everybody was, and the broadcast just completely missed certain people. Like James Harden comes over to hug Kenny Dillingham. No Kenny Dillingham. Jordan Tyson sitting courtside, and he says hi to Cam Scoutaboo. No Jordan Tyson.
Wow, they missed the boat on that one. These are stars. They
didn't know. The broadcast? No idea.
Probably not. What's poll question today? What are we asking the folks?
Poll question has to do with the Arizona Cardinals today because we just heard from Mike LaFleur in his introductory presser for the first time today. So we're asking, what is more important for Mike LaFleur to figure out in his first few days as Cardinals head coach? Is it his coaching staff or if he can rebuild Kyler Murray?
Ooh.
Coaching staff. It's just priorities, right? Like we're going to talk to him, an exclusive interview with him coming up in 13 minutes from right now. But if there's one thing that needs a little urgency right now, it's the coaching staff. In fact, I'm not happy they didn't get him, but I was pleasantly surprised to read Albert Breer today, who suggested the Cardinals offered play calling and more money to Gus Bradley, and he turned them down to go join his guy Robert Saleh. So they were, at least according to that report, they were financially in the neighborhood to go get somebody of Gus Bradley's ilk to be the defensive coordinator. He just chose to go to the Titans because he's got a better relationship with Saleh.
Hey, I was going to say, Saleh must be one heck of a recruiter because Saleh's going to call the plays, and at last check, the Titans are really in no better shape than the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Unless you love Cam Ward. I mean, both franchises have a long way to go, it would appear.
Yes.
Anyway, but yeah, the staff is the bones of a head coach's success or failures. Got to get it right.
Survey says.
Also, Saleh well-loved around the league because Mike LaFleur shouted him out in his presser today, too. So, lots of love for him. He did.
Okay, I don't remember.
When going through different influences on his career,
Okay, you're right.
mentioned Robert Saleh. And coaching staff is leading the way, guys. 80% going with that, 20% going if he can rebuild Kyler Murray.
But today is February 3rd, and the Kyler decision is, you have to make some decision in about a month and a half. And again, we'll ask Mike LaFleur about his plans with Kyler Murray when we have our one-on-one with him in a minute, but it's on the 5th day of the league year that if Kyler Murray is on your roster, a certain portion of his salary for 2027 is guaranteed. So if you're going to cut him, you're going to want to cut him before that 5th day of the league year, which is on or around like March 20th or something like that. I don't know exactly when it is. So it's coming with Kyler. Like if they're going to try to trade him, or if they're not going to be able to trade him and they want to cut him, that's a decision that needs to be made sometime in the next 6 weeks or so.
We can get into the details later. Cutting him would be a disaster for the dead money. Now, it doesn't mean they can't do it or they won't do it. But, Bernsey, the number that you were alluding to is if he's still on the roster on March 15th, which is less than 6 weeks away, people.
I didn't know the date, but that's good. Yep.
All right. They're going to owe him an additional $19.5 million for 2027.
Wow. You got to decide by then. He cannot be on your roster by then if he's not going to be your quarterback. Just can't.
But then you're going to have to find a trade partner.
Yep, and there are going to be teams that they're going to know you're just going to trade him. We know you're just going to trade him. You're just going to cut him. You're not going to be able to trade him because you're going to have to cut him, and those teams might play the New York Jets, for example. I don't know if it's in the Jets' best interest to give up a second-round pick for Kyler Murray, knowing full well that the Cardinals could have to cut him anyway.
I was told on pretty good authority that the Cardinals reached out to the Jets at the trade deadline.
Okay.
And the Jets were not interested. Doesn't mean they won't be interested
again
this offseason.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if you cut him, oh my goodness.
All right, Lauren, hit it for me, would you? Oh yeah, that's smooth. That's good. Gotta play a little Carlos Santana. What do the kids on the other side of the glass think about Carlos Santana? What do you guys think about this?
Big
Lauren,
thumbs up.
Big thumbs up. Jamal?
I don't know who this person was.
You don't know who this person was? Okay.
No, not
Latino guitar player who actually made it pretty big in the 90s when he did a collab with Rob Thomas, a song that went like multi whatever. I almost thought that was going to be the one you were going to play.
I do like this song though. This song's nice.
This is it's got a good Latin groove to it. Sounds good. He's a good guitar player. He's also the new first baseman of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
The guitar player is?
No!
We've reached that kind of rock bottom?
40-year-old Carlos Santana has, according to our own John Gambadoro, signed a 1-year, $2 million contract to be, I would assume, the platoon first baseman against the left-handed pitching, so that Pavin doesn't have to play against the left-handed pitching because his numbers weren't very good. It means, again, I would assume, that the Paul Goldschmidt reunion is off and is not happening.
Oh, that'd be a good assumption.
And Lauren doesn't like it, and I don't like it either.
I'm guaranteeing Goldie wanted a little more money than that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Like $2 million? Yeah, no, we're good.
You know, look, first of all, I mean, Carlos Santana, he may have something in the tank left, but he didn't have anything in the tank left last year. So hopefully that was a down year and he can kind of refine because what he had in 2024, because he had a fairly decent year a couple of years ago. But the problem is Father Time is undefeated. The man is 40 years old, and he's from the DR, so, I mean, he could be 43 for all we know.
For all we know. Yeah, he could be. Last year, that was funny. He split his time with the Guardians and your Chicago Cubs. So impactful.
8 games.
So impactful during his time with the Cubs, you couldn't remember he was on the Chicago Cubs last year. He played 124 games. He hit .219. He had a OPS of .633. He has been in decline bat-wise for a while here. He's great defensively. I mean, he's really, really good defensively. He does not, I don't mean to get like nerdy all inside baseball here. He does not offer the same type of power that Paul Goldschmidt offered when playing left-handed pitching. I mean, Goldie's numbers against lefty pitching were still elite last year. Carlos Santana doesn't bring that, but my guess, and this is just my guess, is that this is life on a budget for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and Paul Goldschmidt's asking price was probably too rich for their blood. Pitchers and catchers report here in about a week. It's time to go to camp. I got to make a decision. Hey, Paul, you going to do this or not? This is our offer. You're going to come here or not? You're not? Okay, we got to go sign this guy, and that's that.
Maybe they take the money they saved and they put together something for Zach Gallen while he's still out there.
Okay.
I don't know.
Let's talk about that for a minute, because that was my other thought about this was, and I don't want to go raising anybody's hope on this, but, man, we are a week away from pitchers and catchers reporting, and Zach Gallen is unsigned, and I do wonder if signing Carlos Santana for $2 million is, like you say, the path to getting Zach Gallen back on a one-year deal.
A prove-it deal.
On a prove-it deal where he's reestablished value in the marketplace a year from now. That's the first thing I thought of was no Paul Goldschmidt. The second thing I thought of was, does this mean yes on Zach Gallen? I don't know. Don't know the answer to that.
No, and it really, I'm sure the D-backs would love to do it. It really only Zach Gallen has the answer to that. Are you willing to take a prove-it deal at this stage in your career, or do you want something a little more guaranteed, even if the yearly number is less than maybe you would have hoped 6-7 weeks ago? So it's something to keep in mind. I mean Santana, and Gambo reported this, and he's dead right, that when you're 40 years old and you've been around the block like he has, you probably bring some inherent leadership qualities with you.
No question.
And I think the D-backs were intrigued by having a guy like that. I mean, Tyler Locklear came over in the Suarez deal, right?
Uh-huh.
And he almost got a 7 to 8 week audition.
Yeah.
He didn't play every night. But
and it did not go well.
It did not go well. There's two, for two reasons. Well, one, didn't hit the baseball, but he also had elbow and shoulder surgeries in this past offseason.
Yeah.
So they don't even know when he's back. And the question is, even if he is back, are you ready to hand him the keys to a platoon situation at first base?
I will just caution everybody on this one. Zach Gallen was probably looking for a deal about $20 million a year. So even if he took a significant discount to come back to the Arizona Diamondbacks, it would still not make up for the difference between what Goldie wanted and what Santana got. It's not like you're going to, hey, let's give Zach Gallen the $8 million we didn't give to Paul Goldschmidt because we only signed Santana for $2 million. I think he's going to do better than that on the open market. I don't know how much better, but I think he's going to do better than that. So I still think it's a long shot.
It's a long shot, but hey, $8 million saved is $8 million saved. You're $8 million closer.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, the new head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. You're going to want to stay tuned for this. It is our one-on-one with Mike LaFleur. He'll join me and Ringer. The Burns and Gambo Show continues here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
Q Shipley is our guest. The Cardinals have been searching for their head coach. It's Mike LaFleur. I think a pretty positive hire. Your initial thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. I actually attribute this very similar to the Penn State coaching hire. It took long. They ultimately got the guy that they probably wanted in the end, right? They put out all the feelers. They met with everybody, but you ultimately get a guy who comes from McVay, comes from Shanahan. He knows this team so well, and he understands the toughness, and he thinks that it's almost there, and hopefully he's the guy that can get us there.
Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, there's all these different phases to save in your life, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But when you get close to retirement age, isn't it wiser to start to make sure that you're more conservative with your money instead of more aggressive?
First of all, it all depends on your comfort level with risk. You don't want to mess up your retirement. You see the finish line is close and you want to be done. Most people know this. People who want to be rich buy stocks. People who are already rich buy fixed income, which is why you've moved to a more conservative approach personally.
Yes, because it's important for me to make sure I protect the money I've been able to save so far.
That's why it's important to know exactly what your comfort level with risk is.
So if you want a financial advisor that can work with you and help you with the risk management, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Tax-free edition only. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. Now this is tax.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Unsure where to start? Sounds like you may be suffering from FOMO, the fear of messing up. The cure? Filing your federal and state taxes for free using TurboTax on Credit Karma. All you have to do is start and finish filing on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th. Just keep in mind, this offer is available only if you didn't file with TurboTax last year. It's time to break free from your fear of messing up. Start filing for free today in the Credit Karma app.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Equipment can be expensive for families with kids participating in youth sports, but you can help. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Arizona Sports is proud to partner with Earnhardt Auto Centers for this year's Second Chance Sports Gear Drive for the kids at Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. All February long, we're asking our listeners to donate new or slightly used sports equipment during this year's drive. You can donate gear at any of the 17 Valley Earnhardt Auto Centers or give online. Text GEAR to 620-620. We'll send you the link. That's GEAR to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight. The Suns are in Portland taking on the Trailblazers. Jalen Green is questionable for tonight's game. Tip-off for that one is at 9 o'clock right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And according to reports, the Arizona Diamondbacks have agreed to terms with veteran first baseman Carlos Santana. It's a one-year deal worth $2 million, Arizona Sports' John Gambadoro adds. And new Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur was introduced today, and he had a lot to say. LaFleur was asked why he wanted to coach the Arizona Cardinals, and this is what he said.
All you want is ownership to want to win and win in the worst way. And that was very apparent when I met Michael last year, how much he loves this organization, and then just going through that process. Like, why wouldn't you?
Speaking of Mike LaFleur, he will be joining Burnsy and Tim Ring right now. So go ahead and stay tuned.
All right, welcome back. It's the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. And today, a big day for the Arizona Cardinals organization. The introduction of their new head coach, Mike LaFleur. And Coach LaFleur now joins us here on the Burns and Gambo Show as he is from the Cardinals Dignity Health headquarters in Tempe. Coach, I'm Dave. This is Tim. Congratulations on the gig. And thank you for joining us today. We really appreciate it.
Dave, Tim, I appreciate it, man. What an honor it is.
How overcome were you with emotion being up there, thinking your family, thinking about the journey, the process, all that stuff? I imagine for you, this is a dream come true and a moment for you to be able to have and share with everybody.
Yeah, I mean it's so honorable to be sitting there and have your family in front of you and. But, honestly, what was going through my head the whole time was looking back at the back row with those players. Like, I can't, and you don't really know until you know, but, like, I can't wait to get to work with those guys. And there's so many different relationships that you got to build within buildings, but it always goes back to those players. And, it was, like I said, incredible seeing my family up front, but like I just couldn't stop looking in the back there and having those guys there. It meant a lot more than I even would have anticipated. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, Mike, before I throw out questions at you, just want to say congratulations to you and
Tim.
Lauren and your family. Welcome to Arizona. We're obviously thrilled to have you. Very excited to see this thing get going. I wanted to ask you, though, first about the coaching tree, which I know has been a popular topic today with you. But I was curious, let's call them the Holy Trinity, right? Your brother Matt, Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan. Give me one aspect of what they did well that you said to yourself over the years, I'm going to take that from Sean and definitely apply that when I get a head gig, and from Kyle and from your older brother Matt.
Yeah, I can sum it in one word. It's urgency. Like the urgent approach to every day of getting better, whether that's staff building, whether that's relationships within the building, whether that's building the roster better, whether that's, urgently looking around the league to make sure that you're staying ahead, because you have to evolve in this league schematically. If you don't, it's over, and so like you find ways to find that extra hour, make 25 hours in a day to make sure you're doing all those aforementioned things. So, those are it's just kind of ingrained in us now. You go to work and you work efficiently. It's not like we're gonna, I'm not gonna grind these guys to a pulp starting tomorrow by any means from a coaching staff as we build this thing. But there is an urgency and a little bounce in your step that you have to have, in my opinion, to have a championship building.
Mike LaFleur is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. From your perspective, looking at the roster and looking at the guys who were there, when it comes to personnel decisions, when it comes to roster building, how do you feel like that process is going to work with Monty and within the Cardinals organization when it comes to you and your input, him and his input? Take me a little bit inside the relationship and how it's going to go from a roster building standpoint with you and Monty, Mike.
I had respect for Monty from afar and the work he's done throughout his career, but then also building this roster over the last 3 years. Getting to know him, obviously, through this process even more, it got me even more excited. And then spending some time with him somewhat away from football, as much as we wanted to lock ourselves in a room yesterday and really get going. We were over at Michael's house, Bidwell, and, got our families together. Then seeing him as a dad and a husband, it just got me even fired up even more to work with him. The best buildings I've been in, I haven't been in a ton of buildings, but you talk about the LA Rams and the San Francisco 49ers, the relationship amongst Les Snead and Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch was awesome. It was daily collaboration, daily communication. There was alignment, and I know that's what Monty wants. That's what I wanted through this process, and I just look forward to getting to working with him.
Mike, I'm curious about your staff now. I'm wondering, and I know you're not going to give us names, but do you have guys in mind, maybe even a handshake agreement or two in place, or is this a process that kind of begins in earnest right now? Where are you at with that across the board?
Yeah, I mean, it's all encompassing. I mean, there's a process that has to happen. There's a process just based on the rules of this league, So there's always guys in mind. You're always thinking it, Even this last offseason, I mean, you start, hey, this guy's there, that guy's there. He might be a QC, time for a promotion if you ever get that gig. So we'll go through the process of making sure that we pick the right guys. Again, there's going to be urgency to it, but it's also going to be a thoughtful process to make sure that, again, we get these guys that are the best coaches for these players.
Mike LaFleur is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. He's joining us from the Cardinals headquarters. Obviously, we're all a little obsessed with Kyler Murray and his future here in the Valley. It's something that's we've been talking about since the minute he walked in the door as the number 1 pick overall in the draft. Where are you in your evaluation of him in reaching a conclusion as to whether you feel like he will be your quarterback in 2026, Mike?
Yeah, just like every other position on this roster, we're going to go up and have conversations to figure out how we're going to build the best roster for this next year's football team, period. Now, when you talk about Kyler just in general, I don't need to turn on the tape. I've been in this division for 7 years, 5 of them with him. Because obviously I got to the Niners in 17. He was drafted in 19. So those first 2 years, not seeing him on the Arizona field, but after that, and he's a problem. He's been a good player in this league, and again, look forward to getting up there with Monty and having conversations about all these guys.
And Mike, I don't even know if you can answer this today here, but I mean, is there an avenue where you could see Kyler Murray being the quarterback of this football team in 2026?
Again, I mean, I'm not going to answer that question today because we got to go have all those conversations. We've had some closed-door conversations about how we're going to make sure this roster is the best it can be moving forward, and those will continue.
I'm just curious from your perspective, the 3 or 4 days while the coaching search was still going on after you had conducted your interview with the organization, for you, what was your mindset during that waiting period, knowing that there was still somebody else they wanted to talk to, but I would imagine feeling pretty good about your ability to get the job after the conversation you had? Kind of where take me through those few days in terms of where you were thinking and where your head was at when it comes to this game.
I was at Lupin Hill Elementary at 2:30 picking up my kids every day as I was waiting, because you don't get to do that during the season. Fridays you do, and that won't change here, where you get the staff out after a Friday in season where they can go pick up their kids. But in all seriousness, it's I loved the process that these guys went through, Michael and Monty and everyone else. They set it out. They told me exactly what it was going to be before I even interviewed. They had a thorough and thoughtful process and a detailed process that they wanted to go about. They were going to take it to the day that they said and really no further. And everything aligned exactly like they told me, And so it's just like you keep checking the boxes with the way that they did things, and particularly with Monty. It was awesome. During that time, you're sitting there, you're waiting, but again, you're starting to build some things in your head, on your phone, on your notes, all those kind of things to make sure if you do get that call, it's, hey, I'm all right, I'm ready, and I've been preparing for that for the last week.
Mike, something you said interesting in the press conference earlier today, when the Rams played in Glendale as their home stadium, when the 49ers played in Glendale for their home stadium, for both the fires for the Rams and COVID for the 49ers. I don't know if you used this word, but you said almost you had a premonition that you would be the coach here someday. Can you expound on that? What happened? What happened in between the ears while you were here in Glendale?
It just felt like home. It was unique. I mean, COVID wasn't fun for anyone, and you name that business or that walk of life. Obviously that wasn't great for anyone, and so those 6 weeks. For this place to feel like home because of the hospitality that the Cardinals had for us. I mean, I was walking by that stadium every single day, staying at, again, I think I should have got the hotel down. I think it's the Renaissance, right?
You're correct.
Okay.
It's right next to the stadium.
Yeah,
yes.
And so you're in there for 6 weeks, and I won't throw out any names, but we had friends here that were calling my wife and saying, hey, you guys can stay here while they're at the Renaissance. So my family was down here kind of getting to know Scottsdale and the Phoenix area a little bit. It was, for the circumstance, it was about as special as you could ask. And then you go to last year, and you're getting fired up to go play, host a playoff game. I mean, you got to earn those rights. And unfortunately, we all know what happened in L.A., in 24 hours, I kid you not, and it wasn't even 24 hours. It was 24 hours by the time the Rams in the league decided we can't play at SoFi. I'm in a hotel here in Arizona, and it just felt right. And then I'm here in this building with Sean at 5 a.m, and Mark's messing up our coffee because he thought he was going to be on vacation, but he got pulled out of vacation, and we're in these meeting rooms, and I'm installing in the same room that I just had my press conference, and I just remember being on that practice field, and Sean and I were kind of looking at each other like, oof, Minnesota's in for it. And that was a very good football team, but our guys they felt something that day, and I know for me personally, it just was such a comforting and warm feeling. And again, it was just, Michael Bidwell and everyone in this Arizona organization. I mean, they sent the planes to pick up, kids and wives and girlfriends and aunts and uncles and dogs and cats. I mean, it was, I kid you not, Rob Havenstein had like 3 pets he brought with him,
That's crazy.
But when you don't know if your house is going to burn down, like, what are you supposed to do,
right.
And and that game was, to this day, and I didn't say this in the presser, I probably should. It was the coolest game that I've ever coached in my life, and over the Super Bowls and over the NFC championships, it was that special. And I don't even think I've told Michael this, but I was up in the booth, and I always sat as far left as I could, and we were in the Arizona home booth because it was obviously we were hosting, and Michael was right to my left, besides a little glass right there, but he was right to my left, and that was a year ago. It's insane.
Yeah, it is. Well, Mike, truly congratulations on the job. Very excited to have you here. Looking forward to many more conversations with you over the course of OTAs and training camp and during the season and things like that. We appreciate you taking a few minutes out of your busy day to join us here on the show, and we truly wish you the best of luck. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks, man.
Dave, Tim, appreciate you guys. Look forward to getting to know you.
That was Mike LaFleur joining us earlier today from the Cardinals headquarters, and when we come back, we'll circle back to the top question to come out of that conversation. Kyler Murray, is he going to be the starter for the Cardinals at QB this season? That is next on Burns and Gambo.
The Cardinals have hired Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as their next head coach.
The Cardinals were very thorough in their process. They took their time, and they obviously feel comfortable that Mike LaFleur can not only run an offense, but run an entire organization. They may have been last, but they'll get the last laugh if their coach can turn around the franchise.
What does the LaFleur as head coach hire mean for the future of Kyler Murray in the desert? We're chopping up the Cardinal decision today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
When I tell you about the commitment by Global Credit Union to save you money when it comes to your banking, I mean, it is a very real thing at Global Credit Union. I've sat in on the meetings, I've seen the numbers, and it's legit, man. They are dedicated to offering you checking accounts and savings accounts that have low to no fees. They are dedicated to offering you loans that have a better interest rate than you can get at the bank, and their commitment to you saving money, your hard-earned money, is very real and very much what they're all about, and that is why when it comes to doing your banking with Global Credit Union, you should switch. You should become a member. You should do your banking there because it really is about saving you money, and you will save money, in addition to all of the other benefits that come with doing your banking with Global Credit Union, like access to a live U.S.-based representative 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, et cetera, et cetera. So many reasons. Explore all the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
There's nothing like it. The rush when the band plays, the roar when the Sun Devils take the court, the energy that shakes the building and pulls you to your feet. This is Sun Devil men's basketball, where every night brings the sound of something electric, something unpredictable, something you have to feel to believe. From the first tip to the final buzzer, Sun Devil Hoops is where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Hey, when America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're talking winter rain, summer heat, monsoon storms, repair or replace. Do what we did at Casa Galvisi and go with Arizona's 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Yep, Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide earning Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year award. And they're A+ rated with a Better Business Bureau. So Home or business, go with Arizona's biggest and best, America Roofing, and save 12% at americaroofingco.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Mike LaFleur is ready for this job. He has been, I think people have had him as a potential head coaching candidate for quite some time.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. With Burns and Gambo.
All right, back with Tim Ring, filling in for Gambo today. A shout out to our audience in Litchfield Park for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. Hello, Litchfield Park. We appreciate you listening to us. I wonder what the folks in Litchfield Park thought about that answer about Kyler Murray. A little more in depth, I think, than what he was asked at the press conference. Again, not tremendously
What'd you think
revealing. I thought that he very much didn't want to show his hand. And I thought there was none of the pounding of the desk. He's our guy. Nothing definitive, nothing concrete, nothing for sure, which I think just enhances the notion that Kyler Murray is probably gone as quarterback for the Cardinals. I feel like if he really, really believed or wanted Kyler Murray to be his quarterback, we would have heard some of that bleed through a little bit in his answer. And I didn't feel like any of that bled through in his answer. What did you think of it?
I tend to agree. I think what he didn't say spoke volumes about maybe where this thing is heading. Now, we don't know how the separation will take place. We talked about some of the numbers earlier. You know, Mike LaFleur can talk about Kyler being very difficult to prepare for and in the division and all that kind of stuff, seeing him multiple times. I mentioned Kyler's record against Mike LaFleur was, 2-7 lifetime.
Yeah.
Mike LaFleur teams that he was a staff on, a member of the staff of the opposing team. I think it's bigger. I think it's actually bigger than Mike LaFleur. I'm not saying he couldn't have come in and say, we got to keep Kyler Murray. I mean, I know exactly what's wrong.
Right.
And this is a guy that we can turn into the ultimate weapon like he was supposed to be when you guys drafted him number one. Like, he could have said that. I just think, and we did touch on this yesterday a little bit, Burnsy. I think the relationship has come to an end. I think it was fractured the way it went down last season. I don't think Mike Bidwell and Monty Ossenfort, and at the time Jonathan Gannon, were happy with what they were getting out of Kyler Murray. And I think the way that went down, I don't think Kyler Murray's all that happy with the organization. And if Kyler Murray has internally decided that he no longer wants to play here, kind of tough to put that toothpaste back in the tube.
Yeah.
It's tough to get a guy with 2 feet out the door to get both feet back in the door and back on board, even with a coaching change.
Yeah, I agree. And again, he left the door ajar enough. But I think it's just is in real stark contrast to what we saw out of Jonathan Gannon 3 years ago and kind of how he, and I know it was a totally different set of circumstances, but on how he kind of handled the Kyler Murray question. And it's just very different now. I agree with you about this decision being bigger than Mike LaFleur, but he also needed to be on board with it too. You know what I mean? Like I know he used the word twice when he was on with us. Did you notice alignment? He used the word alignment, which, triggered me to, Suns flashbacks, which now doesn't trigger me at all. I think it's a great memory because
Brian Gregory's in his car going, it spreads.
Yeah, see, alignments everywhere. Yay, alignments. But it's true. I think if he comes in and says, no, guys, I don't want you to get rid of Kyler Murray. I think Kyler Murray's the guy. I think I want to coach Kyler Murray. I think I can win with Kyler Murray. And if that's not what they want to hear, I don't think he's the coach. Like, I think it's like, no, it's going to be, well, we're like, I want to hear a little validation from you about what we think about him. And if you don't think he should be our quarterback, then we're all in alignment. We're all going to move on. That was my impression.
I would have to think the Kyler Murray conversation was had during the interview process.
Oh.
I don't think Mike LaFleur did all his media obligations today and then went up and sat with Monty Ossenfort and said, all right, what are we going to do with Kyler Murray?
Let's talk about the elephant in the room. What are we going to do with Kyler Murray? Yeah,
I am quite confident that was discussed, during the interview process. He had a couple of interviews, was with the Cardinals on more than just one occasion, Zoom, in person, dinner, all that good stuff. I just think, again, this is a relationship that has come to a close. I would be, you never say never. I'd be shocked if Kyler Murray was the opening day quarterback for the Cardinals. I'd actually be shocked if he were on the Arizona Cardinals 6 weeks from now. We could give you the numbers. If he's on the roster on March 15th, he will be owed an additional $19.5 million for 2027.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just, if it's not him, then whom? That goes. It's a really simple, easy, one-sided conversation to say, yep, time to move on. He should want to move on. They should want to move on. And we can sit here and agree. But if not him, then who's it going to be? Is it going to be one of these free agents? Is it going to be one of these retread guys? Are you going to trade picks to San Francisco to get Mac Jones? And that's where things get a little dicey, because then you start getting into the big picture. Do you want somebody who's not very good? Do you want Jacoby Brissett? Are you trying to win 4 games next year so you can draft a guy, or do you want to be competitive? And then it just goes.
These are
on and on.
Excellent questions.
Into the rabbit hole, right? Like okay, if not him, who? And nobody.
I asked you yesterday.
Nobody knows the answer.
I asked you yesterday. Would you take another 3 or 4 win season if it ensured you got Dante Moore, Arch Manning, Julian Sayin, or C.J. Carr? Like one of those 4 guys who they could be the top 4 picks in the draft next year.
Yeah.
Quarterbacks, 1, 2, 3, 4.
And I answered in the affirmative. I would.
You would.
That's trade-off that I would make. It would be, I would wonder about Monty and his ability to survive that. But because then it gets into the complicated issue of now the new GM you'd hire didn't hire the coach. So now that gets kind of awkward. Like there's just.
I mean, I can't believe we're having this conversation. We're going to sit through another 3 or 4 win season so they can draft a quarterback who they still won't know can be good in this league.
So they still won't know if they're going to be available. I mean, you would have thought this year with the 3rd pick in the draft, they would have had a shot at a decent quarterback then, and they didn't.
What if you win 4 games and you have the 5th pick?
Right.
And those 4
guys are gone.
I
think, and I do remember talking to Gambo about this. I think if you, and I really mean this sincerely, if you finish in a position where you can't draft one of the top 4 guys, okay, you need to make the deal, make the trade, gut the inventory, and get up and go get one. You need to hope like hell that one of those teams that's ahead of you does not need a quarterback, and that you can make a deal with them, and you can make that big Carolina Panthers, Chicago Bears deal, as painful as it might have been, to go up and get your guy. I think no matter what happens next year, that's, even if you finish with the 5th best record, you've got to be ready to do that. That's what I think.
I agree, because I don't think this organization and this fan base should ever go through what they went through post-Warner, pre-Palmer. Okay? A little like Chief Brody and Jaws. I don't intend to go through that hell again. They wasted prime years of Larry Fitzgerald's career.
They sure did.
Now, there's not an analogy for Larry on this particular team, but the point stands.
Yeah.
You can't wander in the wilderness unable to identify a quarterback for that many years. And I was going to say, Brissett's a bridge to what?
Right.
A bridge to what?
A bridge to where? With all the deals done in the NBA, you would have thought the trade deadline was this afternoon and not Thursday afternoon. Does it motivate the Suns to make a deal, even though most in their fan base don't want them to? That's coming up next on Burns and Gambo.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com and get your service there. Get your car service at Liberty GMC because of all the great things that come with it when you go to Liberty GMC. Like you buy 3 tires, you get the 4th free always. Like you get an oil change, you get a free set of wiper blades. And maybe most importantly, take your car in, 20% off your service from Liberty GMC right now. You need to get your car service, you need to get it fixed up, you need to get some work done to it, you take it to Liberty GMC where you will get 20% off your service when you take it there. All sorts of reasons for you to go to Liberty GMC. Check it out yourself. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside, creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morris Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morris Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
Collins Comfort Masters here, your trusted Lennox dealer. Is your AC system over 10 years old? You could be wasting up to 40% on energy costs. Smart homeowners know now is the time to upgrade to a high-efficiency system and lock in our New Year's savings. With nearly 11,000 5-star Google reviews and over 40 years of trusted service, Collins Comfort Masters is your no-worry solution for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com today.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. New Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur was introduced today. LaFleur joined Bernsey and Tim Ring earlier, and they asked him if Kyler Murray could be the starting quarterback for the Cardinals in 2026, and this is what he had to say.
Again, I mean, I'm not going to answer that question today because we got to go have all those conversations. We've had some closed-door conversations about how we're going to make sure this roster is the best it can be moving forward, and those will continue.
The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight. The Suns are in Portland taking on the Trailblazers. Jalen Green is questionable for tonight. Tip-off for that one is at 9 o'clock right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And according to reports, the Arizona Diamondbacks have agreed to terms with veteran first baseman Carlos Santana. It's a one-year deal with $2 million, Arizona Sports' John Gambadoro adds. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE, refractive lens exchange, no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Register for K2 Vision RLE's free live webinar this Thursday at 1 p.m. K2VisionRLE.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Mike LaFleur's introduction was a small win for the Cardinals and their fans, writes Dan Bickley. First baseman Carlos Santana agrees to sign with the Diamondbacks, and Suns owner Matt Ishbia will suit up in the NBA All-Star Celebrity Game. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Okay, that's funny. Matt Ishbia is going to be in the celebrity basketball game at the All-Star game. That's funny. Go get him, Matty Ish.
He's still young enough to play.
Absolutely. You know, I can't wait to see how much game he's got left. See how much he competes with those guys out there.
I'm gonna say this in the most authentic Don bootlicking way.
Okay.
You played Division I basketball even as a walk-on. You can play.
Yeah.
And you can play probably still in your 40s, which he still is.
It's a great point. Yes, you can. You can play. You've got something.
I was still playing pickup in my 40s. I wasn't good enough to walk onto a Division I team.
What level did you play? Or did you play?
Just high school.
Don't
make me feel
It
bad.
didn't make you feel bad. I just thought maybe the college athlete gene thing ran in the family like it did with Connor.
I could have went Division III.
Oh, you would have.
I could have went Division III.
I could have been a contender.
I could have played
a bum, which is what I am.
I could have played at Elmhurst before Mike LaFleur.
Right,
played quarterback
you might have known
there.
the LaFleur family. You might have gotten in on that. The trade deadline, I think it's 3:00 in the afternoon on Thursday. I know it's on Thursday. I don't know exactly the time. I think we're on the air, and I think it's in the middle of our show on Thursday. So if I know anything about our guy Gambo, who obviously is still homesick today, I know that'll be a very hectic day for him, very frenetic. He'll be scrambling around. Now, he has said time and time again, Ringer, he just does not expect anything big from the Suns. Maybe some kind of Nick Richards, get under the tax threshold trade, save yourself a little money so you're not a repeat offender, et cetera, et cetera. But that they like this team. They like the way this team is built. And they don't really feel like they want to do anything to it. And I'm mostly on board with that. But, God, we have seen a tremendous amount of activity in the NBA today, some of which suggests that the Western Conference has gotten better and is maybe about to get a lot better here in the next 48 hours.
Well, if you look at the Timberwolves' moves as maybe a precursor to having the ability to make a deal for Giannis, then yeah. I mean, if Giannis and Ant-Man are paired up in Minnesota,
right,
I would say that changes the complexion of the West.
Totally.
in the final 30-plus games of the season.
And I think that's a team, like there are certain teams I think you just need to keep an eye on around the trade deadline. Minnesota is very much one of them because you're kind of in the same range as they are. The Lakers are kind of one of them because they're kind of in the same range. The Clippers are one because they could come up and catch you. The Warriors are one because they could come up and catch you potentially. Like if they get Giannis, I think that is a potentially Western Conference altering type event that might in the short term move the Warriors past the Phoenix Suns in the pecking order in the Western Conference.
I mean, Draymond Green and Kuminga and 4 first-round picks for Giannis. I mean, is that something the Bucks would be interested in? I got to get a guy. I need the picks, but I got to get a guy.
I don't disagree with you, and it seems like, and I don't, Gambo's the insider. I just play one on the radio. I gotta think. Everything I've read about this is that if the Bucks are motivated to do a deal now, right now, this deadline, 48 hours from right now, the Warriors might be their best option with what they're offering. But if they're willing to wait until the offseason, when the Knicks can juice the pot a little bit, when the Heat can juice the pot a little bit, then maybe that will be a better offer. But if they're hell-bent on doing it today, the Warriors are the best deal for Giannis. I agree with you. That just does not seem like that seems like a pittance for Giannis. If you're talking about Giannis and Kyle Kuzma for Brandon Podziemski, Draymond Green, Jonathan Kuminga, and 4 first-round picks.
Draymond Green's going to be out of the league in a couple of years.
I know.
I mean, if Kevin Durant can fetch back the talent of Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green and a top 10 pick,
yeah,
you better get more dudes for Giannis if you're going to send him packing.
Now that being said, there was a deal today. There were 3 deals today, and the one deal that went down has potential direct Giannis Antetokounmpo implications.
Okay.
And that is Minnesota making a deal with Chicago and Detroit. Jaden Ivey, Mike Conley, Kevin Huerter, Dario Saric, my guy, moving all over the place. And in the process, the Minnesota Timberwolves, are now under the first tax apron. They dropped their luxury tax bill from $24 million to $4 million.
Okay.
And those savings could be critical, as Bobby Marks writes, in their pursuit of Giannis Antetokounmpo. There's a report from earlier this morning that the 2 teams he wants to go to, Giannis, are Minnesota and the Miami Heat. So perhaps this deal is a precursor to Giannis going to Minnesota and teaming up with Ant-Man. Perhaps. I don't know.
Don't like that? No, sirree, Bob. Don't like that. Go to Miami, Giannis.
Yeah, go to the Knicks. Fine.
Yeah.
Knock yourself out.
Well, why would you want to live in Minneapolis than Miami?
I know, right? Like in the middle of the winter?
God.
Did you not see the weather they had all during that part of the country last weekend?
Get yourself a condo down there. You can go party at Live and South Beach. And
look at you knowing all the South Beach places to
better
party.
on the block.
Look at you. You know how to do it down. I've never been to South Beach, so you'd have to take me on a guided tour of the places to party down there. I don't know. There was another deal. It was a weird one. The Grizzlies traded Jaren Jackson Jr. to the Utah Jazz.
Yeah, how about this one?
In an 8-player deal.
Danny Ainge is done rebuilding?
I guess so.
Because he traded all his first-round picks.
They just got so big. I mean, they are so big now with Jaren Jackson. You're talking about adding him to Lauri Markkanen and Keontae George and Walker Kessler. And now Jaren Jackson Jr., I mean, it almost feels like Danny kind of said, okay, I'm going to cash in. And
I'm making my move.
I'm making my move. And one of the chips he cashed today was a 2031 first-round pick from the Phoenix Suns that the Memphis Grizzlies had in their possession. Or that the Jazz had in their possession. They moved that to Memphis. So the Suns were involved in this in just a little kind of teeny way. But
that's 3 first-round picks total.
Yeah,
Ainge sent to get Jaren Jackson.
It was 3.
Jr.
It was just one of them was the Suns, I believe, 2031 completely unprotected first-round pick.
Right. I didn't know. Just want to make that clear. Like, Ainge has been gutting and planning for something in the offing, and apparently the offing is here. And you got marketing now, and you got Jaren Jackson Jr. And real quick, back to the Suns. I agree with Gambo. I don't expect them to do anything quote unquote big.
Yeah.
But I would be slightly disappointed if they didn't do something. Even if you can somehow Nick Richards isn't playing. He's out of the rotation. Hayes Davis out of the rotation. And this might be pie in the sky. There may not be a guy that you can get for those 2 guys and whatever else you need to throw in. But just somebody with some size to help them on the defensive glass. Just a rotational guy. If you can move 2 non-rotational guys for a rotational guy, I don't care if he's the 8th man, but when some team's kicking your tail on the offensive glass, put him in there.
It's funny. There was a suggestion. It was part of a power ranking that you sent to me today, and we'll probably talk more about this a little bit later because it speaks to. But I think I can bring it up here for a minute. They gave the Suns a very nice power ranking. I think they were 9th overall
top 10.
in the NBA, top 10, playing well, obviously. And they took a look at every single team and like what their goals should be going into the trade deadline and what they should be considering. Of the Phoenix Suns, they wrote that one of the moves they might want to make is to trade Jordan Goodwin, and I think it was Nick Richards, in a deal to get who was it? It was Benedict Mathurin from the Indiana Pacers. It was Mathurin from the Indiana Pacers, which doesn't add a ton of size. He's a 6'5" shooting guard who gets to the line a lot. It's not the kind of player you're talking about, and certainly Jordan Goodwin. I was kind of confused by it because Jordan
Athletic
Goodwin
they called him a free throw merchant. Like they could use a guy like that. But I agree with you. I don't want to mess with the guys who are on the court winning games. And Jordan Goodwin's a big part of that puzzle. He's a big part of what they do.
Yep.
Before the season, Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal with their price tags were clearly guys that could be moved if you could improve the long-term state of the basketball team. Right now, the short term is pretty good. You're not moving Grayson Allen.
Yeah.
You're not moving Royce O'Neal unless there's an offer you can't refuse on the table. And I think Jordan Goodwin's a big part of what they do. But if you can move Nick Richards and some other pieces that aren't playing for somebody who could play,
yeah,
I'm on board.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show with Tim Ring filling in, I don't have to wonder if the grade has changed for the Arizona Diamondbacks, because somebody gave the D-backs a not-so-flattering grade when it came to their offseason, even though they did sign another player today. We'll give you the latest on that and what the grade was next on the Burns and Gambo show with Ringer filling in.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Sanders driving coast to coast, can't get the layup to go, but Gooden is there for the rebound. He steps in to the forecourt, beats Williams for the jam time. Mark Williams running the floor. Jordan Goodwin rewards the big man, and he paid him off.
Suns at the Blazers tonight. Pregame at 8, 9 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
In today's buyer's market, home sellers face more competition than ever. That's why it is crucial to understand all of your options before making a move. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty offers her guaranteed multiple cash offer program, where you receive up to 10 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you, or she'll buy it. Call Carol Royce today to review your offers. Call 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from Amco.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. Amco payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to Amco. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google Amco for your nearest location. That's Amco, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it. With a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hey, it's Luke. When are we going to see Devin Booker return from his ankle sprain? We'll talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Tim Ring, did you ever get a D+ in your life in anything? Do you remember?
No, I did not. But I got an F.
Okay.
I just bypassed the D+. I went straight in for
to the
F.
Yes.
Chemistry,
okay.
man.
Okay.
Chemistry.
Chemistry? You didn't understand the
didn't get it.
The bonding.
Now,
and
I should say it was in college. It probably would have helped had I gone to class and not played basketball all day.
Okay, probably. Yes. That's
fair.
That, having said that.
I couldn't recover. I couldn't quite look over to my neighbor to see what he was writing down. And I just took the F.
Wow. There were like a couple of classes, and this is going to sound awful. I promise there's a point to all of this in a second, where like I would go the first 3 weeks of the class, and I'd be able to figure from those first 3 weeks, I need to go to this class once a week and I'll be fine. Twice a week and I'll be fine. I'll get the bare minimum grade I need to get to make mom and dad happy, to not raise any suspicions. And I'm gonna put in it's awful. It's terrible. I look back on it, I want to kick that kid and like, come on, dude. Go to college, learn something. Expand your mind, blah, 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 all that stuff. But in the moment, you're just a 21-year-old kid and you're trying to party and have fun or play basketball or whatever. And I after the first month, I would say, yeah, I really only need to go to this class about once a week and know when the tests are. And that's fine. I'll get a C and everything will be okay. Reason I ask is Jim Bowden, former general manager of the Cincinnati Reds, who now writes baseball columns for The Athletic, gave the Arizona Diamondbacks a D+ in their offseason so far this year. Now, that was before
they signed Carlos Santana.
So I'm sure that's now a B- at least, he says sarcastically.
Probably a D.
Maybe it moves it up a little bit, but this has been a really, and I think this should be what we expected in looking back on it, a really quiet offseason for the Arizona Diamondbacks. The big signing of the closer didn't materialize. They re-signed Merrill Kelly. They got themselves another starter. They got themselves Nolan Arenado in a trade with St. Louis. But for the most part, they didn't do a whole lot to their roster this offseason. So I kind of get it a little bit.
Derek Hall granted an interview in August maybe of last year, maybe early September, maybe late July. Doesn't matter. At that point, definitely second half of the season. And he said this is what they were going to do.
Yeah.
I mean, he came right out and said it.
This was the plan.
There was transparency there.
Yep.
So there shouldn't be a shock when they, in fact, go out and do that. They had to get the payroll back under control. You salute them for swinging for the fences after the financial windfall the 2023 playoff run brought them. And Ken Kendrick went out there and he threw money around.
Yeah.
Jordan Montgomery, Corbin Burns. The list goes on and on and on. And it obviously didn't pay off in postseason success.
Yeah.
But they took their swing at it. And D. Hall kind of, in that interview last year, just said, look, we gotta dial this back. We will be cutting payroll for 2026.
Yeah, and he made comments recently at a charity golf tournament in which he suggested, hey, we're not done. We still, and obviously this was before Carlos Santana, so he could have very well been referring to that. But we're not done. We're not done making deals. We speculated, and it was only speculation, that maybe the money saved on signing Carlos Santana instead of Paul Goldschmidt can be applied towards Zach Gallen, which, would certainly, it would help things in their rotation. It would move Soroka down to the bullpen, et cetera, and it would do some things for you there. Or it could be that this is it, that they're, and what you have to hope for, Ringer, is that you have to hope you have a baseball team, because I think this is where the bar is. You have to hope you have a baseball team that is good enough to be a 500-ish baseball team when you start getting guys back. And then you just sort of see where things happen. If you're a 500 baseball team, unless 3 teams are running away with it.
You got a couple of aging guys there.
Yep.
I mean, Nolan Arenado, it's funny. When the news broke, social media, X, Twitter, was oh my gosh, the D-backs got, and I could tell there were people that maybe were just kind of casuals.
Yeah.
Like Nolan Arenado, this isn't
the same Nolan Arenado you remember
2018.
From 10 years ago. Yeah, different guy.
So you got a couple of waning, in Arenado's case, a waning superstar, and in Santana's case, you got a 40-year-old guy who's been pretty good, but is coming off a down year. So, I mean, you got question marks at the corners. Obviously, the starting rotation until Corbin Burns comes back is going to be, I mean, how highly regarded will it be? I mean, we'll see how they perform, obviously, when the real bullets start flying in April. But, yeah, you're right. I mean, I'm just kind of going through my head right now. There are a lot of questions. Jake McCarthy is gone.
Yep.
I mean, there's a lot of question marks. But, again, at the end of the day, and they'll never admit this, Torrey and Mike and Derek, like, are you trying to stay afloat and then make a run when you get some guys back, or are you kind of chalking up this season to let's slash some payroll, let's get this thing under control, and then maybe point to 2027 as our year where we really say, okay, let's go for it in terms of the postseason?
Yeah, because I do think that a team a year from now centered around Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, Geraldo Perdomo, Corbin Burns back and ready to go, Merrill Kelly is your number 2, Ryan Nelson is your number 3, has a chance to do some things. I just don't know if you can get there this year when nobody knows when Corbin Burns is going to come back. Nobody knows when Justin Martinez is going to come back, yes, or AJ Puck is going to come back. Nobody knows. I know what they hope. I know they think everybody's moving faster, but they don't know. They don't have any ideas. So it is. I can't remember a time. I mean, it's been a few years since they went into spring training with so many question marks, where you're not quite sure, and we'll see. It's not a division to have question marks in when you're competing with the LA Dodgers.
Also, it's just one spot, but if you're really pointing at 2027, I mean, now Merrill Kelly's going into the year 38.
Yeah, you do have to wonder.
His age 38, not 38 years in baseball.
Some point does age catch up with him? I mean, he's been so great up until this point. Ringer, at some point, it's not. As far as Carlos Santana goes, 40 years old, still very good defensively, really starting to tail off with the bat. He doesn't hit lefties the way Paul Goldschmidt hit lefties. He's going to make $2 million. I'm sure Paul Goldschmidt was asking for more playing time and or more money, and it was just too rich for the D-backs' blood, and this was their backup plan. I got to think most of their position stuff is done. Now we just wait and see if they sign Zach Gallen or if they're able to pull a rabbit out of their hat. I don't know.
Yeah, and figure out what to do with that bullpen again.
Yeah.
Again.
Torrey likes to build it backwards. I have no idea who. I mean, really, like, who's your ninth inning guy? I don't know. Is it Ginkel? Is it Thompson? Is it who knows? Because Torrey loves to have a closer, then an 8th inning guy and a 7th inning guy. I don't even know where he starts with that this year. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, 4 o'clock, halfway home on this Tuesday. Here comes Lauren with the reset. Next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at PatsRun.org.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've gotten a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped considerably since then, so now could be a great time to look at refinancing and putting some money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track interest rates daily, so they can help you act fast and save big. And it couldn't be easier. Just send an email to ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. They'll monitor the market for you and alert you when it's the right time to refinance. And don't fall for those mailers or robocalls with rates that sound too good to be true. Lund Mortgage shows you the whole picture, rates, total cost, and long-term savings so you can make a smart, informed financial decision. And if you're buying or refinancing right now, you may not have to make a mortgage payment for a few months. Generations of Arizonans have trusted the Lund Mortgage team just like me, and you can too. Just email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com, and you can start saving with the Lund Mortgage team.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane. Since 1929, Shane Company has helped millions of customers find their dream engagement ring. I still hand-select every ruby and sapphire center stone, choosing each one for its unique color and life. We're proud to offer the widest selection of beautiful colored gemstones for your engagement ring and fine jewelry, because a friend wants you to have nothing but the best. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers. The #1 wiper blades in America.
Winter is in full swing, and Aleve is here to keep you moving. When the cold weather sets in, everyday aches and pains can linger, but Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you going with long-lasting body pain relief to get you through whatever the season brings. Chilly days or cozy nights, Aleve gives you that long-lasting body pain relief you can count on this winter. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the 4 walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. New Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur was introduced today, and he had a lot to say. LaFleur joined Burnsy and Tim Ring earlier, and they asked if Kyler Murray could be the starting quarterback for the Cardinals in 2026, and this is what he had to say.
Again, I mean, I'm not going to answer that question today because we got to go have all those conversations. We've had some closed-door conversations about how we're going to make sure this roster is the best it can be moving forward, and those will continue.
The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight. The Suns are in Portland taking on the Trailblazers. Tip-off for that one is at 9 o'clock right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And according to reports, the Arizona Diamondbacks have agreed to terms with veteran first baseman Carlos Santana. It's a one-year deal worth $2 million, Arizona Sports' John Gambadoro adds. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm, trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, reset time. Halfway home on this Tuesday afternoon, and here is Lauren to get us caught up on everything going on in sports. It's a little ditty we like to call the 4 o'clock reset. Lauren, take it away. Tell us what's up.
All right, guys. Well, we're going to start
with the fact that the Arizona Cardinals have a head coach, and you got to speak to him today, Mike LaFleur, and here's a clip from your guys' interview earlier today. If you did not get to hear that at 3 p.m., you can listen to it now wherever you find your podcast, or keep listening because we'll replay it at 5. But here he is asked about evaluating the quarterback position.
Yeah, just like every other position on this roster, we're going to go up and have conversations to figure out how we're going to build the best roster for this next year's football team, period. Now, when you talk about Kyler just in general, I don't need to turn on the tape. I've been in this division for 7 years, 5 of them with him, because obviously I got to the Niners in 17. He was drafted in 19, so those first 2 years, not seeing him on the Arizona field. But after that, and he's a problem. He's been a good player in this league, and again, look forward to getting up there with Monty and having conversations about all these guys.
I mean, the predictable answer, the expected answer, certainly not the, not that we expected him to pound the table and say, I am absolutely committed to keeping Kyler Murray. I think I can win with him, and I don't want him going anywhere. We didn't expect that answer.
But he could have said that.
He could have. And that was what
And that's why the questions need to be asked.
Absolutely. And that's not that we were testing him necessarily, but that was I wanted to know how he was going to answer that question. And the way he did,
non-committal,
suggested to me very much. Non-committal. I'm sure, as you said earlier, they've had conversations about Kyler Murray well before this part in the process. It's not like they're going to address the elephant in the room now that he's got the gig. I'm sure they talked about this a week ago.
No, I'm sure Mike LaFleur, Monty talked about it today. Like, they talked about his coaching tree, if you will, the tree he came from, I really should put it that way. But also Mike LaFleur came in with a plan. Being an offensive guy and a head coach, you better believe part of the plan was what we're going to do with the quarterback situation.
No doubt.
Kyler Murray was discussed prior to today.
No doubt.
And one of the Arizona Cardinals players who was present at the press conference and spoke to the media afterwards was Michael Wilson. And they asked him about the excitement about this potential offense now with LaFleur at the helm.
Yeah, absolutely. Just kind of what I touched on. I think from my standpoint, like looking at me, Marv, and Trey, like I'm excited to, get with an offensive guy who hopefully can, maximize all of our skill sets. And I'm just excited to get to work.
I would imagine a lot of the guys are excited offensively. They still need to figure out their offensive line and how they're going to protect whoever is their quarterback. I think at the skill position players, well, maybe not running back, they're fine. They're fine. Wide receiver, I think they're fine at. Tight end, as long as they get Tip Ryman back, I think they're fine. Running back, they're a little short, but man, their offensive line could use some work, Timmy.
I'm sure those receivers and Trey McBride are thrilled to death that a play caller is coming from the Shanahan-McVay tree.
Yep.
And that's exactly what they're getting. Now, the difference is they don't have Matthew Stafford throwing them the football. So once they get that figured out, I'm sure those guys are thrilled to have a guy like Mike LaFleur running his offense here now in Arizona.
Big time.
And around the NFL, Falcons president Matt Ryan would not commit during a presser today to Michael Penix being their starter once he was healthy. He tore his ACL and he would not commit that he would get the starting role once he's back.
I've long thought that could be a destination for Kyler Murray. Long thought that could be a place where he goes. But I don't know a thing. Just a indoor, southern climate, warm. You don't have to worry too much about the weather being troublesome.
I like it. I like it a lot.
There's expectations for that team. They kind of want to win and want to get there. I've long thought Atlanta could be a place that Kyler goes. You like that?
I do. I just don't see Kyler Murray being Tom Brady's cup of tea in terms of him going to the Raiders. There may be some talk that the Jets have no interest in Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
So when you look at the landscape, now is he Matt Ryan's cup of tea at quarterback? I don't know that either.
I don't know either. That's interesting, though.
Mm-hmm. And another coordinator name is off the board today because the Giants have hired Matt Nagy to be their OC.
How do the Chicago Bear fans on the Burns and Gambo show feel about that? Ringer and Lauren?
Nagy stinks.
I second that. Yeah, happy that
Do you guys ever get together and talk Bears?
He's probably. We talk more Illinois basketball than we do.
We talk Illinois basketball.
I didn't even get to bring up that they beat Nebraska in Lincoln over the weekend, but I'll slide that in now. They're ranked 5th now.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Lauren, do you remember Andy Kaufman from the Illini?
Yes, I do.
Okay, because I'm going to his hometown tomorrow. and he's from Jacksonville, Illinois. And I asked Burns, I said,
The first Jacksonville everybody thinks of.
Yeah, of course,
yeah.
right? Yes. And I said, Burns, is where Andy Cloud. He's like, nah, I don't quite remember that one. I said, well, Lauren will.
Yes.
So thanks for not letting me down.
It's not the first Jacksonville everybody thinks of. It's not the first Andy Kaufman everybody thinks about.
That is also true.
I think about...
You're not in Illinois basketball.
Yeah,
Thank you very
Latka
much.
from
Thank you very
Taxi
much.
and The Man in the Moon and Jim Carrey's... Yeah, so that's what I think of. But yeah,
Yeah,
here
all
or
of
there.
that is
All of
fair.
that, yeah.
All that's fair. All right, and Justin Jefferson spoke to USA Today Sports yesterday and said the Vikings would have been better if they had Sam Darnold at the helm.
Uh-oh.
I mean, everyone knows the difficulty of the quarterback position this year, of how we was dealt it. But of course, having a quarterback that's already had the season under his belt with us, knew the plays, knew the playbook, knew the players, of course, throwing to me, Jordan Addison, TJ Hawkinson, all of these guys. I definitely felt like we would have done better. But, it is what it is. It's on to new and better things. But I'm definitely happy and proud for him that he was able to reach it this year.
Easy to say after the GM's been fired.
A little bit, yeah. I mean,
Right?
it is kind of piling on after the GM gets let go. But yeah,
Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah,
You know
yeah.
what?
I wonder how
He's right.
How J.J. Jackson feels about that, right? Like being the last quarterback standing there and like, oh, really? Thanks a lot, Justin Jefferson. Appreciate that. So, yeah, a little bit of complications for Minnesota. I like it.
Yeah, especially
You would
because...
love it being a Bears fan, right? You love the Vikings going through hard times.
Yeah, I'm eating it up.
Yeah.
I'm eating it up with a spoon. Love that. All right, and...
J.J. McCarthy, by the way. You hit me with a J.J. Jackson. I'm like, is he one of the Jackson 5?
I am having...
One of Michael's brothers? Tito?
I am having...
Tito, J.J., Jackie?
Marlon.
Day. Did I say J? Oh, I did.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tim. I appreciate it.
He's one of the JJs.
We all misspeak. I called Monty Austin for Monty Williams about 6 times a few years ago.
Yeah, we were when we sat down to do our interview with Mike LaFleur. The whole time we were like, "Don't call him Matt. Don't call him Matt. Don't call him Matt. Don't call him Matt. Don't call him Matt." I had it written down on 2 pieces of paper. Mike, all caps. Mike LaFleur. Don't call him Matt.
Matt is a different man.
Totally. Yes.
And for the Super Bowl, Jack Collinsworth, Tony Dungy, and Rodney Harrison will make their Super Bowl picks live from Alcatraz.
Oh, okay. We're getting gimmicky now with the Super Bowl. Yeah, it's okay. That's fine. I have not given the Super Bowl 2 thoughts. So
yeah, you
far
guys
this
got to
week.
get into it tomorrow a little bit.
I would imagine
between the
we
LaFleur
will.
stuff and the Suns, and local radio, but yeah.
Just haven't talked about it a bit. We need to get into it a little bit more. But okay, Alcatraz. All right, that's.
Do you think
fine.
those guys survived that escape from Alcatraz? You think they made it?
Do you think Tony Dungy walks out and says, "Welcome to the Rock"? You think he does that?
Welcome to the Rock.
Welcome to the Rock.
No, I don't see. No, I
Still
don't
one
see
of my.
that happening.
Still one of my all-time. Not a great movie, but God, it's so good. It's not one of those bad good movies. It's good, but it's pretty cheesy. I love The Rock.
And you haven't
love
even been.
The Rock. I know. I need to go.
You been Ringer?
To Alcatraz?
Yeah.
I've been to the shore in San Francisco to look at it. I have not been out
on the tour.
Guys, you gotta go do the tour.
All right.
Worth it.
All right.
All right. Over to the NBA. The Suns, they're back in action tonight against the Trailblazers. Game start for that one is at 9 p.m. Drink
Wow.
your cups of coffee now.
I don't know if I'm gonna make it, but I'm gonna try.
Okay.
I did
like
last
that.
time, but I'm gonna try. I didn't the last time for 9 o'clock start. I made it all the way. I don't know if I'm getting there, but I'm gonna try.
All right, we like the enthusiasm there, Burnsy. No Devin Booker for this one. Jalen Green remains questionable. Keep refreshing that injury report there. And Jordan Ott today was named Western Conference Coach of the Month.
Okay, Scoot Henderson has been ruled out. Denny Avdia has been ruled out. So the Blazers, who have lost 5 straight games, a little shorthanded too, like the Phoenix Suns. Expect 28 Dylan Brooks shot attempts tonight.
Is that the over-under
I'm
you're setting?
I'm calling my shot. 27.5 is the over-under on Dylan Brooks shot attempts tonight.
Dylan Brooks has had 5 consecutive games of 20 points or more. Only the second time he's done that in his career. We were talking about that yesterday. Like the debate, Dylan Brooks has always been a good scorer. No. He's scoring this year better than he's ever done.
Absolutely.
And scoring-wise in the National Basketball Association.
And in baseball news, the Diamondbacks and free agent first baseman Carlos Santana are in agreement on a 1-year, approximately $2 million deal.
Yeah, he 40 years old, still very good with the glove. The idea was a right-handed hitter at first base to kind of complement Pavin Smith, which is all fine and well, but his numbers against left-handed pitching aren't great and certainly not as good as Paul Goldschmidt's, but I would imagine he comes at a significant discount compared to Paul Goldschmidt, and that probably effectively ends the dream of Paul Goldschmidt coming back.
I hate to say it, he comes at a significant discount for any starting first baseman.
Yes.
And then in the major leagues.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pittance what he's at 40, that's what you're going to get. But he's a great leader, great clubhouse guy. Gambo has suggested he might be able to counsel Ketel Marte a little bit, given what's gone on with Ketel Marte the last couple of years. So maybe that's part of it too, given that he's from the Dominican. I don't know. We'll see. It's a budget move for sure.
And with that, that's 4 o'clock reset.
The Marte Whisperer. Carlos Santana.
Somebody called him that, or did you call him that?
No, I just made it up.
The Marte. Hey, Ketel, you don't need to take today off. Go ahead. It's fine. Play. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, maybe that's exactly what it sounds like. What happened after the final interview and the day that Mike LaFleur was hired? Because that gap was kind of awkward. Was it awkward for him? That's next on Burns and Gambo with Ringer filling in.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Sanders driving coast to coast. Can't get the layup to go, but Gooden is there for the rebound. He steps in to the forecourt. Feeds Williams for the jam time. Mark Williams running the floor. Jordan Goodwin rewards the big man, and he paid him off.
Suns at the Blazers tonight. Pregame at 8. 9 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they've got something special for you. You can right now get a $50 plumbing inspection, a $50 AC inspection, and a $50 electrical inspection. Yes, Christian Brothers is making $50 go a lot further these days. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection, which includes a water heater flush. That's right, they'll flush out your water heater to help preserve the tank, get rid of all the hard water sediments. They'll do a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues. They'll do a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs, and you'll get a peace of mind report with expert repair or upgrade recommendations. Their AC inspection's incredible, too. Get a complete system performance test, safety and efficiency review for compressor, coils, and wiring, and tune-up recommendations to extend the system life and lower your bills. So just call 602-222-3535 to schedule. That's 602-222-3535.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear from Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, what makes Waltz the best choice for all of our listeners?
Well, Beck, we're local, and we will beat any price. But I would say that it's really our knowledge and expertise that sets us apart. We offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. Or come see us and get what you want when you want it.
Take your fandom to the next level by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner or online at waltz.com.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Flo here to say drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds.
Nice. With my new savings, I'll get some hiking gear. It'll be great for my outdoor era.
I don't know if it counts as an era if you just buy stuff.
I got a cute hiking backpack. It's an outdoor era.
Well, you only bought one thing. I don't think it's an era.
Well, I think we're in a agree to disagree era.
Yeah, sure, you're probably right. Anyway, with the money you could save by switching to Progressive, you can afford to switch to other things in life. It's
my savings era.
Also, everything you do is not an era.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK frees you from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Find out about these procedures from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 of them. Join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 1. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
This is a league about wins and losses. We just felt like we were going in the wrong direction and we needed to change course.
The Arizona Cardinals head coaching search is officially over. Yes, that's right. Mike LaFleur, Rams offensive coordinator, is heading to the Cardinals on a 5-year deal.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
All right, shout out the audience in Mesa for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. This is, unfortunately for us, Tim Ring's last day filling in for Gambo at least this week. Tim is going to be leaving on a recruiting trip for Illinois and Iowa, taking his state championship winning son on a little recruiting trip to Illinois and Iowa to see on some to go check not on a girl but on some D3 schools out there, right? Good for you.
You know what? You had a son that played D3 sports in Iowa. Maybe I'm going to follow in the Burnsy family footsteps. So we'll see. We're excited about it. Thanks for bringing it up.
Wonderful experience, and I'm not saying it's going to be wonderful for everybody, but I have a feeling that if he goes through with it, Connor will really enjoy it if he goes through with it. So
I wish the recruiting trip was in, June or July.
Sure. Yeah. Pella, Iowa in the middle of February. The
Galesburg,
first week of February.
Illinois.
Probably not super tropical, but whatever. So today we had on Mike LaFleur, the new head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. And we asked him when he was on with us, we did a one-on-one interview with him, his mindset after he got done with the interviews with the Cardinals, and then that awkward, for some, wait between his interviews being done and the Cardinals being insistent on talking to Clint Kubiak. What did he do, and what was his mindset during all that? Here's what he said.
I was at Lupin Hill Elementary at 2:30 picking up my kids every day as I was waiting, because you don't get to do that during the season. Fridays you do, and that won't change here, where you get the staff out after a Friday in season where they can go pick up their kids. But, in all seriousness, it's I loved the process that these guys went through, Michael and Monty and everyone else. They set it out. They told me exactly what it was going to be before I even interviewed. They had a thorough and thoughtful process and a detailed process that they wanted to go about. They were going to take it to the day that they said and really no further. And everything aligned exactly like they told me, So it's just like you keep checking the boxes with the way that they did things, and particularly with Monty. It was awesome. During that time, you're sitting there, you're waiting, but again, you're starting to build some things in your head, on your phone, on your notes, all those kind of things to make sure if you do get that call, it's, hey, I'm all right, I'm ready, and I've been preparing for that for the last week.
He had to know that there was a really good chance he was going to get the Cardinals job, right? He knows the scuttlebutt, he knows the rumor mill, he's got friends in the industry. I'm sure he knew that the Cardinals' chances of landing Clint Kubiak after I don't want to describe it as a Hail Mary interview on Saturday, but it kind of felt like a bit of a long shot. I bet he knew exactly where his chances were and what was going to happen.
Also, if you listen to what he's saying closely, honesty and transparency go a long way. And the Cardinals were up front with Mike LaFleur from the get-go that we have a process. We have these interviews on the schedule. We're going to go through our process and do a thorough audit of all these candidates, interview everybody we want to interview, and then we're going to make our decision. I mean, that happens all the time, right? But I think there was a lot of consternation amongst Cardinal fans and some in the media that the Cardinals were going to quote-unquote blow it, right?
Right.
They're chasing Clint Kubiak. They're never going to get him, and it's going to piss off Mike LaFleur.
They're going to burn bridges.
He's going to burn bridges,
I heard
and
that
then
phrase.
LaFleur's going to be like, if you don't want me now, you know, and he's going to change his mind, or they're going to blow this, and they're going to have to hire Ron Rivera. And you know who wasn't bothered about the Cardinals pursuing Clint Kubiak, at least to talk to him?
That guy.
Mike LaFleur wasn't.
LaFleur.
Right? Now, and Mike LaFleur was in no position to say, I'll tell you what, right now, you guys go waiting on Clint Kubiak. You can just take me off the list. He wouldn't do that. And maybe if there was another team pursuing Mike LaFleur a week ago, the Cardinals would have acted quickly and secured Mike LaFleur right away and told Clint Kubiak, good luck to you in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. It doesn't, trust me, when I know, and you know, because you host the postgame show every week, every Sunday here on Arizona Sports, it does not take a lot to trigger Cardinal fans. And this time a week ago, it didn't take a lot to trigger them about exactly what you talked about, burned bridges, and you're going to piss him off, and he's not going to come back. And I don't know, I truly, and I could say this now without the benefit of hindsight, I was never really worried about it. I thought that there was going to be some real world common sense that was going to enter the equation here. And in the real world, you interview for a job, you might think you nailed it. Sometimes you got to wait a few days to know for sure that you nailed it, whether you're going to get the gig. That's just life. And it's kind of nice to know that that's life in the NFL too. You know, like it's how it works there too for some of these teams.
Having said all that.
Okay, here we go. Here comes the other shoe now.
Well, this is just the other side of it. And this is not about, they almost blew it with Mike LaFleur, because Mike was clearly okay and on board with what the Cardinals were doing. I still can't quite grasp, like, why they did what they did. Like, you liked Mike LaFleur. You knew Clint Kubiak was probably heading to Las Vegas.
Yeah.
I mean, their GM worked at the Broncos with his father, Gary Kubiak. Tom Brady's there conducting the interviews. Like, if you're the Cardinals, why not, even for optics, like, hey, we got our guy. This is our guy. Sign on the dotted line. Don't leave the building. You're our new coach. Because, we're not going to get Clint Kubiak, and he let him do what he wants to do. I mean, I can see some of that.
I can too.
Not from the standpoint of, we might lose Mike LaFleur. Boy, you guys rolled the dice. You got lucky, because clearly that wasn't the case. But I do wonder why even bother? Like, why did they even do that? I mean, were they hoping that they could sway Clint Kubiak to take the job?
The only answer I heard today that maybe answered that question for you and for me, and I don't think we've talked about this yet, was what Michael Bidwell said during his opening statements about how they learned a lot from the coaching search. Now, take this for what it's worth. Maybe you buy it. Maybe you think it's bull. But this is what Michael said about it.
A lot of work went into this. We told you a few weeks ago it was going to be a thorough search, partly and lengthy, partly because of the NFL rules, but partly because we wanted to be very thorough. And so we spent a lot of time not only looking at candidates. We thank each one of the candidates that participated in our process. We learned a lot from each one of them, and it gives us a chance to sort of have a free look into each one of the organizations and how they do things. And so we benefited from each one of those interviews as well, and are bringing those things back to the Cardinals to help us improve for 2026 and beyond.
Up to you to buy it or not. Completely up to you if you're out there listening to say,
he's playing chess.
Yeah, that makes
espionage.
Is Michael Bidwell having a conversation with Clint Kubiak, knowing full well Clint's not taking the job, but he wants to get even the slightest bit of intel and insight into how the Seattle Seahawks run their operation? I don't know. I'm trying to find positive in this, because I'm like with you. If you thought Mike LaFleur was the guy and you knew you were going to get him, hire him on the spot. Don't do the charade. Don't do the thing. Don't let yourself be used for leverage unless you really valued that conversation with a chief member of your division rival staff. Maybe that's the explanation. I don't know. Do you buy that? Is there any possibility that could be the case, or does that sound like a bunch of hooey?
In theory, I mean, was Michael trying to, excuse the fact that they waited for a week? Like, hey, this is why we wanted to talk to Clint. We wanted to find out how they scored 2 defensive touchdowns against us in 4 seconds in that game in Seattle.
Maybe. And again, it might just be all No, they actually thought they had a chance at Clint Kubiak, and they're just looking for a way to justify it. I don't know. It all worked out.
Or just maybe listen. We promised him an interview, and he's willing to take it. We're gonna honor that.
Yep.
I don't know.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on this Tuesday afternoon, do we feel any differently about the Suns drafting Kaman Malawach now, especially with the trade deadline coming up in less than 48 hours? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Cardinals' search for a new head coach has ended.
Breaking news from the NFL. The Arizona Cardinals have announced the hiring of Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as their next head coach. LaFleur is the younger brother of Packers head coach Matt LaFleur.
6 in-person interviews this hiring cycle for the Cardinals before they landed on LaFleur.
Stick around for more about the Cardinal decision on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'll be straight with you. I don't usually talk supplements. I'm skeptical by default. Most of them sell shortcuts, and shortcuts don't work. That's why I take M-Drive. I've been taking it for years. Not because it's flashy, because it makes sense. It's about routine, showing up every day, respecting what your body can still do even as it changes. Look, if you're still working, still competing and grinding, you probably noticed it. Energy dips, weight sticks around longer, burning it off gets harder. That's not laziness, that's biology. M-Drive Boost and Burn was built for that stage of life. It supports steady energy, a healthy metabolism, and fat burning. So the work you put in actually counts. No hype. M-Drive's been around nearly 20 years. High quality, clinically tested ingredients made right here in America. It fits my routine. Simple, consistent. You can find M-Drive Boost and Burn at Sprouts, Amazon, or at mdriveformen.com. Taking care of your health matters. Don't put it off. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, I'm here today with Dr. Justin Field of Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. When I had low back pain, I went to the experts at DISC. There are people who have low back pain and herniated disc. Doc, what is the treatment for a herniated disc?
When patients fail conservative treatment, they come to me with a herniated disc in their low back, and they've got pain down their leg, maybe weakness and numbness with that as well. When it comes to surgery, we do something called a microdiscectomy, which is done through a less than 1-inch incision, done under a microscope, under general anesthesia, and we're able to remove a little bit of bone to be able to gain access to that herniated disc. We remove it, and people wake up and they feel so much better. Not only is their back pain improved, but that the leg pain, the weakness, numbness associated with it is gone.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
With Sun Devil women's basketball, it's not just a game, it's a show. The speed, the swagger, the no-look passes that make the crowd gasp, the intensity that feels like it could light up the court by itself. Every night, this team brings fire, fast breaks, big moments, and defensive energy you can feel from the top row to the hardwood. If you want basketball with heart, hype, and pure showmanship, you want Sun Devil women's basketball. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. New Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur was introduced today, and he had a lot to say. LaFleur joined Bernsey and Tim Ring earlier, and they asked if Kyler Murray could be the starting quarterback for the Cardinals in 2026, and this is what he had to say.
Again, I mean, I'm not going to answer that question today because we got to go have all those conversations. We've had some closed-door conversations about how we're going to make sure this roster is the best it can be moving forward, and those will continue.
The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight. The Suns are in Portland taking on the Trailblazers. Tip-off for that one is at 9 o'clock right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And according to reports, the Arizona Diamondbacks have agreed to terms with veteran first baseman Carlos Santana. It's a one-year deal worth $2 million, Arizona Sports' John Gambadoro adds. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm, trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Suns at the Blazers tonight. Pregame at 8, 9 o'clock tip. Chug a Red Bull so you can stay awake and listen to the Suns at Portland tonight on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
A flurry of trades today, and it's not even the NBA deadline today. I had all sorts of things coming down today. The Bulls and the Celtics made a trade for Nikola Vucevic.
Vucevic gone.
The Grizzlies and the Utah Jazz made a huge deal.
JJJ,
Jaren Jackson Jr. going to Utah to make that team crazy big. Seemingly Danny Ainge kind of having all these ships and cashing some of them in. I think in a roundabout way, potentially the big one is the one that went down between the Pistons, the Bulls, and the Timberwolves, which involved Kevin Huerter, Dario Saric, Mike Conley, Jaden Ivey, et cetera, if only because it seems like on the surface that freed up some money and some cap space and some tax room for them to be able to go out and make a play for Giannis Antetokounmpo, which is maybe where he wants to go in his destination. So perhaps
one of his preferred destinations.
I mean, the Giannis going to Minnesota would be a nightmare for every team in the West. Every team in the West.
That two-man punch with Edwards and Giannis, that changes the entire complexion of the West. I mean, does it put them in the class of Oklahoma City? I don't know.
It depends on who else they keep and who has to go. You know, like is Jaden McDaniels part of that deal? I would assume that he might be. I'm trying to think of other guys on that roster who might be a part of that deal. Is how much do they have to weaken themselves to make that trade? But that 1-2 punch, I mean, I know the Suns.
You can put 3 G Leaguers out there, and they might be the third best team in the West.
Once upon a time, the Suns thought the same thing with Devin Booker and Kevin Durant, and they were wrong about that. Very, very wrong. So those are the 3 trades that came down today. And then as far as the Suns goes, we are all, through Gambo's reporting, we're all expecting nothing big from the Suns at the deadline, which is 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Thursday. We're not expecting them to do a lot. If anything, it's a Nick Richards trade to get out of the tax line so they're not a repeater, et cetera, et cetera. But you said something yesterday, and I'm like, you know what? Let's bank that, and let's talk about that tomorrow a little bit. This requires picture-perfect 2020 hindsight in terms of looking back on how things turned out.
Right.
But if you knew then what you know now about Kaman Malawach, would you have drafted him? Would you?
Well, you know, let me rephrase that question.
Right way. Yeah?
If you knew now about how good this team was,
there you go.
Immediately in year 1 of the Gregory Ott regime, would you have taken Kaman Malawach at 10? There's no question this young man's a project. I mean, we've seen that. I mean, he doesn't get any run. He doesn't get any burn, as they would say.
Yes.
He's not ready to play. This is not an indictment of will he be a good player down the road. That we don't know. But we know he's not good enough to play right now. But I think when they made that pick, they were looking down the road. Like, okay, let's build something here. This kid has got some special skills, only 18 years of age. You know, the timeline might play out right where he's ready to be a force in this league as we have the pieces in place to really start to contend for a higher seed and ultimately a championship. But here the Suns are right now, and the in the spot where they can contend for a high seed right now this year.
Right.
And the question is, if you knew that going in, and again, this is not criticism. This is, as you say, hindsight, baby.
Total.
But worth the sports radio conversation here on a Tuesday.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, would you have taken a guy more ready-made to play at 10 to help this team if they had the opportunity to do it again? Like a Derek Queen or a Cedric Coward who went right after them, who's putting up numbers. But Queen, to me, is the guy, right? Like he's putting up big-time numbers.
In terms of fitting a need and kind of fitting a spot and what you need and what you're lacking and what you're short on.
And also there's another component, Bernsey. They were unsure. Like they liked Mark Williams enough to make the deal, obviously. But here's a guy who barely has played half a season in his entire career, each and every time he's been out there. And so there were question marks about his durability and his health. And now what you see what Mark Williams can do, and if he gets bigger and stronger, there's your center of the future.
Yeah. See, I think that right there is the X factor in all of this. Now, Mark Williams has had his flaws. He's also very young. He's also played in more games this year than he ever has in his entire career. So he's still learning. He's still growing. He's still all of that stuff. He has been, for the most part, so much better than they thought that I think if they had known that, in addition to how much better they'd be than anybody thought, that maybe they would have said, hey, we're good at center. We don't need to draft our center of the future. We have. And it's the reason why, honestly, and you remember from the NBA draft, there was sort of this awkward moment of, well, wait a minute. Why did they just give up 2 first-round picks for Mark Williams when 15 minutes ago they made the deal for Kaman Malawach? I mean, like, they're going to have to pay Mark Williams at some point. They just gave up assets for Mark Williams. What are we, what's the plan here? Are you going to pay Mark and develop Malawach at the same time? Is one an insurance policy for the other? Because it's an awful lot to devote to the position for 2 guys that, in theory, should kind of cancel each other out a little bit.
And we're getting real down the road.
Yes.
But by the time, if Malawach becomes a player in this league, from what I've seen, and again, this is a guy who had 1 bucket in the Final Four against Duke, so it's not like this is a huge surprise that he's not exactly ready yet. By the time he is ready, Devin Booker might be winding down. I mean, so the time is now, right, to go after this. And now the Suns probably didn't know they were going to be this good.
Yeah.
When they made the pick. But there is a real-time component to why we're having this conversation.
The suggestion on the Athletic website
there you go.
was let's see, it was Kaman Malawach and Jordan Goodwin for Benedict Mathurin. And it was one of those, here's your power ranking. The Suns were 9th. They're on the bubble. They're ranked in a good spot. Their offensive rating is this. Their defensive rating is that. And they suggested,
this is their suggestion.
That maybe this is not reporting. They're
yes.
just suggesting that maybe the face that you'd want to Photoshop onto the Phoenix Suns roster is Benedict Mathurin. And they wrote, the Suns had an impressive week of wins, blowing out the Pistons and the Cavaliers without All-Star Devin Booker. Keep in mind, this is a Suns team that won 1 game all of last season without Booker in the lineup, and Jalen Green has only played 5 games this season. I do wonder if they could use a free throw merchant like Mathurin for the bench in the playoffs, especially if it would only cost them Jordan Goodwin and seldom used center Kaman Malawach.
And there you go.
Green and Booker returns to health. They're going to squeeze the small guard minutes. Mark Williams has played well enough to be considered the team's center of the future. And I guess that's the question I have. Has Mark Williams played well enough to be considered the team's center of the future? Like, are we ready to bestow that on him?
Oh, I think
so.
Right
now, you think so?
I think so.
You think he's there?
I've seen enough through 50 games that I'm comfortable with that. I don't have a crystal ball. What I'd like to see is that athleticism and scoring ability and rim running and defensive presence to be aided by maybe about 15 to 20 pounds of muscle. I think he's a little on the thin side.
I would agree.
Okay. Put it this way. Klingon, he's playing tonight, 7'2", 280. Mark Williams, 7 foot, 240. Like there's I think there's room there for him to bulk up and be a more physical presence for the position. He's still a kid.
Yeah.
He's still a kid. Had he stayed in school, this would be like his rookie or his second year in college. But what's interesting to me is we were debating whether or not, if they had a redo, would they take a more ready player? But we're 50 games in, and already a national writer who covers the league is suggesting that for them to get better right now, because this team is a top 10 team in the NBA, trade the guy who's not playing and get somebody who can help you now.
That's the number one takeaway, I think, is that they're already starting to filter their way into that conversation. Like, hey, is this team so good? They've got to do something like this as Like they owe it to themselves to pursue a deal like this. It's interesting to think of it like that. When we come back, how's Mike LaFleur going to finish out that coaching staff for the Arizona Cardinals? Because he's got decisions to make. You'll hear from him next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
At the end of it all, the Cardinals end up with Mike LaFleur, who I think most Cardinal fans are okay with. You had a choice if you're the Arizona Cardinals. You could have gone and tried to hire a retread of Vance Joseph or Ron Rivera, somebody who's done the job, somebody who's had experience, or you could roll the dice on a first-time head coach who is currently a coordinator. In this particular case, I'm cool with the latter because, A, I wasn't really a fan of the retreads that were available to them, and B, if you're going to take a shot, roll the dice and see if you can find a Jordan Knott. Roll the dice, see if you can find a Liam Cohen.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The big game this Sunday is here, and the only thing better than the action is the food. No football weekend is complete without Daisy French onion dip. You got your chips, you got your veggies, you got your wings. Great. But where is the Daisy French onion and the Daisy Ranch dip? Just as good as homemade, with real herbs, real spices, and the ingredients you would find in your own kitchen. Give it a try for your next tailgate or for the big party this weekend. Trust me, it goes great with any game. Look for Daisy French onion dip at a grocery store near you.
Is your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we believe buying a diamond should feel exciting, not overwhelming or overpriced. I'm Diamond Dave, a fourth-generation jeweler, and I've dedicated my career to helping people celebrate life's biggest moments the right way. I hand-select every diamond that comes through our office, making sure it has the right balance of cut, color, clarity, and carat weight to really sparkle. We specialize in custom jewelry from engagement rings to earrings and bracelets designed to reflect your style and your story. And because we keep our operation lean and personal, there's no high-pressure sales and no retail markup. For me, it's not just a transaction. It's about trust. That's why our clients return again and again. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, my promise is simple. Honest guidance, exceptional value, and a stress-free experience from start to finish.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, here's Lauren. She has an update on our poll question of the day. Lauren, take it away.
All right, guys. Well, we're asking about the Arizona Cardinals.
Okay.
Because Mike LaFleur had his introductory presser earlier today. It's also, if you stay tuned till the next segment, we will be replaying that exclusive interview that you guys had with him earlier today. And because of that, we're asking what is more important for Mike LaFleur to figure out in his first few days as the Arizona Cardinals head coach? Is it his coaching staff or if he can rebuild Kyler Murray?
Coaching staff.
I don't think there's any doubt. I mean, I'm not even. In terms of Kyler Murray, I mean, I'm sure those conversations happened before today. They'll continue to happen. Or maybe the decision's already been made. So, yeah, the priority for Mike right now is to get the best staff he can in here.
Yeah, it is. I don't think it meant anything that Kyler wasn't there. I didn't see that Kyler was there. There were 12 players that were. I didn't see Kyler Murray among them listed on the manifest there. But
also, really listening to Mike today, I got the feeling that he and Kyler texted and didn't actually speak.
I drew exactly the same conclusion, that it was which is fine. I understand, but it seems like, and we're reading into it heavily here, but it does seem like that's, if you want him back and you're really committed to him being back, that's more of a phone call than a text. But
maybe they will still talk.
Yeah. Mike LaFleur today, when he was on our show, talked about the process of building a coaching staff.
Yeah, I mean, it's all encompassing. I mean, there's a process that has to happen. There's a process just based on the rules of this league, So there's always guys in mind. You're always thinking it, Even this last offseason, I mean, you start, hey, this guy's there, that guy's there. He might be a QC, time for a promotion if you ever get that gig. So we'll go through the process of making sure that we pick the right guys. Again, there's going to be urgency to it, but it's also going to be a thoughtful process to make sure that, again, we get these guys that are the best coaches for these players.
The rumor that's circulating around right now came from Albert Breer, and Albert Breer suggested that Gus Bradley, the former Seahawks defensive coordinator, turned down more money and play-calling opportunities from the Cardinals to follow Robert Saleh to Tennessee. That was his reporting earlier in the day today. I would have thought both of those things in combination might have been enough to lure Gus Bradley here. And not that Gus Bradley is the end-all, be-all, but he is an experienced defensive coordinator. He's a former head coach. He checks a lot of boxes for me in terms of having a young head coach.
I would, after what we just endured with a very young coaching staff, I would love the defensive coordinator to be a little bit, I don't want to say older because that's not fair, more experienced.
Yeah, which is maybe why this name might intrigue some people. This is Ian Rappaport, not as the defensive coordinator for the Cardinals, but reporting on who it might be.
Well, let's focus it on the offense, because obviously Mike LaFleur is an offensive guy, worked with Sean McVay for several years, really become one of the best young offensive coordinators in the NFL. He is going to call plays, which obviously is significant because that is one of the reasons why the Arizona Cardinals hired them. What Monty Ossenfort and Michael Bidwill wanted was to have an expert on one side of the ball, and that is certainly something that they believe they got. Now, obviously, they need to figure out the defensive side of the ball. No, Gus Bradley was in the mix there before he went to Tennessee. Wink Martindale, former Giants defensive coordinator, would be another name to watch as far as his staff. But obviously, the biggest question for the Cardinals, what happens to Kyler Murray? Still due a lot of guaranteed money for this year. Obviously was benched, kind of moved on from this past season. Is the thought the same in the building that they're going to move on, or does Michael LaFleur believe this is something they could salvage since they're paying him anyway? Answers to come at the quarterback position in Arizona.
All right, so there was a lot there. It was obviously about the quarterback position and the future of Kyler and things like that. But the name that he mentioned was Wink Martindale, who obviously has been around a long time in this league, would check a lot of those boxes in terms of being a veteran guy, an older guy, an experienced guy. I don't think he's been a head coach. But
not in the National Football League.
Yeah, like he maybe had an interim job for a while. Okay. But the other names that Albert Breer mentioned as DC, you mentioned maybe he plucks somebody off of the Rams staff. You mentioned Aubrey Pleasant. Maybe a guy, I don't know what position he coaches, but maybe he's an up-and-comer. Texans secondary coach Dino Vasso, a young rising name who came up under Jim Schwartz, might be somebody they consider. I would prefer somebody experienced. I hope they're able to get one because I think it's almost necessary at this point.
Well, it's especially on the defensive side, because I don't know what kind of offensive coordinator. It's one thing, we ran out of time. I would have loved to have asked Mike what his plans are for the offensive coordinator's role. Remember, Cliff didn't really have one.
Nope.
Like, I'll do both. Now, what kind of offensive coordinator can you lure to Arizona? Money always talks. We understand that. But, hey, come to Arizona. I'm going to call the plays. You be the offensive coordinator, and we're not really sure we have a quarterback yet. That's a tough ask for, like, an experienced guy who's been around the block.
I would hope they hire one. I don't know.
I would hope so. I would hope so,
one.
they too. I would hope they have a full, complete staff. Mike can call the plays. That's fine. That's what he wants to do. But you have an OC in place. And then maybe that veteran guy who calls the defense has been around the block a little bit. Here's what I think. I think no matter what he said today when we asked him that question, we're going to replay it again at 5 o'clock. I believe he's got deals in place with guys already.
Yeah.
I believe there's handshake deals. I believe he's in conversation, deep conversation with guys that he wants, hoping he can close them. And there might be some positions right now that's just completely wide open on that staff. Like, I got to go out and find a guy. Like, I gotta talk to everybody I know in the league and find somebody that'll take these jobs.
I tend to agree. I think you don't. I mean, I know he's young, but he's also been in the league for 12 years. You don't do that without building a network and having connections and surely thinking about for the last year or so, hey, if I ever became a head coach, who would I want to be my DC? Who's my this? Who's my that? I'm sure he's had those thoughts.
The problem is when you talk about this job late in the hiring cycle, nobody's making a lateral move.
Right.
So everybody you're going to have to probably get is getting a boost, right? Not only in position, but salary. So a lot of times now you're getting guys doing these jobs for the first time. That's why a guy like Wink Martindale, if you can kind of get him into at least to head up the defense, let everything kind of fall in place underneath him.
Yeah.
You just don't want to. You don't want a full staff of a bunch of guys doing this job for the first time.
No,
doing their respective jobs for the first time.
I think it really hurt them the last few years. I think that was a big problem for them. There was a story that Gambo and I talked about during the playoffs or right before the playoffs started about how the Green Bay Packers had by far the lowest amount of experience in terms of years experience on their coaching staff, like compared to everybody else who was in the poll. And it was glaring. And Teo Mackey from AZ Central compared the Arizona Cardinals to the Green Bay Packers, and it was similar. It was a similar number in terms of the number of experienced assistants. Again, not that hiring a Wink Martindale is going to be all that and guarantee success, but it would be a departure from what you've tried in the past. You would bring in a very experienced guy, and I think that matters here for some of those guys.
It does matter. And you can listen, you can always find a guy who gets an opportunity and he's just a stud. He's a star right away. Got his opportunity, but you don't want a full staff of guys doing their respective jobs for the first time.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, when you're the last team to hire, essentially, Kubiak's not official yet, but when you're the last team to hire, a lot of these positions have been filled. So you might have to go to guys and say, hey, I'm going to give you a bump in salary and a bump in title.
Yeah.
Come out to Arizona.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, if you missed it, our conversation earlier today with the new head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, Mike LaFleur, we'll replay it for you next. Tim Ring in for Gambo here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Stay with us for the coach.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Why Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson Ford has been doing business the right way, putting customers first and giving back to the community they call home. From online shopping to convenient delivery options, buying your next vehicle has never been simpler. When it comes to service, Sanderson Ford makes maintenance a breeze. With mobile service plus pickup and delivery, your vehicle gets the care it needs without disrupting your day. At Sanderson Ford, it's not just about selling, it's about honest pricing, real value, and helping you find the best deal for your budget budget and your family's needs. Right now, purchase America's best-selling truck for 49 years straight, the Ford F-150, starting as low as $33,995, and there's over 100 F-150s in stock to choose from. So when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford. Sanderson Ford is on 51st Avenue in Glendale. You could also go online for more information at sandersonford.com. That's sandersonford.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside: creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morse Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morse Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Join Doctors Kopstein and King from K2 Vision RLE to learn about refractive lens exchange and have your questions answered. They're hosting a free live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 1.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
We'll answer these questions and more at our upcoming K2 Vision free live webinar. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
How long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
The webinar is this Thursday afternoon at 1. Space is limited. Register now at k2visionrle.com. k2visionrle.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. New Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur was introduced today, and he had a lot to say. LaFleur joined Bernsey and Tim Ring earlier, and they asked if Kyler Murray could be the starting quarterback for the Cardinals in 2026, and this is what he had to say.
Again, I mean, I'm not going to answer that question today because we got to go have all those conversations. We've had some closed-door conversations about how we're going to make sure this roster is the best it can be moving forward, and those will continue.
The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight. The Suns are in Portland taking on the Trailblazers. Tip-off for that one is at 9 o'clock right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And according to reports, the Arizona Diamondbacks have agreed to terms with veteran first baseman Carlos Santana. It's a one-year deal worth $2 million, Arizona Sports' John Gambadoro adds. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm, trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
All right, welcome back. It's the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. And today, a big day for the Arizona Cardinals organization. The introduction of their new head coach, Mike LaFleur. And Coach LaFleur now joins us here on the Burns and Gambo Show as he is from the Cardinals Dignity Health headquarters in Tempe. Coach, I'm Dave. This is Tim. Congratulations on the gig. And thank you for joining us today. We really appreciate it.
Dave, Tim, I appreciate it, man. What an honor it is.
How overcome were you with emotion being up there, thinking your family, thinking about the journey, the process, all that stuff? I imagine for you, this is a dream come true and a moment for you to be able to have and share with everybody.
Yeah, I mean it's so honorable to be sitting there and have your family in front of you and. But, honestly, what was going through my head the whole time was looking back at the back row with those players. Like, I can't, and you don't really know until you know, but, like, I can't wait to get to work with those guys. And there's so many different relationships that you got to build within buildings, but it always goes back to those players. And, it was, like I said, incredible seeing my family up front, but like I just couldn't stop looking in the back there and having those guys there. It meant a lot more than I even would have anticipated. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, Mike, before I throw out questions at you, just want to say congratulations to you and
Tim.
Lauren and your family. Welcome to Arizona. We're obviously thrilled to have you. Very excited to see this thing get going. I wanted to ask you, though, first about the coaching tree, which I know has been a popular topic today with you. But I was curious, let's call them the Holy Trinity, right? Your brother Matt, Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan. Give me one aspect of what they did well that you said to yourself over the years, I'm going to take that from Sean and definitely apply that when I get a head gig, and from Kyle and from your older brother Matt.
Yeah, I can sum it in one word. It's urgency. Like the urgent approach to every day of getting better, whether that's staff building, whether that's relationships within the building, whether that's building the roster better, whether that's, urgently looking around the league to make sure that you're staying ahead because you have to evolve in this league schematically. If you don't, it's over, and so like you find ways to find that extra hour, make 25 hours in a day to make sure you're doing all those aforementioned things. So, those are that it's just kind of ingrained in us now. You go to work and you work efficiently. It's not like we're gonna, I'm not gonna grind these guys to a pulp starting tomorrow by any means from a coaching staff as we build this thing. But there is an urgency and a little bounce in your step that you have to have, in my opinion, to have a championship building.
Mike LaFleur is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. From your perspective, looking at the roster and looking at the guys who were there, when it comes to personnel decisions, when it comes to roster building, how do you feel like that process is going to work with Monty and within the Cardinals organization when it comes to you and your input, him and his input? Take me a little bit inside the relationship and how it's going to go from a roster building standpoint with you and Monty, Mike.
I had respect for Monty from afar and the work he's done throughout his career, but then also building this roster over the last 3 years. Getting to know him, obviously, through this process even more, it got me even more excited. And then spending some time with him somewhat away from football, as much as we wanted to lock ourselves in a room yesterday and really get going. We were over at Michael's house, Bidwell, and, got our families together. Then seeing him as a dad and a husband, it just got me even fired up even more to work with him. The best buildings I've been in, I haven't been in a ton of buildings, but you talk about the LA Rams and the San Francisco 49ers, the relationship amongst Les Snead and Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch was awesome. It was daily collaboration, daily communication. There was alignment, and I know that's what Monty wants. That's what I wanted through this process, and I just look forward to getting to working with him.
Mike, I'm curious about your staff now. I'm wondering, do you, and I know you're not going to give us names, but do you have guys in mind, maybe even a handshake agreement or two in place, or is this a process that kind of begins in earnest right now? Where are you at with that across the board?
Yeah, I mean, it's all encompassing. I mean, there's a process that has to happen. There's a process just based on the rules of this league, you know. So there's always guys in mind. You're always thinking it, you know. Even this last offseason, I mean, you start, hey, this guy's there, that guy's there. You know, he might be a QC, time for a promotion if you ever get that gig. So we'll go through the process of making sure that we pick the right guys. Again, there's going to be urgency to it, but it's also going to be a thoughtful process to make sure that, again, we get these guys that are the best coaches for these players.
Mike LaFleur is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. He's joining us from the Cardinals headquarters. Obviously, we're all a little obsessed with Kyler Murray and his future here in the Valley. It's something that's we've been talking about since the minute he walked in the door as the #1 pick overall in the draft. Where are you in your evaluation of him in reaching a conclusion as to whether you feel like he will be your quarterback in 2026, Mike?
Yeah, just like every other position on this roster, we're going to go up and have conversations to figure out how we're going to build the best roster for this next year's football team, period. Now, when you talk about Kyler just in general, I don't need to turn on the tape. I've been in this division for 7 years, 5 of them with him, you know, because obviously I got to the Niners in 17. He was drafted in 19, so those first 2 years, not seeing him on the Arizona field, but after that, and he's a problem. He's been a good player in this league, and again, look forward to getting up there with Monty and having conversations about all these guys.
And Mike, I don't even know if you can answer this today here, but I mean, is there an avenue where you could see Kyler Murray being the quarterback of this football team in 2026?
Again, I mean, I'm not going to answer that question today because we got to go have all those conversations. We've had some closed-door conversations about how we're going to make sure this roster is the best it can be moving forward, and those will continue.
I'm just curious from your perspective, the 3 or 4 days while the coaching search was still going on after you had conducted your interview with the organization, for you, what was your mindset during that waiting period, knowing that there was still somebody else they wanted to talk to, but I would imagine feeling pretty good about your ability to get the job after the conversation you had? Kind of where take me through those few days in terms of where you were thinking and where your head was at when it comes to this game.
I was at Lupin Hill Elementary at 2:30 picking up my kids every day as I was waiting, because you don't get to do that during the season. Fridays you do, and that won't change here, where you get the staff out after a Friday in season where they can go pick up their kids. But you know, in all seriousness, you know, it's I loved the process that these guys went through, Michael and Monty and everyone else. You know, they set it out. They told me exactly what it was going to be before I even interviewed. They had a thorough and thoughtful process and a detailed process that they wanted to go about. They were going to take it to the day that they said and really no further. And everything aligned exactly like they told me, you know. And so it's just like you keep checking the boxes with the way that they did things, and particularly with Monty. It was awesome. During that time, you know, you're sitting there, you're waiting, but again, you're starting to build some things in your head, on your phone, on your notes, all those kind of things to make sure if you do get that call, it's, hey, I'm all right, I'm ready, and I've been preparing for that for the last week.
Mike, something you said interesting in the press conference earlier today, when the Rams played in Glendale as their home stadium, when the 49ers played in Glendale for their home stadium, for both the fires for the Rams and COVID for the 49ers. I don't know if you used this word, but you said almost you had a premonition that you would be the coach here someday. Can you expound on that? What happened? What happened in between the ears while you were here in Glendale?
It just felt like home. It was unique, you know. I mean, COVID wasn't fun for anyone, and you name that business or that walk of life. Obviously that wasn't great for anyone, and so those 6 weeks. For this place to feel like home because of the hospitality that the Cardinals had for us. I mean, I was walking by that stadium every single day, staying at, again, I think I should have got the hotel down. I think it's the Renaissance, right?
You're correct.
Okay.
It's right next to the stadium.
Yeah,
yes.
And so you're in there for 6 weeks, and we, you know, I won't throw out any names, but we had friends here that were calling my wife and saying, hey, you guys can stay here while they're at the Renaissance. So my family was down here kind of getting to know Scottsdale and the Phoenix area a little bit. It was, for the circumstance, it was about as special as you could ask. And then you go to last year, and you're getting fired up to go play, host a playoff game. I mean, you got to earn those rights. And unfortunately, we all know what happened in L.A. In 24 hours, I kid you not, and it wasn't even 24 hours. It was 24 hours by the time the Rams and the league decided we can't play at SoFi. I'm in a hotel here in Arizona, and it just felt right. And then I'm here in this building with Sean at 5 a.m, and Mark's messing up our coffee because he thought he was going to be on vacation, but he got pulled out of vacation, and we're in these meeting rooms, and I'm installing in the same room that I just had my press conference, and I just remember being on that practice field, and Sean and I were kind of looking at each other, like, oof, Minnesota's in for it. And that was a very good football team, but our guys they felt something that day, and I know for me personally, it just was such a comforting and warm feeling. And again, it was just, Michael Bidwell and everyone in this Arizona organization. I mean, they sent the planes to pick up, kids and wives and girlfriends and aunts and uncles and dogs and cats. I mean, it was, I kid you not. Rob Havenstein had like 3 pets he brought with him,
That's crazy.
But when you don't know if your house is going to burn down, like, what are you supposed to do?
Right.
And it was, and that game was, to this day, and I didn't say this in the presser, I probably should. It was the coolest game that I've ever coached in my life, and over the Super Bowls and over the NFC championships, it was that special. And I don't even think I've told Michael this, but I was up in the booth, and I always sat as far left as I could, and we were in the Arizona home booth because it was obviously we were hosting, and Michael was right to my left, besides a little glass right there, but he was right to my left, and that was a year ago. It's insane.
Yeah, it is. Well, Mike, truly, congratulations on the job. Very excited to have you here. Looking forward to many more conversations with you over the course of OTAs and training camp and during the season and things like that. We appreciate you taking a few minutes out of your busy day to join us here on the show, and we truly wish you the best of luck. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks, man.
Dave, Tim, appreciate you guys. Look forward to getting to know you.
That was Mike LaFleur, new head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, joining us earlier today. We thought we'd replay that interview for you so you would have a chance to hear it. When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, after I remind you of something very big we have coming up, we'd love to have you climbing with us. Sign up to join Ron Wolfley and me on the Arizona sports team to help us raise critical funds for the special needs community during Cardinals Climb. It's on February 21st. Text the word hike to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today. Is Kyler Murray going to be the starting quarterback for the Cardinals this season? Did we glean any information from that conversation? That's next on Burns and Gambo with Ringer filling in.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Sanders driving coast to coast. Can't get the layup to go, but Gooden is there for the rebound. Heath steps in to the forecourt. Beats Williams for the jam time. Mark Williams running the floor. Jordan Goodwin rewards the big man, and he paid him off.
Suns at the Blazers tonight. Pregame at 8. 9 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name, and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Well, you can start today and file for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th and you'll pay $0. Start filing for free today. Offer only for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
All right, a special hello to Buckeye on this Tuesday afternoon here on Burns and Gambo with Tim Ring filling in. Final day of Ringer filling in. He's on his way on a recruiting trip with his state champion football playing son to Illinois and Iowa, see if he can
3 schools in 3 days, baby.
Drum up a little interest among those D3s and those D2s, man. God, that's great. That's going to be a lot of fun. So wish you the best on that. You'll have to text me some updates on that one. But Tim will be gone tomorrow, and I assume we're back to regular programming tomorrow, but, you know, who knows? Not sure. In the meantime, we heard the questions that were asked of Mike LaFleur during the press conference. And frankly, we had more questions about Kyler. Now, I don't know if we got the answers that we were looking for, but I feel like we asked him some pretty direct questions about Kyler. And
he was pretty direct. I'm not going to answer that today.
Yeah, and his response to your question in particular was exactly that. Here's what it sounded like.
Again, I mean, I'm not going to answer that question today because we got to go have all those conversations. We've had some closed-door conversations about how we're going to make sure this roster is the best it can be moving forward, and those will continue.
I can actually appreciate the honesty. It would have been, the way I phrased the question, just for context here in case you missed the interview, was, do you see an avenue where Kyler Murray could be your starting quarterback in 2026? It would have been real easy for him to do what most coaches would do in that situation. Sure, of course.
Yeah.
I think Kyler's a great football player. We got a lot of conversations to have, but yeah, absolutely. But the fact is, LaFleur came right out today and said, I can't answer that today.
Yeah,
I can't even say there's an avenue at this point for him to be the. Now take that as you will.
Yeah.
To me, I read that as we've talked about, and you guys have talked about with Gambo many, many times. I believe we reached the end of the road of the Kyler Murray era.
I think the answer is plain and obvious and in front of everybody's face to see. It's just how we're going to get there and when we're going to get there. I mean, I think the only headline-grabbing moment from today as it relates to Kyler, had he answered that question with, yeah, absolutely, I can see an avenue of Kyler Murray being our starting quarterback. That's the plan, is for him to be our starting quarterback. I am going to pursue that avenue. I want him to be our starting quarterback, and I plan on telling him that the minute I have a conversation with him. That's the news. I mean, that, and he didn't say any of that. The news is a passionate response to the question, and instead you kind of got I'm not really ready to talk about that right now, which I think just highlights what we all know to be the answer to this question, Tim. It's just a question of how we're going to get there. Is he going to get traded? Is he going to get cut? Are they going to, find a marketplace for his services? Is Atlanta interested? Are the Jets interested? Are the Steelers interested? Does everybody think that, hey, you're not going to be able to trade him because we all know you're cutting him, so we're just going to wait for you to cut him, et cetera, et cetera? At this point, I would be, not that I needed today's interview, I would be shocked beyond all words if Kyler Murray is still the planned QB1 for the Cardinals this upcoming season. I just don't expect it at all. I don't think you do either. I know you don't.
No, I don't, but I wonder how does the divorce happen? I mean, if you release him, you're talking about, I don't know, $50 to $58 million in dead money.
Right.
If he's still on the roster in 6 weeks, chalk up another $20 million for him in 2027.
Right.
Mike, if Mike is ready to move on,
he ain't going to pay him an extra $20 million
he doesn't want
to
to
keep him around. No.
Kick rocks here for 6 weeks and be on the hook for $20 more million.
No, and
so this is kind of like go time right now in terms of what they're doing with Kyler Murray. Maybe conversations are already underway with Monty and the other GMs.
Oh, I'm sure they are. I'm sure there have been some exploratory conversations, and
there probably was some exploratory conversations at the trade deadline.
Yeah, there probably was. And I would think this too. I would think that on the side of there's a market to trade him, I would think, given how scarce quarterbacks are this year in the NFL and how hard it's going to be to find one, I don't find it unbelievable that there's a marketplace for Kyler. I feel like they're like the sell is easy. The pitch is easy. Hey, look, there's really nobody to draft. Mac Jones isn't proven in this league. Malik Willis isn't proven in this league. Kyler Murray may not be the best quarterback, but you can win some games. He's better than what you've got at the position. Is that not worth a third-round pick, a second-round pick to make sure you get him and nobody else does? Whether anybody buys that or not, I don't know. But I think that's the pitch. I think it's you understand how thin this quarterback market is, and in that market, I think, could be wrong, I think Kyler has value. I think he's a commodity that somebody might give something up for because the market is just so thin just about everybody else. If he were competing with 5 great core. I mean, Daniel Jones is going to re-sign with the Colts. We all know it, right? Like, I don't know what's going to happen with Mac Jones. I don't know what's going to happen with Malik Willis. There aren't a lot of options out there. There just aren't.
No, and I think in listening to you, is there somebody out there that believes Kyler Murray can win 10, 11 games? I think that market is thin, right? You are threading a needle when you talk about the teams that need a quarterback and also believe in Kyler Murray. Like, does that match even exist?
Yeah.
And would you have to do the baseball thing where, like, okay, we're going to trade you to, we're going to take Falcons. Yes, please take Kyler Murray off our hands so you can save us all this money in cap space if you do it before June 1st. But we'll pick up X amount of dollars.
We'll pony up some cash to make sure it's as low impact for you as it possibly can. I could totally see that happening.
Take him, please.
Yeah, please take him. Please take him. We'll pay down some of his contract,
right,
to mitigate some of the risk on your part. Just take him. Yeah, I could totally see that. I don't think they're just going to trade him and not have to eat some of the salary. I think they're going to have to eat some of it. And then when it happens,
but how much you eat depends on what kind of pick you get back too. So
of course, you get a second round, you get a third round. Obviously, a second round is going to be worth more. And then you still have to have a plan for who your quarterback is going to be if you do it. And I'm not advocating keeping Kyler. I'm just saying that when you move on from him, You're going to have to know, okay, our priority is Mac Jones. Our priority is Malik Willis. Our priority is trade back into the first round and draft Ty Simpson at the end of the. I mean, I don't know, whatever it might be.
Our priority is to tank 2026 and pick one of these 4 guys.
Our priority is to start Jacoby Brissett in 2026 and let that chips fall where they may, and just see what happens and see what pick we end up with, and hope we get one that's good enough to get our quarterback next year. And if it's not, we will be committed to trading into the top 3 next year to make sure we get our quarterback in the future. We will get our guy next year, hell or high water.
Right, because you don't want to be in no man's land. If Mike LaFleur turns out to be a really good coach, it gets this offense humming, and you get some running backs that are starting caliber back there, and suddenly Marvin Harrison finds himself, and you know what Michael Wilson and Trey McBride can do. The last thing you want to do is what Jacoby Brissett is win 8 or 9 games, miss the playoffs, and have no shot to pick a quarterback unless you're trading up. That's no man's land.
No doubt.
And that's no place to be.
No doubt.
My friend.
When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, how are the Cardinals going to build their roster for next season, and how is the partnership going to work when it comes to Mike LaFleur and Monty Ossenfort? You'll hear about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
When you found out yesterday that Dylan Brooks would not be representing as an all-star, did you feel strongly one way or the other about this omission?
No, I really did not. Would I have put him in all-star? Yes, I would have. And the reason why I thought maybe he would be a reserve is that some coaches, just watching him play and how he goes about his business, watching Dylan Brooks give the effort that he gives, and he does it on both ends of the floor. Other coaches have to notice this. And now that he's scoring 21 points a game, I thought maybe this would be the year.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, I'm here with Tim Lee, the owner of Moving Team 6. What separates you from other companies that are out there?
We have a protocol of how we do a move. It's more of a military style, and people are like, wow, who does this? I really believe it's people on our team. I'm a firm believer it starts with the people at the top. When the people at the top believe in everything they're doing, the people will follow.
The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside, creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morse Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morse Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Earn entries all February long and join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday where you could win your share of cash and prizes, plus entries into the grand prize drawing. Then on February 25th, 6 lucky winners will be taking home up to $10,000 or the keys to a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Don't miss your chance. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona is uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second, because that's not a crowd, that's a small city, and it's also the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and those 40,000 people said there has to be a better way, and they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they use cellular level treatments to restore and revitalize joint tissue naturally, and today those patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics is right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science, treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime, and the sooner you start, the faster you heal. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. New Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur was introduced today, and he had a lot to say. LaFleur joined Bernsey and Tim Ring earlier, and they asked if Kyler Murray could be the starting quarterback for the Cardinals in 2026, and this is what he had to say.
Again, I mean, I'm not going to answer that question today, because we got to go have all those conversations. We've had some closed-door conversations about how we're going to make sure this roster is the best it can be moving forward, and those will continue.
The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight. The Suns are in Portland taking on the Trailblazers. Tip-off for that one is at 9 o'clock right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And according to reports, the Arizona Diamondbacks have agreed to terms with veteran first baseman Carlos Santana. It's a one-year deal worth $2 million, Arizona Sports' John Gambadoro adds. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm, trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. How will the Phoenix Suns do? Back on the road. We'll get into our basketball team tomorrow. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, one other part from our conversation with Mike LaFleur is about, Tim, roster building, and not that we expect LaFleur is going to have a ton of say in the roster, but he's certainly going to have some. Obviously, it's going to be a collaborative process, and how exactly that is going to work. And here's Mike LaFleur on with us when we asked him exactly that. You know, how is he going to work with Monty to build this roster?
I had respect for Monty from afar, and the work he's done throughout his career, but then also, you know, building this roster over the last 3 years. Getting to know him, obviously, through this process even more, it got me even more excited. And then spending some time with him somewhat away from football. As much as we wanted to lock ourselves in a room yesterday and really get going, you know, we were over at Michael's house, Bidwell, and, you know, got our families together. Then seeing him as a dad and a husband, it just got me even fired up even more to work with him. The best buildings I've been in, I haven't been in a ton of buildings, but you talk about the LA Rams and the San Francisco 49ers, the relationship amongst Les Snead and Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch was awesome. It was daily collaboration, daily communication. There was alignment, and I know that's what Monty wants. That's what I wanted through this process, and I just look forward to getting to working with him.
Ringer, he used the word. He used alignment.
Somewhere Brian Gregory is very happy.
Very happy.
Listening to that.
I know, so like a small spot in my heart is
I started all this.
Alignment.
Organizational advocacy.
Oh, God, don't say that. Oh, God. I can still remember when Josh Burns spit those words out of his mouth.
That may have been like 16 years ago.
In the press conference. Yeah, that was 08, 09, maybe 10.
Maybe
I can't
10.
remember
10 would be 16.
Exactly when. Yeah. Oh, it was.
Anywho.
Yeah. Anywho. But roster building is now, and now we see, you know, I would assume Mike LaFleur has input. I would assume he's, you know, I don't know how much input. This is going to be the, not awkward, but this is going to be the little dance that those two guys are going to, you know, work to be somewhat on the same page with. There's so much they have to do They need to be aligned when it comes to their offensive line. They need to be aligned when it comes to the draft. They need to be aligned when it comes to that defense and fixing it, even though they threw all that money at it and all those draft picks at it a year ago. I know, Tim, we're all like quarterback all the time. There is so much about this roster that needs to be fixed. It is not just, and you know that. Every Cardinal fan out there listening knows it's a long list of things you have to work on, to the point where I don't know if you can get it all done in one offseason. I don't know if you can.
The draft would have to be such a home run. Free agency, a lot of money spent. I mean, they spent a lot of money and a lot of draft capital on the defense. They had Josh Sweat. Sweat had a great year, and their pass rush still ranked at the bottom of the league. Okay, the offensive line. The running back situation. I mean, we can go on and on and on. There's plenty of time to get into this later.
Sure, yeah.
But I think, for Mike LaFleur, there's always the famous Bill Parcells quote, right? Like, if you want to cook the meal, if they want you to cook the meal, they should let you shop for the groceries.
Right.
Obviously, it's Monty's show when it comes to personnel. That's what he gets paid for, to find players. But I think when Mike LaFleur talks about collaboration, and I'm quite sure Jonathan Gannon and Monty Ossenfort were, quote-unquote, aligned as well.
With that, yes.
And that didn't produce wins. But I'm sure, when Mike looks at the way Kyle and John Lynch worked together in San Francisco and the way Sean McVay and Les Snead worked together in L.A., this is a scheme I want to run. These are the players that work best and fit best in this scheme that I want to run. Go find me these guys.
Mm-hmm.
Free agency, draft, whatever, find me these guys. Now, Les Snead and John Lynch have been pretty good when it comes to the draft, right?
Oh, yeah.
And they've also been aggressive when it comes to free agency and trades.
Very much so.
Over the past decade. So there's more than one way to skin this cat, if you will.
Yeah.
Does that work?
It does.
I just pull a Gambo.
It's a little gross, but yes.
We're getting late.
It's 5:36 on a Tuesday afternoon. Get a little late in the day, throwing out skin this cat. But yes, you are correct.
There are multiple ways, obviously, to improve the roster. And I think for Mike LaFleur, those communication lines have got to be open, and they're probably open already. Like, these are the guys I want. These are the guys that work well in my system. These are the type of athletes and players and physiques, if you will, measurables, that we need to make this thing work. Let's go out and find those guys.
Yeah, and Monty, and this is, to me, like the biggest question about this whole, outside of Kyler, which is the biggest question. The second biggest question about this whole rebuild is how much margin for error does Monty Ossenfort have? That press conference at the end of the season where Jonathan Gannon was fired was brutal. I mean, like, Cardinal media was I thought going after Monty pretty hard about his choices and his roster and why he's not being held responsible for the roster the way Gannon was. And I applaud it. I like it. I think he needs to have his feet held to the fire a little bit. How much wiggle room does he have to not get it right in year one of LaFleur? Does he have to get it right in year one? And I know I've brought this up before, but like I really don't know how much pressure there is on Monty to make this thing a winner in year one under Mike LaFleur when that's just not realistic. It's just not.
I don't know. That's the that's why people were wondering, like, should they both have been kicked to the curb, right? And let's start fresh with a new GM and a new head coach. What if Monty doesn't nail the 2026 draft and the Cardinals struggle and they have a high pick and they could potentially pick a quarterback? Are you going to trust a GM who's struggled in the draft to pick the right quarterback? I mean, listen, we're getting ahead of ourselves. But I mean, I get it. And I think it was Teo Mackey that really held Monty's feet to the fire in that press conference and was talking about the lack of talent brought in. And Monty kind of pushed back and he goes, what makes you think that? I think the answer, I think the response from the media person at that point was, well, just from watching the games and, being 3-14.
Yeah, right. Like that was enough for us to know that it was really, really bad. Yeah.
Right. I mean, so listen, I think everybody knows they need to draft better. We just talked about these GMs around the league. Les Snead finding Pro Bowl guys in the 5th round.
Yeah.
John Lynch finding George Kittle in the 5th round.
John Schneider in Seattle
he finds guys up and down the draft.
Work in Seattle with roster building, right?
Fred Warner was a 3rd-round pick. Now, look, every GM you can probably go through and say, well, look, he got that one wrong in the 3rd round. but their body of work, they find guys that can play in all the rounds. And the Cardinals are struggling to find that right now with Monty in his first 3
Here's
drafts.
Monty Ossenfort from the press conference on assessing Mike LaFleur as a coach.
Yeah, Teo, I'd say the way we viewed Mike's time in New York was a positive. Mike had his hand in walking into a tough situation, and the Jets ran into some tough things to deal with, and I think that is always beneficial when you can see different things in a building. It was his first chance to call it full time. And I think that was a positive. Yeah, it probably didn't go the way Mike wanted it to go, but it was a learning experience. And the way he talked us through that and what he gained from that and how he improved from that was something that we really looked on as something that's beneficial. And then for him, just to add to his resume and add to just building his profile, to spend the last 3 years with the Rams and to learn and to see what they've done and to see how Coach McVay has ran that program there. I think that's all been beneficial. So, really it's not, we didn't look at it for Mike as what he's been doing the last 3 years. It's what he's been doing basically since he was this tall,
Yeah, it's the Jets, the time that he spent with the Jets. It's funny, like we were having this conversation about Robert Saleh. It's almost like you want to take everything he did with the Jets and just pretend it didn't happen because it was the Jets. And it was so bad there.
Mike would probably want us to do that.
Yeah, because it was just so bad there. Yeah.
I mean, it was 2 years, and, I've heard multiple people say, well, he's never called plays. McVay called the plays. No, he called plays for the Jets.
Yeah.
And even Monty alluded to there, probably didn't go as well as Mike would have wanted it to go. It didn't go well at all.
Yeah.
Now, he had quarterback issues, but he might have quarterback issues here for a while.
When we come back, Suns Blazers, put on the coffee, make yourself a latte, because it's coming up late tonight. We'll preview the game next on Burns and Gambo.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe, April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at petsrun.org.
They call it the Pro Smile difference, and oh, what a difference it is. If you're considering a dental procedure to fix your teeth and give you the confidence to smile once again, I urge you to do your homework. Spend some time researching the different options and places you can have your dental work done. And when you finish, I am certain you will choose Pro Smile. You see, Pro Smile really is different. First, they're the only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. Many dental implant centers use regular dentists to do an oral surgery, not Pro Smile. Also, Pro Smile is the only implant center where the lab, mills, technicians, anesthesiologists, and board-certified oral surgeons are all in office. Most of the places you research will farm much of the work out, which could lead to delays and mistakes, but not at Pro Smile. And with Pro Smile, they understand that you're making an investment in yourself, so they offer incredible finance options, up to 10 years. Because the last thing they want is for cost to hold the customer back. With locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you're sitting there thinking, I'm drowning in private student loan debt and nobody's going to help me, let me stop you right there. Why Refi will help you. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and helping people escape distressed or defaulted private student loan debt is exactly what they do. Why Refi works with you to build a low, fixed-rate payment plan that actually fits your life. Not a Band-Aid, a real path forward. And here's the thing. They're not going to make you feel bad about it. There's no judgment, no endless questions about how you got here. They know life happens. They just want to help you move forward. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that's the end. Why Refi was built for people who've been told no. Your student loans don't have to control your future. Take back control today. Call Y Refi at 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Matt from Ready Services came to my house first thing on Saturday morning to take care of a floor drain that was blocked and was on the verge of flooding. He was friendly and provided excellent service.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
Bear here from Waltz TV and Appliance with Dan Bickley. So, Bick, how did your TV and installation really turn out from us?
Bear, I seriously cannot thank you guys enough. My viewing experience is so immersive and so incredible. It is everything you could ever want as a sports fan. I highly recommend to all of our listeners that you see the difference and you hear the difference when shopping at Waltz.
Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight's the games that we are going to watch this evening, and it is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. We have got on tonight Suns basketball, but it's a late one. 9 o'clock tip time. They're in Portland to take on the Portland Trailblazers. That one starts at 9 here on Arizona Sports 98.7. Air Force is at Grand Canyon tonight. That game starts at 7 this evening. So what do we got? An hour of Arizona Sports at night? Lauren, is that the plan? With Mitch and Kellen before we get into Suns pre? Is that the deal? A 2-hour show. I guess it would be a 2-hour show. Yeah, 6 until 8.
Yeah, because there's 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Here come the Suns. 8:30 Bloomer and TK. 9 o'clock tip.
Is there any college basketball on tonight?
St. John's DePaul, Bernsey.
I was going to say, it's Gambo v. Tim Ring tonight.
I know who I'm rooting for. I know who I'm pulling for.
Blue Demons, baby.
Go DePaul.
At halftime, Rod Strickland's jersey will be retired.
Very cool. Very cool.
Who grew up in the shadows of St. John's, ironically.
That's excellent. That's excellent. That's on tonight.
Do you really need any more college basketball than that battle?
Unless there's one that I'm doing a disservice of by ignoring. If there's a game on tonight that I absolutely have to mention, I will. If there's not, I will move on.
No, you can move on.
Move on? Okay. Mm-hmm. That's what's on tonight, the games that we're going to watch this evening. Stay up late for that Suns basketball. They're on NBC tonight, Peacock, so you get to hear the da-da-da-da-da-da-da, the old theme song that brings us all back to our childhood when Michael Jordan ruled the NBA.
Do you have an opinion on how they're covering the games, Peacock? Have you seen enough to warrant
we're talking about the one where they have a color analyst on each bench.
Love it. I
like it. I do actually like it. And to be honest, it's been so long since the Suns have been on Peacock. I'm kind of looking forward to watching it again. I think it's fun. I think it's inventive and creative. I enjoy it. I like it.
They're doing a good job. I think Terry Gannon's kind of feeling himself as a play-by-play guy after kind of doing the other sports for a while. He played basketball. He was on NC State's 83 championship team. So I think he's kind of coming into his own again as a play-by-play guy. I think they're using Snoop on color, aren't they?
They are.
A couple of times.
I saw a highlight of Snoop doing exactly that color. I can't remember what game it was.
But I think it's been more than one game.
Probably. Yeah, probably.
But But the main point is I love how they put a former player / color analyst on each bench.
It's cool. It's different.
To provide perspective kind of from each team.
It's unique. I like it. As far as the Suns are concerned, Devin Booker, Lauren, I assume you've seen the latest injury report. Devin Booker is out. Jalen Green is still listed as questionable. Denny Advia for the Blazers is out. Scoot Henderson for the Blazers is out. Have we seen anything about Drew Holiday and whether he's out or not? We don't know. Okay, so those are
he's questionable.
Those are the biggies. Yeah, questionable. We'll see about Jalen Green and whether he plays tonight. Devin Booker's already been ruled out. They gave the last All-Star spot to, no surprise, Kawhi Leonard tonight. He got it, not Dylan Brooks. So
the game is at the Clippers arena. Yeah. It's at Intuit Dome.
Yeah.
You got to put a Clipper in the game.
But I am glad to hear that you agreed with me about Dylan Brooks. I was very happy about that. You put Dylan Brooks in that game. And I'm watching because Dylan Brooks changes the whole tone of a laissez-faire, hands-off all-star game. He makes it.
He's exactly what that game needs.
Exactly what that game needs.
Play to win, play hard, talking trash, picking fights.
Be fun.
Instead of the ballet crap we got to watch.
I was hoping he'd get, because I have no, Booker's playing, and it's an interesting format they're trying to tinker with, but we all know how it's going to go. No one's going to play any defense. No one's going to play with any physicality. No one's going to play with any intensity or desire. It's going to be patty cakes out there, and I have no interest in that at all. I mean, absolutely no interest in that.
If I weren't doing radio the next day, I probably wouldn't watch it. That's how bad it's gotten. I agree with Kevin Garnett and others. Like, I hope that, when LeBron finally moves on, that game is taken more seriously by the players. And if you harken back to the 80s and 90s, they didn't play super hard for 4 quarters, but they played quasi-hard for 3 quarters, and then they played to win the game in the 4th quarter. But this is what Garnett says, and I agree with him. It kind of all starts at the top, LeBron James's attitude towards the game, and it kind of trickles down from there. He's never taken it seriously. He's never tried to play hard.
Yep.
And I think the younger other players have followed suit, and we get the game that we've gotten that has been unacceptable. And they've tried to tinker with it now for a couple of years.
It's funny. We were talking about this during the commercial break, and you were, in essence, blaming LeBron James for that. And I don't know if I've ever heard it quite phrased that way, but man, do I agree with you. Like, I think he is the tone setter. He is the one who is playing the style of basketball that all the other guys are following. And I think he plays it in a way that's just soft and
soft
weak
and too cool for school and don't
watch this. I'm gonna triple dribble between my legs and throw it off the glass and watch this reverse dunk. Is it great? I mean, can we play some competitive basketball here? The All-Star game is not this weekend, but next weekend.
So
right?
So it's it's always the weekend after the Super Bowl.
Yeah, the weekend of President's Day. I think. I mean, I have no interest in
and if
that.
the Super Bowl gets later, by the way, they're going to push the damn All-Star game into almost.
They are.
March.
I mean, I think next year the Super Bowl is on Valentine's Day. I think, which puts it. I think there's been some talk about having the Super Bowl played on President's Day weekend so that day off that everybody wants on Monday, they get it. They get Monday off because of President's Day, and they can party all they want on Sunday.
So the All-Star break is going to be coming at after game 60.
Right. Yeah, the season will be
5,
6
22
over.
games left.
There'll be 22 games left, and then they're going to do it. So no Devin Booker tonight. We'll see about Jalen Green. We're all starting to get, I don't know about a lot concerned, but a little concerned about Jalen, and we'll see. Maybe he plays tonight, but it's at some point he'll be back. But I think we all want to see a long stretch of him being on the floor for 5 games in a row, 10 games in a row, staying healthy, proving that he can. Because so far this season, he hasn't been able to prove anything, and they've done just fine without him. But I think we all want to see what they can do with him. We all want to see what they're capable of.
Because the idea is they'll be even better. But you're right, Bernsey. This is like they're running out. They're not running out of time. But we're down to the final 32 now. Because it's not just learning how to play with Jalen Green. It's guys like Colin Gillespie and Grayson Allen have to figure out how they can be the best versions of themselves playing fewer minutes every night. Because when Green and Booker are back, that's like 60-plus minutes that got to come out of somebody else's wallet.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt. They did announce, speaking of the All-Star game, they did announce the teams. There's 1 world team, 2 USA teams. Devin Booker is on the same team as Scotty Barnes, Cade Cunningham, Jalen Duren, Anthony Edwards, Chet Holmgren, Jalen Johnson, and Tyrese Maxey. So that team will battle the other USA team and the world team in like a mini round robin to see who wins the championship. It's gimmicky. I have no interest in it. I'm glad Devin Booker's in it. Good for him that he's almost become a lock at this point where we don't even have to worry about whether he gets in or not. But my interest in this is fairly. Just as my interest in any Pro Bowl festivities is pretty low.
Here's how we fix the All-Star game. We get LeBron out of the league, retire already, go back to East versus West, 12 on 12, or whatever the heck the number is that you come up with in terms of roster size. go out there and try to win the game.
And the guy who leads the league in fouls committed automatically gets a spot on the roster.
That's right.
I don't even know if that's Dylan Brooks, but the guy who is the leader in technicals or the guy who is the leader in fouls.
Oh, so
he gets in. He just give him a spot.
Pull something from the NHL playbook. You have a couple of thugs, a couple of enforcers.
Absolutely.
You go out there and bam.
Arizona Sports at Night is coming up next with Mitch and Kellen. That's going to do it for us. We're out of here. We'll see you tomorrow straight up 2 o'clock here on Burns and Gambo. Have a good night, everybody.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights.
He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK frees you from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Find out about these procedures from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 of them. Join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 1. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep,
No drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Short pause. Hold your breath for the dynamic duo.
98.7 in your whip and the Arizona Sports app on your phone. Arizona Sports at Night with Kellen and Mitch.
Hello there. Good evening. It's Arizona Sports at Night. That's Kellen Olson. That's Mitch Vareldis.
Right here. Hi. I made it. Did I do a good job?
You did a great job.
Okay.
We're doing a bit of a Roy Kent impersonation this week. We might be a little bit of here, there, everywhere. You heard Tim Ring on with Bernsey earlier in the day. You heard Mitch on Wolf and Luke yesterday. I'm sure where everyone is listening, there's some version of a bug going around. We're dealing with it here. The problem is, Mitch, you and I can't get sick because then there's just no one left to fill
then
in.
the whole thing falls apart.
So Bernsey did a phenomenal job of wiping everything down around here. I might air out the room a little bit, let some new fresh air get in here, turn the AC down a little bit so there's different kind of air coming in here because we're the back line, brother.
I think there's a spray, like a Clorox spray to disinfect the air over there in the cabinet area on the opposite side of the table, if I'm not mistaken. That might be in use as well.
Might ask you to go run and find that for me. I might just
I mean over your left side of the table. Like you see the cabinet, the bookshelf cabinet?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
I'm going to just shoot that up my nose. Just going to snort it
just
at this
disinfect
point.
as much as possible.
Yeah, because I got a little bit egotistical, too. I went up to Bernsey. I was like, buddy, we both went to the same Suns game, and I didn't get sick, so maybe I'm just different.
Yeah,
that's not smart.
As Gambo has gone on his blame spree, if you will, about that damn scout.
I heard about this scout that night, too. Yeah, I heard about him.
Bummer. I'm glad that you're here.
Thank you. We heard from new Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur. I took my time there because my ADHD, OCD, whatever you want to call it, I just want to call him Matt so bad.
Yeah.
I just want to do it so bad. I apologize in advance for when I do it on this program. Probably going to do it a lot. Try not to do it for the rest of the day. We heard from him, and how we're going to start the show is kind of give you the sound bites that we heard from him over the course of his interviews, both with Burns and Gambo and in his press conference today. But to start with Mitch, he was very well presented. I was impressed.
And I think what stood out to me was the authenticity that really came out in the I don't want to call it a presentation, but he was up there at the podium presenting himself to the assembled media. His family was there. There were members of the Arizona Cardinals roster that were there. And I think in general, it stood out to me a little bit more that he kind of did it off the cuff. He obviously had notes written down to make sure that he thanked everybody properly. Thanked a lot of people, by the way. But I don't know why I connected with it a little bit more because of that authenticity as opposed to just straight reading lines off of a sheet of paper. So I thought it wasn't a lost press conference. I don't know if it was a one press conference, but I'm not freaking out over it, if that makes sense.
No, and that's where you can fall into the trap, too, because you'll remember Sirianni sweating bullets, and then he won a Super Bowl. It's like Liam Cohen did the most awkward Duval we've ever seen, and now it turned into this own thing because of how good his team is, that he says Duval in that kind of way, turned it into his own thing because it's not in a mocking way anymore because of the success that he saw. Here's LaFleur talking about why he wanted to coach the Cardinals.
All you want is ownership to want to win and win in the worst way. And that was very apparent when I met Michael last year, how much he loves this organization, and then just going through that process. Like, why wouldn't you? So that was first and foremost, being it with ownership that loves it. Then you get to meet Monty and all the other people in this building, and everyone's got the same vision. And then you think about this division. It's a tough division. I mean, if it were easy, it wouldn't be worth it, And so we know what the work that we got in front of us in that back room. They are in the back right there. They know that. But those are the reasons I wanted to be the head coach here.
And then what it would mean for him to get this team back on track?
I mean, everything, I mean, let's be real. I mean, this is a bottom line business, period. This business is cutthroat. It's about wins and losses. The one thing we're not going to talk about is what happens in February and in January and even in December. I'm not even worried about the first game in September right now. I'm worried about getting relationships with these guys, building the best staff we can, improving the roster because we owe it to these guys to do that, and then getting going with them, trying to build this to where we are so prepared come September. So yeah, it'd mean the world, and we all know what the final result needs to be. But again, our focus is going to be working on the day.
It's always funny playing these games too, because I didn't have a panic attack per se when I saw Jonathan Gannon. He is Gannon. See you later.
Gannon, get out of here.
There he goes. That incredibly awkward conversation with Rondale Moore, and I was like, oh my gosh, we hired a head coach who doesn't know how to get through or communicate with football players, which is his one job. And yet JG turned out to be outstanding in that part of coaching as well. But it's always refreshing, I'll say, as a fan, when you can immediately see how a football coach can get through to his football team, and you watch one 30-minute press conference, you're like, oh, this guy's going to be able to get through to his group fine. Yeah,
I think the fact that he put an emphasis on pointing out the individuals that he's going to be coaching in the back of the room. There were some players there at the press conference. I notably noticed that Michael Wilson was there because the Cardinals were kind enough to put out one of those quote graphics, and there was the embrace between LaFleur and Wilson, so we at least know one of the key cogs was there. I'm not sure who else was there, but in general, it does go back to the whole ingenuity thing. And you could, I think part of me was wondering, was he going to make any type of big proclaimy statements, right? We didn't necessarily get any big proclaimy statements, as best as I remember. It was very much just straightforward. There's work to do, but I'm not necessarily looking at this as daunting. I'm looking at this as a challenge, but I think this is something that we can accomplish very, very quickly.
Remind me, and I was the person that was physically there, so I should be the person to remember this, but Vogel's was like that, right? Frank Vogel for the Suns, it was very this is how we're going to play. This is my resume. This is what I'm going to establish there, and obviously he did none of that.
Sometimes when you just lay it out in front of everybody what your plan is and how you're going to be built and how you're going to operate, it doesn't always work because sometimes you have personnel that doesn't necessarily operate well in that system. We saw that happen with Steve Wilkes, right? With the one season that he was the Cardinals head coach. We've seen that at times with transitioning from a Cliff Kingsbury offense to the most recent regime where Jonathan Gannon and Drew Petzing don't necessarily see a fit for some of these guys in the offense. And I think the same thing is going to happen. And I'm glad that he didn't just go straight out and say, this is exactly how we're going to do it. So a lot of things to like in terms of takeaways from this presser.
So I got two cuts for you here. First one, same LaFleur. Second one, the other LaFleur. Here is Mike on when he is looking forward to calling plays now, like he did not for the most part in LA.
Yeah, I look forward to it a lot. I missed it. There's something about calling plays like you're just kind of in it, And I got asked the question earlier, just in terms of some of the things I learned the operation stuff like that we really put together for these last few years, particularly this last year. But there's a tone at which you talk to that quarterback as well. I really believe that. Like what they're hearing in that moment. It is so hard to play quarterback in this league. And obviously he has the harder job as the quarterback compared to the play caller, but you are in it with them. And it's a aspect of football that I missed a lot. So, like anything else, it'll be challenging, but it'll be worth it. It'll be fun.
Before I play the cut from his brother Matt LaFleur on Mike calling plays, I will say as a Cardinals fan that is incredibly refreshing because I am still scarred from Kyler looking at Cliff and being like, play call, please play call. And remember when he had to burn timeouts, and that was obviously because Cliff could just not get the play call in time. It's something that he stressed a lot. Okay, so here's Matt LaFleur, Green Bay Packers head coach, on his brother Mike calling plays as a head coach.
Well, I think the great thing is that he's done it before. And so certainly, there is a little bit more added to it, but I think if you surround yourself with the right people, obviously the coordinators are going to be critical. You better get yourself a good game management guy because there's a lot of thoughts that are going through your head throughout the course of a game, and then on top of that, and the responsibility of calling it. But I've no doubt, I watched his work in New York, and quite honestly, I always thought it was impressive. Just his ability to get the most out of his guys, no matter what quarterback was in the game. I think there was 4 different quarterbacks that threw for over 300 yards that he worked with. So I don't know too many guys that could get that done.
What'd you make of that?
There's a chance that this could go horribly in year one. But because he's at least had the experience of play calling before, there's a chance that this... I don't want to put too much stock into the idea that him being able to call plays and being able to manage the game as the head coach at the same time is going to go swimmingly in year one. But we've also been proven very wrong very, very quickly about some individuals' ability to, I don't know, coach a basketball team with a complete roster makeover and a complete organizational makeover in their first year ever as a head coach. We've been wrong about that very recently. I don't want to assume that it's just going to go badly, but I do think there's another aspect to weigh in terms of being the play caller while also trying to manage the game. Now, if there's a benefit to it, it's that he has a brother who's very much experienced in that regard, being a head coach and being also the play caller for the offense in Matt LaFleur. And then secondarily to that is the other people that he's been able to work under in preparation for that, namely Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan. So I do think him being able to adapt in that role is going to happen. I just don't know how quickly it is going to happen, and I worry about it frustrating the fan base very early on.
A few players were there. Here's Michael Wilson on his excitement of the offense and its potential.
Yeah, absolutely. Just kind of what I touched on. I think from my standpoint, like looking at me, Marv, and Trey, like I'm excited to, get with an offensive guy who hopefully can, maximize all of our skill sets. And I'm just excited to get to work.
It should be a fun offense either way. We're coming off of awesome seasons from Wilson and McBride in particular, and I'm very curious to see how it all operates with LaFleur in year one.
Arizona Sports. Breaking news.
Oh, boy.
It's rare that we get to hit this on our show, Mitch, but we've got some big news in the National Basketball Association. If you missed yesterday's development, James Harden, beloved ASU figure, was just out in Tempe the other day watching ASU basketball.
He's still here, apparently.
Him and the Clippers apparently working on a split. It has been completed. The Los Angeles Clippers are trading James Harden to the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Wow.
For Darius Garland and a second-round pick. That is according to ESPN's Shams Charania. He adds the deal for both sides. Harden and the Clippers worked through his exit over the last few days, resulting in a beneficial outcome for both sides. And then for the Cavaliers' end, they acquire one of the greatest 70 blah, 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 blah. Agent slot, whatever.
The puff piece part of it.
Exactly. You want to save our thoughts for after the break?
So here's what I'm thinking. We laid out this whole structure. Let's just take the thing that we have at 6:45, shift it up, and then shift everything else down.
Absolutely.
So coming up next, we're going to react to NBA trades that have happened today because we've got another one next on Arizona Sports at Night.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Sanders driving coast to coast. Can't get the layup to go, but Gooden is there for the rebound. Heath steps in to the forecourt. Feeds Williams for the jam time. Mark Williams running the floor. Jordan Goodwin rewards the big man, and he paid him off.
Suns at the Blazers tonight. Pregame at 8. 9 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Everything is priced to sell at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. F-150s, Broncos, Mustangs, Explorers, SUVs, trucks, and EVs. If it's on the lot, it's priced to move. All month long during our President's Day event, everything is thousands off MSRP with simple, transparent pricing for everyone. No gimmicks, no games, no haggling, just straightforward deals. That's why more people choose Santan Ford, because our pricing will not be beat. Hurry in for the best selection during the President's Day event at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Online at santanford.com. Going on now. Restrictions may apply. apply. See dealer for details.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Take a bite out of Shade Week at All Pro Shade Concepts. They're clearing out the warehouse February 9th through the 13th. And if you've been thinking about your shade for your patio, now is the time to get the lowest prices of the year. Retractable awnings and roll-down patio shades, all in stock, like new, many still in the box. Marked down up to 50% off retail. Visit the All Pro Shade showroom Monday through Friday next week, 9 to 3, all week long. For details, visit shadeweek.com. That's shadeweek.com. Don't let these deals swim away.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. February means the annual Second Chance Sports Gear Drive for kids with Earnhardt Auto Centers. I'm here with Chris Kerr, the Corporate VP of Marketing. And Chris, why call it the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, and what kind of gear are you looking for?
We believe that kids deserve a second chance. The gear that you might throw out or otherwise donate somewhere else could get a second chance and be used in the hands of these kids at the Boys and Girls Club, so they have an opportunity to learn a sport, build skills, learn great character building traits and opportunities. And the type of gear we're looking for, basketball, soccer balls, footballs, baseballs, bats, you name it. Anything these kids can use to learn and try different sports and the wonderful athletic programs that the Boys and the Girls Club of the Valley uses. And if you donate something that maybe the Boys and Girls Club isn't looking for, we've got a couple other great charities. All this goes to a great use, great places, and benefits the youth of the Valley.
You can donate gear at any of the 17 Valley Earnhardt Auto Centers locations, or donate online by texting the word GEAR to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Suns at the Blazers tonight. Pregame at 8, 9 o'clock tip. Chug a Red Bull so you can stay awake and listen to the Suns at Portland tonight on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Welcome back to the program. It's Arizona Sports at Night. We've got some breaking national NBA news to discuss. James Harden, the former Sun Devil star, is on his way to Cleveland. This was a report that started to emerge last evening when, not seemingly, it was out of nowhere. Not that James Harden asked for a trade or is involved in some kind of situation where neither party is happy with how things are going. No, nothing like that. The fact that the Clippers had won 17 of their last 21 basketball games, had been playing outstanding hoops lately. They still have a long way to go, Mitch, before getting to a top 6 or a top 8 spot, but they're certainly trending there. So if they would have kept, muddling away over these last 2 months like they had been the first 2 months of the season, okay, great. This makes a lot of sense why Harden would want out, or they would want out of the Harden business. But the timing of this, as they've been one of the best teams in basketball for the last 6 weeks, is really staggering. It came out of nowhere last night, and then the news drops just now. He's going to Cleveland, and two-time All-Star point guard, 26-year-old Darius Garland, goes from Cleveland to L.A., with a second-round pick attached to. I can't believe they got a second-round pick. I can't believe that they got Garland in this. I'm not the biggest Harden fan in the world. Everyone knows this. But if you look at how this situation not randomly popped up perhaps, but seemingly comes out of nowhere within the last couple of days, and for them to come out of it with a two-time All-Star point guard who's in his mid-20s, it's unbelievable work.
I really don't know how to feel about this. And
how do you feel about it as the ASU fan with Harden, by the way?
Well, okay, so I understand that there's the more of the noise is related to Harden once again finding his way to ask out while after a tenuous offseason of trying to get a new contract deal, whatever way have you, he finds his way to the team and he think he's going to be there for a while and then he's gone. This has been, unfortunately, a recurring pattern for James going back to when he went to Brooklyn and got his way out of Houston. Lasted just a year and a half basically in Brooklyn before he asked his way out and went to Philly. Lasted about a year and a half there before he goes to the Clippers. Lasted about a year and a half there, and now all of a sudden he's in Cleveland. I understand everybody else's willingness to just poke fun at the hilarity of the situation that is James constantly finding his way to a new destination. I wonder if it's at this point just desperation of trying to win a ring. But I'm very curious as to why he sees the Cavaliers as that destination, or is it more so this was the best offer we were going to get in return from the Clippers? Like, I'm more fascinated from the Cavaliers side of this than anybody else that is involved within this story. But I'll let you react first.
Well, your brain wants to go to like money, right? Like Harden wants an extension. He's in his mid-30s. Like, can I get one more mega deal before this thing is all kind of said and done? He's 36 right now. He'll be 37 in 6 months. Mm-hmm. Can he get one more mega deal? The Clippers can't extend him right now. It would not be until the summer when that would get done. He has a player option for next year. He can decline it, get that new deal done. But what can still happen is they can still kind of talk about, like, how does next summer look? And what I'm going to interpret from this is he was not hearing good things about this summer and said, trade me to a team where I know at least they will have a long-term commitment to me. And that's what he was looking for. I don't think he wanted to play through. Again, this is merely just watching James Harden in the NBA for the last 15 years now. All these things have gone.
Yes.
I think that he was looking at it from a situation of, I don't want to play for this team that might not even make the playoffs still, that in 3 months' time when I'm trying to get paid, I'm trying to get this last big deal, this isn't the best place for me to do that. It is instead on a contender. I think it has less to do with like Cleveland potentially giving him that money as it is like giving him a proper platform to get signed. But I think that he's wrong on that because the Clippers were playing terrific basketball. And so was he, by the way. Like, he was one of the snubbed all-stars out west.
They were, but they're also, in 8th place, 9th place in the West right now with a lot of hill to climb. And, like, do you genuinely think the Clippers with Harden, Kawhi, and everything we've seen this year is a sustainable enough team to make it through the postseason and to the finals? Because my answer to that would be no. And I think James saw it the exact same way.
My answer to that is no, but it has directly to do with James Harden himself and his playoff failures that have popped up over and over. And it is remarkably consistent how he does not show up, even with everything that was. There were moments, I believe it was game 6 of that series that they were in where they got eliminated, where I was like, he's showing up. Here he is.
Yep.
And then in the second half,
in Game 7 too.
It went back to that, and then in Game 7 as well. So they're 23-26. The Clippers are. They're 6.5, or excuse me, they are 6.5 games out from the 6-7 line, which is where the Lakers and the Suns reside. I think the more interesting part here, Mitch, if you'll allow me to look at it from the Clippers' perspective for a second here, and maybe tie in the Suns here too, if we're looking at like what the West looks like this year and the rest of the year. If you're not familiar with the Darius Garland profile, he's been on the backcourt with Donovan Mitchell for the last handful of years. Mitchell has been flat out one of the best players in the league. The two of them have shown okay chemistry together, but it hasn't like flourished. Like, they clearly don't make each other better, and a big part of that why is because Garland is consistently hurt. Not in a missing 40 to 50 games a year mode, but his games played by year, 59, 54, 68, 69, 57. And then last year was his second All-Star nod. He was up for Comeback Player of the Year as well, 75 games played. He's only played in 26 this year. So there's reasons for Cleveland to look elsewhere with him. I totally understand what they're thinking. I just don't know that Harden was the best solution. And on the Clippers end of it, there was no like exit strategy here. All their picks are gone. They're stuck with Kawhi and Harden. And now you give them Garland. They could potentially re-sign Zubac, and at least you have like two really good players in their prime when fully healthy to have something for the future. The Clippers didn't have a future 20 minutes ago. Now they sort of have one.
They do sort of have one. And I think, if anything, this also indicates that Cleveland is just willing to go all in this year and potentially stretch that into next year.
Yeah, right.
Because this is why I'm fascinated from the Cleveland side of things. Number one, they broke up the core four that got them the number one record in the East last year, made them one of the surprise teams of the last few years. So they have now split up that core four of Jared Allen, Evan Mobley, Donovan Mitchell, and Darius Garland's going to the Clippers. Does this now trigger them to move anybody else from that four? And I want to credit Tom Haberstroh with Yahoo Sports for the idea. James Harden, Giannis, LeBron James next summer.
I can't tell if I like absolutely hate it or absolutely love it, but I know I'm just like firmly on one side or the other.
The obvious problem is like there's a lot of money invested into three of those guys because Donovan's getting paid a lot of money. Giannis is obviously getting a lot of money. And then Harden, if he gets an extension, how much money is he going to want? The wild card in all of this is it's assuming that LeBron James would not want out right now, and he just has the freedom to sign wherever. And a lot of people are already speculating the whole Cleveland make it the last year, try and go out on a positive note or at least a storybook note or whatever. But I'm fascinated to see if they go aggressive after Giannis. Does that mean now Evan Mobley is moved out of the equation as well? Because you would think he's the one to go. There was apparently a briefing of a story that I saw that was aggregated on the internet today about how Jarrett Allen potentially traded is now a rumored possibility. Cleveland just fascinates me right now, and this was step one in my increasing fascination of what they do next.
You probably know the guy I'm going to talk about next because we just talked about him a few days ago. The guy I feel for the most here is Donovan Mitchell because he is historically, and I feel comfortable in saying this, I think ring culture ruins a lot of basketball discourse, and it's so easy to look at Donovan Mitchell, been like, never been to the finals. He's not a real playoff performer. He's averaging 28 a game in 63 playoff games. Like if you go like 50 games played in the playoffs, sort by points per game, he is one of the first names that you're going to see, is consistently stepping up in those moments, has established himself as an almost every single year first-team All-NBA candidate, and now the Harden postseason blues are going to be attached to him for one more potential run. And I wonder how this changes his outlook for this summer, because it's like, okay, if you guys are shaking it up with Mobley, if you guys are shaking it up with Allen, and that comes back and like whoever you're going to go after, like maybe I don't want to be around for like your next attempt at whatever you guys are going to do, because Utah was, I think, the best team that he had. But even then, it was like it always felt like watching those teams, he needed more from Gobert. He needed more from Mike Conley. He needed more from some of these other ancillary guys. And then Cleveland, it's like we've been waiting for the Evan Mobley to turn into KG year for 2 years. We've been waiting for Darius Garland to turn into some iteration of some of the best point guards in the league. Hasn't happened yet. And Jarrett Allen has always just been like a pretty good center. And it's just time after time, year after year, this guy's stuck in a position where he doesn't get that type of support next to him. So does Cleveland finally put it next to him this summer? Like the worst thing they could do is re-sign Harden. Like I think this is just them making the best situation they can out of the Garland situation, which they didn't find a favorite. And we could talk about this for like 45 more minutes. It's super interesting on both sides.
The usage rates I'm going to be fascinated by.
Ooh, yeah.
By the way, like who gets it more between Harden and Mitchell, because those are two pretty ball dominant guys.
Well, at the end of the game, Harden's not going to want the ball anyway, so Mitchell will get it. So maybe they work out the best for each other. Maybe this is a perfect marriage.
All right, coming up next, we shifted the deck chairs around just a little bit, but we're going to stick basketball next because we got to check in on the local team, the Phoenix Suns. What has happened the past week? That's next here on Arizona Sports at Night.
The Cardinals have hired Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as their next head coach.
The Cardinals were very thorough in their process. They took their time, and they obviously feel comfortable that Mike LaFleur can not only run an offense, but run an entire organization. They may have been last, but they'll get the last laugh if their coach can turn around the franchise.
What does the LaFleur as head coach hire mean for the future of Kyler Murray in the desert? We're chopping up the Cardinal decision today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Join Doctors Kopstein and King from K2 Vision RLE to learn about refractive lens exchange and have your questions answered. They're hosting a free live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 1.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
We'll answer these questions and more at our upcoming K2 Vision free live webinar.
Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
How long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer, how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
The webinar is this Thursday afternoon at 1. Space is limited. Register now at k2visionrle.com. k2visionrle.com.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. How will the Phoenix Suns do back on the road? We'll get into our basketball team tomorrow. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
What up, Kellen and Mitch here with Arizona Sports at Night. We are here with you through to 8:30. You've got Arizona Sports at Night from 6 to 8, then Suns pregame from 8 to 8:30. And for you night owls like myself, you'll love a little 9 o'clock basketball. Dave Burns probably going to be asleep by 9:15, especially with the sniffling that he was doing earlier. He's not going to be up for that.
Did we put the over-under on him yet or no?
Oh, it's out of commission now. That guy's going to take so many drugs when he gets home that he's just going to knock himself out completely. Like the NyQuil that better be in that house that he's going to pick up on the way if that is not there. But it'll be fun. We'll be here pregame. We'll be here postgame. Interesting game to talk about. If you haven't seen the injury report, it is a relevant one. Devin Booker, 1 week reevaluation period, passed on Sunday.
Yes.
The only interview, or the only update, I should put it as, that we got from Jordan Ott in terms of Devin Booker and this 1 week reevaluation period was this.
Book's making tremendous progress. Obviously been on the court multiple times, trending in a good spot. We know who he is. As soon as he can get out there, Dwayne, he's going to get out there. So whether the All-Star break is tomorrow or in 2 weeks, he's going to rehab like crazy. He was in there again this morning. So whenever he's ready, he will be out there playing.
Did he have the reevaluation today?
He just continues to progress.
Okay.
I mean, he is skipping steps basically with how fast he can do it. And I think this has been his history. Obviously he's had other injuries and been able to recover incredibly fast too. This is just another one.
Ott he hasn't been shy before, Mitch, about being like, oh, well, this is an injury that Book could play through if this is not the playoffs or whatever. Didn't hear any type of tone like that. Booker out tonight and I don't want to say it this kind of way, but it sounds like his status for Thursday could be in doubt too, in this kind of way as well. And then on top of that, Jalen Green questionable. We'll get to him in a minute.
I mean, that's just it. We didn't necessarily get a reevaluation on him, did we? Like, I guess you can use whatever definition of reevaluation you want to use, but listening to that, I don't necessarily think I got any clearer of an update in terms of how close Booker is to returning. Not that I'm concerned about him being out for a while, and combine that with how well this team can perform without their stars, as they've shown all season. I'm more so just in the camp of, was this ankle injury actually a little more severe than we initially realized? And they have the right to not say anything more about the fact. But if he's emphasizing, he's skipping steps to try and get back, but then he's still out, and if he is out again on Thursday against Golden State, then how actually severe was that ankle injury? I'm starting to wonder about that.
So this looks like a pretty compromising position for the Suns going to Portland, and Portland has been playing much better recently, but actually they haven't. They've lost five in a row. Some of that has been without Denny Avdia, their all-star, who is out tonight, low back strain. Scoot Henderson's the guy that's been out all year. It's like, where the hell is this guy? He was doubtful for this game, but he's out again. And then with all due respect to what Drew could be going through personally, Drew Holiday, questionable for personal reasons. You hope everything's okay with him. Mm-hmm. But with all this noise about how Portland could get looped into a potential Giannis trade with Minnesota, and then James Harden missing a game due to, breaking news, AFC touchdown, NFC up 14-7 in the Pro Bowl.
Oh, my goodness.
Sorry.
Thanks for the update.
We should have shared that ahead of time. Joe Burrow's dancing. He's very happy. A lot going on in the world of sports tonight.
Just let me know when Shedeur checks in, okay? That's honestly all I care about.
That's crazy. That's like when, and I like Kyler. That was like the year that Kyler got his, where it's like, oh man, like what are we doing?
Tyler Huntley was a Pro Bowler.
So Drew Holiday's questionable for this game, and it's like, okay, is that because of like trade reasons, or is that because of something going on? Because the questionable tag as well. Is it one of those things where, like, if we don't get this Giannis trade done before the game, we're going to play him because we're trying to win games? So this actually turns into a winnable game in some ways, I would put it as, for the Suns, despite how they played the other night. I'm willing to say that. Are you starting to worry that potentially without Green and Booker that the limitations are really starting to show?
Well, here's the reason why I would be worried, if I would have any reason to worry. Given how abusive the Clippers were on the glass on Sunday night, the Portland Trailblazers present themselves some pretty decent size as well, particularly in Donovan Clingan, who's been getting the starting center rotational minutes, and then Robert Williams, who's actually been relatively healthy. We know him to be as much of a rim presence and a rim threat when he is out on the floor and playing at full strength. Those two in particular, I'm going to be keeping an eye on in that matchup with the bigs. Hopefully I'm not stepping on any future keys from a couple hours from now. But I do think that would be the one area of concern for me. And combine that with, if Portland is able to get enough defensive stops, are they able to turn that into some transition three opportunities with the likes of Shaedon Sharpe, your guy Caleb Love, who's one of the better rookies of the rookie class this year.
They're making trades just to keep him.
It's crazy. I do think there are guys to watch out for, but in reality, we should be less worried because no Avdia, likely no Drew, and definitely no Matisse Thybulle, Chris Murray, and no Scoot Henderson. Like, there's enough guys out that this should not be a problem for the Suns. They should win tonight.
So I wanted to spring on you an interesting trend that I found. I don't know if it directly relates to tonight's game as much as I would like for this talking point, but I still wanted to bring it up because I found it.
Okay.
Just 2 weeks ago, if you look at who is the betting favorite, so if you're favored by a half point, you're technically the favorite.
Yeah.
The betting favorite, your record when you are a betting favorite, just a few weeks ago, the Suns were 17-2. When they were the betting favorite. They were taking care of business like nobody's business. They were just really going out there, beating the teams they should, or in like that facet of like tonight's game where they're like a 2.5 point favorites kind of down the line, where they are able to win those games where they are either right directly within their opponent or they're just a little bit better or definitively better than. But they lost to Atlanta, a game and they were favored in. They lost to Miami, a game they were favored in. They beat Brooklyn, a game they were favored in. But then they lost to the Clippers the other night, got trounced by them in a game they were favored in. So 1-3 in those last 4 games. They're still 18-5 though. And if you go in the entire NBA and look at the standings based on what is their win-loss record when they are favored, that's the best mark in the league. OKC is 39-11, basically every game that they've played.
Shocker.
The Lakers are the classic, like, we beat up on bad teams, suck against good teams. They're 21-7 as a favorite, but that's better than anyone. New Orleans is 5-0, Brooklyn's 2-0. That doesn't really count. But can the Suns continue to when they're facing shorthanded teams or teams that are not as good as them or teams that are down the line, but they're going through some stuff like Portland is right now. Can they take care of business? Because they've been the take care of business team all year.
Congrats to the great efficiency that Brooklyn and New Orleans are presenting when they're actually favored, because it isn't all that often. I do think they can do that, only because we've already seen them be able to take care of business without key individuals available. And they're doing it against teams that they're not necessarily favored against. Like, I would argue the games that they had against Detroit and Cleveland last week, I wouldn't have thought that the Suns would be favored in those games, and they kicked their ass in both of those games. I would have assumed that the Suns would have been favored in the Clippers game, but then they lost that game. And in really dominant and abusive fashion. Like, the only other time that they had lost every single quarter in a game this year was the blowout loss to Oklahoma City, which just gives you an idea of how consistent this Suns team has been about being in games, and on Sunday night they weren't. I think they have the ability to be seen as, I mean, would you say they're a top 10 team in the NBA based on what we've seen this year? Just yes or no?
I can't say yes for sure because I want to count the 10 teams in my head, but they're right there if
15?
Top
15?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Okay. If they're a top 15 team, I would expect them to take care of business when there's a certain lacking of individuals on the opponent's side of things, and combine that with being able to overcome their own deficiencies, like not having your star player for these games due to an ankle injury. I see the Suns as that kind of team now. They've convinced me this year.
Jalen Green questionable for this game. It is listed as right hamstring injury management and a left hip contusion, if you haven't been following along the last couple of games. He missed a few games because he didn't tweak his right hamstring per se, but just felt something. Felt a little bit of something. And that led to Ott saying it, Dylan Brooks saying it, like, this isn't something where the MRI came back with something showing aggravation. Like, he's just got to play through it at a certain point, to just put it more bluntly, in ways that they didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Plays through it, looks okay, and then takes a horrible fall that honestly should have been way worse. And we're Suns are very fortunate that it did not turn out as bad as it could have looked. Left hip contusion, was limping around during the game. Jordan Ott saying that this is just the hip at this point that is keeping him out of games, but he is questionable right now. We'll continue to keep an eye on the injury report throughout the night and let you guys know when we get something on his status. Ott is going to speak at 7:30, so we'll be keeping an eye out on the news feed. Dwayne Rankin from AZ Central out there doing outstanding work, as always, because we got to get out of this pattern. I know it's just been bad luck, but we got to get out of this pattern. The Suns got to know what they have with Green before the more important games are starting to come up in March and April.
Just as importantly with that, you got to get him in the mindset that even if this does end up being a chronic issue, like, you can still play through this, right? And he's just not there yet. All right, coming up next, Diamondbacks news. Looks like they've got themselves a first baseman. How do we feel? Next on Arizona Sports at Night.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe, April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas and Matt Taxus. They're one part of retirement that most people never get ahead of.
That's true, and no one also plans for them. So once you start taking income from your accounts, taxes can impact everything. If you don't plan it right, you're going to pay Uncle Sam more than you should.
But you help people take control of that.
Absolutely. We look at all of your accounts, IRAs, 401ks, Social Security, all of these taxes to build a strategy designed to reduce all these unnecessary costs over time.
And the difference adds up?
It absolutely does, and smart tax planning can save you thousands of dollars over your retirement years.
And listeners can start that process today.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary tax review.
If you want to keep more of what you've earned, make the call.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
There's nothing like it. The rush when the band plays, the roar when the Sun Devils take the court, the energy that shakes the building and pulls you to your feet. This is Sun Devil men's basketball, where every night brings the sound of something electric, something unpredictable, something you have to feel to believe. From the first tip to the final buzzer, Sun Devil Hoops is where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, it's Luke. When are we going to see Devin Booker return from his ankle sprain? We'll talk about that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I can't believe the Diamondbacks only got him for $2 million. That's a steal.
I thought about just letting it ride. Like, what if we just let the whole song play and then we start the radio show again?
We got this.
Singing round for everyone. You can understand everything's to share. Let your spirit dance, brothers, everywhere. Let your head free.
He's got such a good catalog, man.
Okay,
Really
I'll start the radio show. We got our Santana in because Carlos Santana has signed with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Our own John Camaduro confirming 1 year,
singular,
$2 million. What was your first reaction when you saw it? Because I think we shared it.
I don't necessarily hate the move in a vacuum. I think there are reasons to like this addition, and there's aspects that Carlos Santana brings to the baseball field that I think are very tangible and are going to help this team. Outside of that vacuum, I'm kind of bummed that this isn't just Paul Goldschmidt being brought back to the Valley, if that makes sense.
No, that was my reaction entirely. Yeah. When I first saw it, I thought they did not want to pay whatever Paul Goldschmidt was looking for. Now,
apparently a lot of money.
Was that $5 million? Was it $8 million? Was it $12 million? Because Paul Goldschmidt has certainly declined in some of the ways that Carlos Santana has as a baseball player. I think with that being said, he is the safer play at this point. Carlos Santana had a fantastic 2024 season. 2.5 WAR, won a Gold Glove. His OPS was 749, OPS plus 109. Essentially what that means, folks, is that he was a slightly above average hitter with Gold Glove defense.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty great. So Cleveland brings him in. Doesn't really work out. They cut him. The Cubs bring him in. It does not work out. He barely cracks. He was basically like this really long shot ad for the Cubs to see if they could add one more bat in there somewhere, one more emergency defender, perhaps. Didn't get there, so he's been lingering in free agency now. He's going to turn 40 years old here in 2 months. The metrics on him are not scary per se because the defenses remain consistent, but you just worry about his bat declining as much as it did last year because you're looking at him coming in and playing the Goldie role we were expecting, which was crush left-handed hitting, play some DH, play some first base. That's all you really need to do.
Yep.
His splits were even last year in the 600s for OPS, both against lefties, both against righties, and he's turning 40. So you wonder if some defensive decline starts to come in, and this is awfully – it's not in the same vein because I still expect Nolan Arenado to be decently productive for them. But now you're banking on two veterans who are declining, to say the least.
Well, I look at it from this perspective. In terms of if you're looking at just the defensive corners, and this year it's Nolan Arenado at third and Carlos Santana at first, and last year you had Eugenio Suarez and Josh Naylor. This is a defensive upgrade, I would say, overall, with a combination of the two. Offensively, this is a downgrade, without question. But I do think that this offense is really only going to be reliant on the top three guys, and then all the other six in the order are going to contribute at different times. Like, in general, if you have a top three, in whatever order it ends up being, of Carroll, Marte, and Perdomo, I think we agree that those will be the top three guys.
Yes.
Arenado, Santana, whoever they decide to hit cleanup somewhere around in there.
Gabby, Pavin Smith on some nights.
Exactly. And then eventually you're going to get Lourdes Gurriel Jr. back within the first month and a half, 2 months of the season, depending on how much time he needs to recover from his ACL injury. I do think that there is enough there for this offense, and I do think having Santana and Arenado in the lineup, it won't replicate that which was Suarez's 30 home runs and 100 RBIs and Josh Naylor's ability to get extra base hits, get on base, and steal bases like a madman. That offense is not going to be replicated, but I think it will be close. And I do think Park is a factor that will play into that for both of those guys.
What do you mean by Park?
Like playing at Chase Field 81 times out of the 162. This is a very hitter's
It's gonna bring more power, you're saying, like just more raw homers?
Or they'll just utilize the gaps as one of their great strengths, right? And the I know down the foul lines is an area that Carroll likes to use a lot because it allows him to utilize his speed. He dumps it into the corner, and he's able to turn around a base, and the throw is deepest part of the yard in the corner if he's trying to get to third, like on a triple. Whereas Santana and Arenado are going to utilize those gap areas where you've got the deepest corners of the park up against that big 400-foot wall in center field. I do think it will actually benefit those guys.
What you are getting is another Mike Hazen fit in terms of the things we always talk about. Like, we joke that you can go to Baseball Reference and look at walk numbers and strikeout numbers, or you can go to Baseball Savant and get like the percentages and the percentiles, and you're usually going to see things like chase percentage, whiff percentage, strikeout percentage, and walk percentage, those four at the bottom of everyone's page on the website, and you're going to see some shades of red with guys that Hazen brings in. No one has more walks in baseball since 2010 than Carlos Santana. If I even bump it up to 2015 when he's a little older and, in his mid-20s, and that allows other predominant players to get in who have been around for the last decade.
Yep.
Second in walks since 2015. Only Bryce Harper has more as well. So like someone like Goldie, who has great plate discipline, not as many walks. Someone like Mike Trout, who was in the league at that time, Freddie Freeman, Kyle Schwarber, Joey Votto, who got out 2 years earlier, McCutcheon. Like, he has more walks than them. He is really good at that. The numbers have dropped a little bit in the last 2 years, but I think what you're getting in that part of the order, wherever you put Arenado, wherever you're putting Santana, is guys who work an at-bat, but veterans who work a good at-bat as well. And I'll criticize it in the ways that I did with Arenado and Santana and their faults and how you're getting two guys that are declining, but at the same time, and this is where you can choose as a fan if you want to grade them on a curve or not, but I choose to kind of grade them on a curve. Like, this is just the budget that Hazen has. And if you look at the budget that he has done spectacular work. Getting Arenado for $5 million a year, getting Santana for $2 million a year, the production that they're going to bring, you really cannot come close to doing better.
He's always been very good about the addition signings / trades, right? He's not been very good at the selling aspect and being able to find prospects in deals when he gives away players. So I always tend to lean on the positive side in terms of when he brings a guy in that has clear deficiencies. I think a very recent example of that would be Jock Peterson, bringing him in on a one-year deal after a down year in San Francisco, and he comes in and literally all they ask him to do is be the right-handed pitching, hitting monster, and he absolutely was that. Was able to parlay that into a contract with Texas, and he had an atrocious year last year in comparison. So Mike is always very good at getting the best out of somebody when they're here, just squeezing the last drops of juice that they have. And I do think he's going to be able to get that out of Carlos. The other aspect that comes with this, Kel, is presence in the locker room, specifically because this name has been floated around a lot, specifically with Ketel Marte. A couple of Dominican guys and somebody that Marte really does look up to based on all the reporting I was seeing. I think he helps in that regard as much, too.
I think it's almost like part of the reason why you bring him in, right? It's like it's
100%.
a contributing factor. Like, it's not just the fact that you're getting this caliber of player at this price tag. I think that the Arenado trade and this were very much like, let's get some older, respected voices in the room, because Gino and Naylor not even at that experience level, but what they brought to a clubhouse as well, they were losing, and Hazen and Lovello and Kendrick and all the brain trust there, very perceptive of that kind of thing, and how if you don't replace that on top of the production, you're leaving yourself in a bad spot.
It'll be interesting to see what the Diamondbacks do next, especially pitchers and catchers are coming up soon. We'll soon get full squad workouts. Like, spring training's almost here, baby. Let's go. I'm ready to go. All right, coming up next, hour number 2 of Arizona Sports at Night. More reaction to Mike LaFleur next.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with JT Lee. That's right, the legendary JT, Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 actually has a culture.
Amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just want to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy, and that's what matters.
That's movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDs.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK frees you from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Find out about these procedures from the doctors who have performed over 300,000 of them. Join Doctors King and Kopstein for their free live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 1. Register now or schedule your free Zoom consult at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Wolf. What stood out to us the most from Mike LaFleur's introductory press conference? We'll continue to react to what the new Cardinals head coach had to say tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hour 2 of Arizona Sports at Night here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. It's Cal Nelson and Mitch Vareldis here with you. Then we'll have the Suns pregame show from 8 to 8:30. A little scrambling, running around, Mitch. I'm hosting a show with Gambo tomorrow.
Ooh.
Found out. So
nice.
Figuring out all the plans and such, trying to
I was going to say,
fly.
I hope for your sake Gambo stays home.
He is from home.
Okay, there you go. Good stuff.
I just got to get through today and whatever fungus bacteria has been left in the air.
Well, if it makes you feel better, I get to at least join you in the collection plate in there coming up in about an hour. So I'll get to experience it with you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Any other germs in here that aren't Dave Burns' would be fantastic to have together. Mike LaFleur almost did it again. Mike LaFleur, Arizona Cardinals head coach. He's new. We talked to him today. The media talked to him today. Burns and Gambo talked to him today as well. We shared our thoughts on the press conference itself earlier in the show, and I think the thing that you and I were really intrigued by coming away from that press conference, which included Monty Austin-Ford answering some questions as well, is the relationship between the coach and the organization, and that is something that LaFleur expanded upon throughout the press conference. Here's what he had to say about getting to know them through the NFC West.
I mean, there's nothing like experience, right? I've been in this division for 7 years. There's some heavy hitters in here, no doubt, But I'll say this at the same time. When I was on the other sideline, it was never easy going into State Farm, winning a football game ever, and lost more than we won, to be honest with you. That's that. That's how I feel.
I got one more from him on the Cardinals hosting the Rams in the playoffs.
And then you go to last year, and the Fire's hit in L.A., and we're about ready to host a playoff game versus the Minnesota Vikings on Monday Night Football in the first round. And obviously we all kind of know what was going on in L.A. And the Fires got a little bit too close and we had to move. And who was the first one to call, who was the first one to send over the planes, who was the first one to open the doors? It was the Arizona Cardinals and Michael Bidwell. And I'll never forget in that moment thinking, this is family, this is home. And it was temporary for 3 days. I actually installed over on that side about a year ago the red zone plan as we were getting ready for Minnesota. So the podium moved over to the right. But I already know this building. I got to walk around this building for 3 days. I know how much you love this place. And I told, I think, Lauren at the time, about a year ago, I'm going to be the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals someday. It just felt right, and it was deep right there.
It's fascinating that he would have gone to that length. That was last year, so not that long ago. And it's interesting, too, because he's had a couple of experiences getting to be around this stadium, this city, this area in particular. In his time with the 49ers, he also mentioned how during COVID they had to be shut out of Santa Clara, basically, and they moved their entire operations to Glendale because Arizona was at least operating in a little more of an open capacity at that time. So he has experience being here and operating around the building, and clearly he fell in love with the place enough to say that he wanted to be the coach here someday. And lo and behold, he's the coach here for the first time.
Just a meltdown from the NFC, by the way. 25 unanswered for the AFC in the Pro Bowl.
Where's Buddha's defense?
Shador's on the field.
Oh,
the winning side of the field right now.
Nice.
He's getting involved as well. A lot of questions came with this in terms of, like, why did you want to coach this team?
Yeah.
What directed you there? And that's some of the stuff that he just spoke on and you spoke on as well. And I want to play this cutback from earlier in the show as well, where he talked about why he wanted to coach this specific team as well.
All you want is ownership to want to win and win in the worst way. And that was very apparent when I met Michael last year, how much he loves this organization, and then just going through that process. Like, why wouldn't you? You know, so that was first and foremost, being with ownership that loves it. Then you get to meet Monty and all the other people in this building, and everyone's got the same vision. And then you think about this division. It's a tough division. I mean, if it were easy, it wouldn't be worth it, you know. And so we know what the work that we got in front of us in that back room. They are in the back right there. They know that. But those are the reasons I wanted to be the head coach here.
Forgive me, but I couldn't catch if he spoke on it in any of those cuts. But there was another instance where he mentioned, like, playing against his team and seeing the elements of, like, what he likes about Monty Austin-Ford and what he can get into a football team, and seeing that connect to the team and how connected that they were. Now, again, I don't know what football team that he was watching when he was talking about that specifically but he was giving me the impression that he was high on what he has seen from the Cardinals so far. And I can't help but, maybe in an even irresponsible way, looping that together with what Bidwell said when Gannon was fired about the aspirations for a one-year reboot, because that's what we're going to, I think, learn over the next couple of months is, like, do the Cardinals see this for what it should be, which is you're going to be one of the worst teams in the NFL next year no matter what, accept it, or they're going to try and turn this thing around and hope that they hit on the next Jordan and that they got really lucky here with the right head coach and that they're one of those teams that goes worst to first, does the whole deal. Again, I'm getting even more worst to first vibes off of this, not strongly, but I did notice it a little bit in his answers. Am I reading too much into it?
I don't think you're reading into it. I think in general there's a nature of what else are they going to say, I think is part of that comes into it too. Like, do you really just want him to go up to the podium and say, well, it's pretty daunting having to face three teams that finished with 14, 12, and 12 wins a year ago, and, you know, we got to see the Cardinals up close and personal, and they stunk, and I want to be the one to turn this ship around. Well, they would never say that. We obviously understand that. But I do think, going back to what I was saying earlier about the authenticity and the ingenuity, it does feel like he's very much up for the task and up for the challenge of wanting to steer the ship in the right direction. And think about, too, where his other prominent roles have been. And I don't mean San Francisco and I don't mean LA, but I mean the New York Jets. When he joined Robert Saleh in being the offensive coordinator there under Saleh as the head coach, and he was still able to produce some talented results and some individual accolades for members of that offense while he was there. It didn't produce success for a plethora of reasons, but I do think that value, that experience that he had in a tenuous situation is going to at least have him better prepared for a situation like this, where now he's the head coach and he's able to set the tone from day one right away about what they're hoping to accomplish.
NFC back on the board, by the way. Just riveting stuff happening.
Trey McBride, right, baby. Now. Come on.
4-score game.
Take us home.
Why is Ricard playing for the NFC? I'm kind of whatever. I'm lost. What they have to figure out, of course, is what's happening at quarterback, Mitch, they being the Arizona Cardinals. And I wonder how much of this interview process was like the Suns, where, hey, what would you do with Bradley Beal if we kept him? And they were like, hey, what would you do with Kyler Murray if we kept him? Here's what LaFleur had to say on Burns and Gambo when asked about Kyler.
Again, I mean, I'm not going to answer that question today because we got to go have all those conversations. We've had some closed-door conversations about how we're going to make sure this roster is the best it can be moving forward, and those will continue.
And then another one on evaluating the quarterback position, I believe he gets more into Kyler here.
Yeah, just like every other position on this roster, we're going to go up and have conversations to figure out how we're going to build the best roster for this next year's football team, period. Now, when you talk about Kyler just in general, I don't need to turn on the tape. I've been in this division for 7 years, 5 of them with him. Because obviously I got to the Niners in 17. He was drafted in 19. So those first 2 years, not seeing him on the Arizona field. But after that, and he's a problem. He's been a good player in this league, and again, look forward to getting up there with Monty and having conversations about all these guys.
Your Bradley Beal comp is perfect, by the way.
Thank you.
Because what did we all know about Bradley Beal going into the summer before they even hired a GM, before they even hired a head coach? He gone. What do we know about Kyler Murray before they made the change of head coach and have now brought in the new head coach? I think it's the exact same thing. So anything LaFleur says, I'm not going to hold him to it. Genuinely. I think I would rather just him go and operate and put things together, put this roster together how he wants to, along with Monty. And I'm going to envision that roster without Kyler Murray. And I'm not going to be bothered if the result is proven true, and I'm not going to be holding him to anything he says regarding Kyler because, quite frankly, I don't think Kyler is going to be a part of the equation next year, so I don't think it should matter that much to what we hear from LaFleur regarding Kyler.
Then, of course, this is a conversation that you and I didn't get to have, specifically the way in which this head coaching search went about, which seems like a whole lot of people said no to coaching the Arizona Cardinals. Monty Austin-Fort was asked about potential other reported candidates essentially choosing other organizations and what he had thought about that.
Well, I mean, I'd say to that, Teo, is like we went through our process on our timeline, and we went through, we interviewed, I believe we were at 14 different candidates, 6 of those who we met in person with. Some of those people took other jobs. Doesn't mean that we wanted them to be at this job, okay? And so we were able to go through our exhaustive process. We were able to talk to everybody that we wanted to talk to. And in the end, we had to come up with the best decision that it was for us. And thankfully, that led us to Mike. And so, I'd say our job was attracted to many candidates. And thankfully, Mike felt the same way. And we're excited to move forward with him.
Wow, Mitch, it smells like diesel in here and it feels hot. I'm getting gaslit again. That's amazing. You're telling me John Harbaugh, if he would have taken the job, you would have been like, actually, we have to interview Clint Kubiak first. Sorry. If Robert Saleh would have taken the, I understand what he's doing. He's got to do it, but come on.
No, there is something that I did want to nitpick. I think it was Michael, excuse me. Sorry, Mr. Bidwell. I think it was Michael earlier in the presentive part of the process that was saying that this is the guy that won it out. And then there was another point in the presser where Monty was saying that it was clear that Mike was the guy. But then they still had that second interview with Clint Kubiak. And I really this is how I want to plainly state it. Because I had my opinions on the matter when we found out that Kubiak was likely going to be hired by the Las Vegas Raiders, that if you're the last team in a 10-team hiring cycle to get your guy, you did not get your guy. That is at least my belief on the surface level of this hire right now. That if you had to be the last person in a 10-team hiring cycle to get your guy, then there was probably somebody else that you wanted more that no longer became available as the cycle went about. But if they were so confident that Mike LaFleur was going to be the guy after they were done with the 2-day interview, why was he not offered a contract right then and there? And why did they have to interview Clint Kubiak a second time? I really don't understand that part of it from this presser.
Just really continue to not like the lack of transparency in some of these answers as well, like stating it plainly for what it is, because again, the majority of what you are doing in speaking to the media is speaking to the fans in that regard. And these fans are very smart. They understand what's going on. They know that he is not being truthful with what he is saying there. And these are the people that are paying to go see your games, and there's less and less of them showing up lately. So that is something that you have to realize, that that's a very important relationship, and there has to be honesty and trust built there. There is going to be some tomfoolery with things said through the media every single time. But after the year that we went through and all that we had to hear in these sound bites for it, this is like day one of like the new season of the Cardinals, right? For it to have another one of these answers again just really rubs me the wrong way, because you are going to have to ask for so much belief and so much buy-in from your fans. Some fans are going to ride or die for them no matter what. Those people aren't going anywhere. but you cannot run an organization just off of those fans. You need to get fans to believe in your team for next year. And with answers like that, you're not going to do that, and you're going to ruin the trust even more that has been severely fractured after what happened in the last year.
Coming up next, trade season. NBA trade deadline is Thursday. Should the Suns be getting aggressive? That's next on Arizona Sports at Night.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Sanders driving coast to coast, can't get the layup to go, but Gooden is there for the rebound. Heath steps in to the forecourt, feeds Williams for the jam time. Mark Williams running the floor. Jordan Goodwin rewards the big man, and he paid him off.
Suns at the Blazers tonight. Pregame at 8, 9 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
They're going to go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
No payments until fall at Desert Wind Harley on any new Harley this week only. Desert Wind Harley has access to the country's largest Harley inventory with truckloads delivering every week. Desert Wind Harley has secured no payments until fall. Finance specialists are on site to help get you approved. Annual percentage rates such as 2.5% and no payments until fall on any new Harley at Desert Wind Harley now through Sunday. No payments for 120 days with approved credit.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. I spent years on the mound giving everything I had, and now I feel every inning in my knees, back, and shoulders. But I didn't want surgery, and I sure didn't want to be sidelined. That's why I turned to QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics Medical Director Dr. Christie and his team use regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No surgery, no meds, and no downtime.
Whether you're teeing off at the club or chasing the grandkids around, QC Kinetics helps you get back to doing what you love.
Call QC Kinetics now and schedule your free consultation. Natural joint pain relief with real results.
Don't let the pain slow you down. I didn't, and neither should you. My friends at QC Kinetics, they'll take care of you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation. QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday. Full reaction and response to the Mike LaFleur introductory press conference with the Cardinals. All the fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hello there, it's Kellen, it's Mitch. We are Arizona Sports at Night. We are on intermittently for you guys, somewhere between 6 and 8 p.m. We say pretty much whenever there's not a game, but some nights, like Mitch and I are going to, need a day off every now and then. Mitch had his day off on Monday. Wait a minute. No.
Just kidding.
You're filling in on Wolf and Luke. I had my day off tomorrow. No.
Just kidding.
Wait a minute. You're still getting yours tomorrow, bless you. I got one on Monday because of that whole snafu, so it worked out in the end.
Yeah.
But to explain in terms of the show scheduling, that's what can happen sometimes. So we were going to have one on Monday, then that happened, and then we were not going to have one on Wednesday, and we're still not having one on Wednesday. But guess what? We will be here on Friday, for example, still from 6 to 8. Got the Open starting, got the Super Bowl to talk about, which we're not even going to hit on in today's show.
Crazy.
A lot to talk about. We'll have 2 more Suns games to talk about. The NBA trade deadline will have passed. The latest injury report for the Phoenix Suns, Mitch, still no update on Jalen Green, still listed as questionable. Jordan Ott will speak here in about 15 minutes or so. We might get word from him. It might have to come down. Usually what happens is like the tweet notification goes off as you sign off the pregame show. That's usually how they like to do it to you.
Yeah, that's usually how it ends up happening. I've been lucky at least that the one that they publish on their social accounts gets posted like right around the first couple of minutes of Here Come the Sun, so I at least have the official injury update by then. But now I'm starting to get kind of annoyed with the NBA's injury report, like on the national website, and the inconsistencies. I'm still kind of PO'd about Isaiah Livers being listed as out for G League purposes, but he was out with an illness. Like I'm still rubbed the wrong way by that. So hopefully we can get some better accuracy from the league.
Check out our Twitter if you want to listen to more of us. That's at AZ Sports Night, because usually just the other shows can be like, hey, we're on 10 to 2 weekdays. It's like we don't go by those. We don't go by those speeds per se.
We don't know when we're on.
Link to our podcast feeds is extremely encouraged to subscribe to, because, again, it's really difficult to keep up with when we're on. We totally understand. Our schedule is up there at the top as well if you want to keep an eye on it. I would encourage Friday's show to be listened to, because we'll be talking a ton of NBA trade deadline. We're going to be talking about a lot of it. We have talked about a lot of it on today's show, and we're going to continue. Tons of activity in the last day or so. This morning, Jaren Jackson Jr. getting traded from Memphis to Utah. There was the swap of Anthony Simons and Nikola Vucevic out east. And then you've got the time-honored tradition, a tale like none other. Sources, LeBron expects to finish year with Lakers. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. It's good to know that he's not going anywhere. We do this story every freaking year.
It's not like he doesn't have a no-trade clause or anything and can control where he goes regardless if he does get traded. So it's not like that's a necessary report. But thank you. Appreciate it.
He does have that it's good to know that he wants to stay. We have made it clear that whatever.
Yeah, he totally wants to stay.
Today,
absolutely.
About an hour ago, we broke with it. We talked about it as it happened. James Harden getting traded to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Darius Garland coming back to LA. That's the one in the West that has the most impact. And then as well, the move before the move, Mike Conley essentially dumped to the Chicago Bulls in exchange for a pick swap, part of a 3-team deal. This moves the Timberwolves under the first apron, which will open up more avenues for them for trades. I think it was Shams who said, like, for a Milwaukee star. And it's like, there's only one.
There's only one. Sorry, It's not Miles Turner. I hate to break it to you.
Kyle Kuzma's not a star. I'm sorry. It's not Gary Trent Jr.
Unless they want Ryan Rollins.
So Minnesota very hot on the Giannis Antetokounmpo front. And all of this happening kind of makes you wonder a little bit. It makes you wonder, at least, Mitch.
I do.
Could the Suns respond? Explain.
Well, so here's what I want to specify about respond. I'm not saying, like, go get Giannis. That is not what I'm saying.
Good clarification.
What I am saying is, you watch this team. What is the main deficiency you would say with this team when we're seeing the losses that we do?
They're pretty small.
What could be an easy avenue in terms of upgrading how small you are into making your team a little bit bigger?
Getting a more trustworthy third-string center.
Now, what really bums me out is this Memphis-Utah swap that happened earlier today, because if we'd have known that Utah was all of a sudden being buyers, I would have wanted them to go after somebody in that pecking order. Like, names that have been thrown around forever in terms of connection to the Suns. Walker Kessler, right? That's a name that's been thrown out there. I think Gershon Yabusele was a name that was thrown out there. He's not a true 5. He's more of a 4 that can stretch to 5, but he also stretches the floor, and he's a very physical big.
For the Knicks, yep.
So somebody who could at least fix that area in regards to that. Domantas Sabonis feels like too much of a expensive price tag, I would say, although we're seeing guys getting traded for basically a pick at most and just like salary swapping and whatever. So maybe there's a move out there. I don't really know what it is, but I do wonder if this team wants to maintain its level in the West and try and be a true contender this year, because they're a surprise competitor right now. If they want to get to the level of true contender, I do think that they would benefit from a big man type addition or some sort of 4 stretch 5 guy.
So let me paint not a reality, a potential reality. I don't think this is what's going to happen per se, but I'm trying to navigate in your thought exercise with you. I'm not trying. I'm succeeding. I'm having fun here. It's
You're
nice
a winner,
and comfy,
baby.
nice and cozy. I'm having a wonderful time. Let's say the Suns win 43 games, so they really struggle the next 30.
Yeah.
They finish with the 8 or the 9 seed. They get in as the 8 seed. They lose in 5 games to OKC. We're done here. Are you satisfied with that outcome of the season as a whole? Because I think what you're going with is there is a potential for dissatisfaction with where they are. Because where they are right now and the momentum they have right now is not only making the playoffs and being one of the top 6 teams in the Western Conference, but doing so in a way where, like, depending on the matchup at the 3 seed or the 4 seed or whatever it is, like they could legitimately win that series.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to your point on like responding, if the Warriors trade for Giannis, is it like, okay, we need to make our team a little bit better to probably lock in a top 6 spot? Is that what they're, but the difficulty in this, Mitch, is you're talking about like, where's the potential trade? And that's the harm. Like if you could get Domantas Sabonis for a used package of Oreos. Like you could get him for absolutely. I tried to think of obscure things in the pantry. I'm glad I landed on there. Like they're stale. Like they've just been sitting there.
It's the styro pack. There's like a quarter of it left, but it still tastes good.
It's got like that seal thing that's supposed to go back down, but you left it open and didn't realize it that one night, and now they're gross, and like you haven't thrown them out for some reason, but they're there. If you could get Domantas Sabonis for that, I don't even think that the Suns should do it, because it would fundamentally change their makeup as a team, because their offense by default would have to change. Their defense for a very flawed defensive player would have to change. And I don't think they should do anything, not a thing, at the deadline that is going to change who they are as a basketball team. And that is, like, Cleveland is just tremendously different as a basketball team now, going from Darius Garland, who's in and out, to James Harden, who is in, but it's a different version of player and a different style of player. Like Utah's going to be completely different, although while we're going to talk about in the next segment, like Jaren Jackson Jr. is probably going to get some nagging injuries coming up here pretty soon that are going to come up.
Oh, my knee. It's broken.
Yeah, he just gets off the flight. Oh, gosh, my ankle is shattered.
My altitude. It's
oh, no.
thinning.
Let's make sure we get that pick. I think the Suns just aren't in a position to do that right now, because it would change so much over the next 2 to 3 months in pursuit of like winning a playoff series. Like the goal is not.
Or just be able to unfreeze your picks, which is something that they could probably benefit from, right?
What do you mean?
Because once they get out of the luxury tax, they're able to unfreeze that 2032, I believe it is, first round pick. Having that flexibility changes a whole lot. And like, even if this is the year where they don't do anything aggressive, you've obviously set yourself up for a much better opportunity next year to go back into the first apron if you really, really want to.
Yeah, the offseason is the time to evaluate and kind of figure out where everything sort of is and like these bigger decisions. I think in the middle of a season when everything is going so well. Now, it would be a whole lot different if Jordan Knott just didn't win Western Conference Coach of the Month or Dylan Brooks didn't win Player of the Week. Maybe we'd feel differently if they were stagnating or going down a little bit, but they're not. I don't know.
Playing too well. All right, coming up next, we teased it. Some of those deadline moves. Well, the deadline's 2 days from now, but teams are acting like it's today. We'll react to the latest next on Arizona Sports at Night.
The Arizona Cardinals' search for a new head coach has ended.
Breaking news from the NFL. The Arizona Cardinals have announced the hiring of Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as their next head coach. LaFleur is the younger brother of Packers head coach Matt LaFleur.
6 in-person interviews this hiring cycle for the Cardinals before they landed on LaFleur.
Stick around for more about the Cardinal decision on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you, your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. We'll take total care of you. First, Come browse all the beautiful settings in our cases. Take your time and try on as many as you want. You'll know when you put your ring on. Your heart will skip a beat. Now, onto your center stone. We can look at different diamond shapes and sizes until we find the perfect match. Come visit us in store, because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday.
All right, your car repair is going to run about $3,000.
Ugh. Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit a federal refund into Credit Karma Money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FDIC. Credit Karma is not a bank.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Everything is priced to sell at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. F-150s, Broncos, Mustangs, Explorers, SUVs, trucks, and EVs. If it's on the lot, it's priced to move. All month long during our President's Day event, everything is thousands off MSRP with simple, transparent pricing for everyone. No gimmicks, no games, no haggling, just straightforward deals. That's why more people choose Santan Ford, because our pricing will not be beat. Hurry in for the best selection during the President's Day event at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Online at santanford.com. Going on now. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Suns at the Blazers tonight. Pregame at 8, 9 o'clock tip. Chug a Red Bull so you can stay awake and listen to the Suns at Portland tonight on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
You and I are very of like, why, yes, I will drink a Red Bull. Like when so you're off tomorrow. So you're like, if I want Chick-fil-A at 9 p.m., I'm gonna go get it. Meanwhile, I'm
myself.
like let me get like a Cliff Bar in right now. Like maybe I'm hydrating like crazy because I got 4 hours with Gambo from home tomorrow. We're gonna have so much to talk about. I heard Bernsey and Ringer talking about this earlier today. Like they haven't even talked about the Super Bowl on the show yet. Like we got hyped for that coming up. So many NBA trades that I'm sure Gambo's gonna want to talk about.
Yeah.
He hasn't talked Lafleur. We're gonna have so much energy on that show. And I'm going to have to bring it, baby. I'm going to have to bring it. I'm going to have a lot already because it is NBA trade deadline season. And we know how the trade deadline works, Mitch, where we turn on the notifications and it's like, okay, DeAndre Hunter for Keon Ellis, whatever. Like we kind of just wait and wait and wait. And then like some bombshell happens like 48 hours out, but then we wait and then we wait I don't think we're waiting any.
I think you just described the Giannis Antetokounmpo reporting experience.
Exactly.
Honestly.
That's what we're used to. So when all of these other sizable deals are happening, you and I, the basketball nerds that we are, really want to break them down. And I did not expect. So me leading in a segment like that, for me to ever go, and we're going to start in Utah.
Where they are buyers.
Where we have made it a
buyers.
consistent joke and bit about how hard they have tried to tank over the last 2 to 3 years. And we'll get to it in a minute. They're still going to try and tank. Tonight, for example, they sat Keontae George and a handful of other players. They only played 7 guys in Indianapolis on the road. Isaiah Collier did not sit. He played 48 minutes. Collier had 22 assists. The Jazz scored 131 and beat the Pacers. Like, their team is just too talented at this point for them to stop tanking or for them to prevent the tank, essentially. They are preventing the tank.
But they have 16 wins. That's way too many this late in the season.
And I think part of it motivated their thinking, and Gambo had reported, and we had heard whispers like they were kind of trying to get Mikal Bridges, like they had been involved in some of these talks before and trying to find the right package that could work. They land their quote-unquote star. We'll talk about him in a minute. Jaren Jackson Jr. from Memphis, 8-player deal. Walter Clayton Jr., Kyle Anderson, Taylor Hendricks, and Georges Niang going to Memphis. Man, Niang just keeps kind of freaking bouncing around. Jock Landale, John Conchar, Vince Williams Jr. go to Utah. All 3 of those guys can play as well, but the headliner, of course, 3 first-round picks. That is the most favorable pick out of Utah, Cleveland, and Minnesota in 2027, so it'll probably be in the 20s somewhere. That's like the inverse of the pick that the Suns have as well.
Yes.
The Lakers 2027 first-round pick, top 4 protected. You expect with Luka they're going to win 40 games a year no matter what. And then, of course, the Suns' unprotected 2031 pick that Utah got in that 3-for-1 swap as well. I want to go back to this, and I don't want to recycle questions I've asked you already in the show, but I really want to know, like, what was your initial thought when you read it? Because I was going like a mile a minute in my head trying to put it together.
So I'll set the scene. How about this? I've been trying to do daily walks, just like 2 miles or whatever, just in rectangular-ish patterns or whatnot. I get the noti while I'm walking, and I see, because the way that it is cut off with the notification, it's one of those you have to click and hold to expand it to be able to read the whole thing. So the only thing that I'm able to read is Memphis is trading away Jaren Jackson Jr., such and such, to, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm intrigued. You've got me right at the literal to part of the message. I clicked and held to expand the noti, and I literally audibly said, what? Utah's buying? Like, what in what world are we that the Jazz are all of a sudden buyers? Do they still have Donovan Mitchell? Do they still have Rudy Gobert?
They do not.
Do they still have Mike Conley? Like, what are they doing? I really don't understand this move from Utah's perspective. A team that's been trying to tank forever has a star in their backyard that if they get the first overall pick, they will probably take him. And now all of a sudden they've built the freaking Monstars lineup with how tall they are. I'm bewildered. Like, I'm not upset that Utah is finally buying, like, good for you, but I'm bewildered that this is the team that made this move.
So to start with why they're tanking, they're not only tanking to try to get AJ Dibonsa or Darren Peterson or Cameron Boozer, they're trying to do this because their pick is top 8 protected, and right now they sit at 6 in the reverse standings. They are 16 in 35.
Can't let the Thunder have it. You just can't.
They are 4.5 games clear of Memphis. So Memphis is going to get much worse. They're going to get a little bit better. I still think they're going to find a way to, like, sit everyone as much as possible. But the problem is, like, Vince Williams can play. Jock Landale can play. Conchar can play.
Some of these guys will be bought out, right?
I don't think bought out necessarily because they have value.
They
and
also
that's
have
the thing.
Yusuf
It's like,
Nurkic, though. So, like, they've got a lot of size.
sorry,
right now.
guys, you accidentally built a real basketball team, and here are your consequences. You're going to win games. So they are incredibly motivated to keep this pick because then it just goes to OKC. That's a whole nother issue. Jackson and giving this up for him is interesting. I think that this is similar to the Bane trade where 2 of those picks, I don't think that they're really that coveted. They are first-round picks after all, but they're not really. The Suns pick is really the one carrying the value of this deal. Something that I have written about a lot over the last couple of weeks and talked about specifically with Ja is that the main problems with the first apron and second apron are guys who are definitively not one of the 15 or 20 best players in the league, or maybe even 25, but they are top 30 or top 40 or top 50, because those guys are going to get $100 million plus dollars. Some of them are going to get the max, like Jaren Jackson Jr., who has been a volatile player over the course of his career. A year or two ago, or even last year, I would say, he was one of the 20 or 25 best players in the league. He has not been that this year, and in those previous years as well, he was very inconsistent. His 3-ball, depending on the year, goes in or out. He's still a guy who only grabs 5.5 rebounds a game. He's not really a true big in that sense. He does offer defensive versatility with what he does, former defensive player of the year. He does offer a lot of offensive versatility with the way that he can score the basketball. But it's an imperfect guy, and the question here is that with this Monstars lineup you alluded to, like, okay, a true rebounding rim protector 5, Walker Kessler, boom, perfect to put alongside him. Is him and Lowry working on the perimeter together in this huge lineup, Lowry Markkanen, going to work? Because if, like, all of this clicks together, Keontae George, if you haven't been following NBA basketball this year,
he's good.
He's very good. Like, he is, like, doing a little bit of a light Booker impersonation with, like, I'm awesome on this bad team, and you're going to want to watch out for me here in a couple of years. Key X factor here for me in terms of, like, will I buy Jazz stock for next year when it's more appropriate to talk about this team? Walker Kessler, they have to re-sign in restricted free agency. I think they'll do that. I think that's the reason why. Part of why they did this trade is knowing that he'll be back. We've talked about this for a while. Will Hardy is flat out one of the best coaches in the league, and he's just been getting stuck there with this nonsense that they have kept doing, which they are going to try to keep doing to not win games.
I'm also now fascinated, where does Ja Morant go? Because there's no way that the Memphis Grizzlies just traded away Jaren Jackson Jr. and then are going to sit on Morant. Like, I'm sure they're going to try to get off of him before this deadline hits. And the question is, where do they go from here? And more importantly, is this the Giannis sweepstakes loser first option? Right?
First, they now, executives believe, can take on salary because they've offloaded this $200 million that they were owed to Jackson. They can sort of use Ja as a trade piece to balance out salary, take back bad money, and receive assets for that. So I think they can have sort of fresh discussions with Ja Morant in trade negotiations, and that's, I think, why they did Jaren Jackson first.
Thank you, Wendy. Appreciate it.
Can I be honest?
Sure.
I thought you played that, and then one of my tabs started playing audio for some reason, and it was perfectly relatable to what we were talking about. That was
exactly
wild.
focused.
My brain's about to explode, bro,
It's okay.
with everything that's happening today. I apologize.
Like, here's my theory on this. I frame it as the Giannis sweepstakes loser, because there's plenty of teams that are interested in Giannis. And if a team misses out on Giannis, like let's say, for example, Minnesota misses out on Giannis, do they then take damaged goods Ja Morant and pair him with Anthony Edwards? Like, that seems pretty doable.
We were wondering if it could be Harden, but now Harden's off the table.
Does Miami? Because Miami has been rumored aplenty within the Giannis sweepstakes, within the KD sweepstakes, within the insert any player name. Like, does Ja fit in Miami? I feel like he's going to be the next big name to move.
There's some ancillary moves that we're kind of looking for, like where it comes to not Giannis, not Ja, but like some guys that could definitely help teams. Like, it's crazy. There are a lot of deadlines where like the looming Anthony Davis trade would be headlining. We haven't heard a peep about him at all for a good couple of weeks now. In terms of the market for one Giannis Antetokounmpo, Bobby Marks believes right now the Warriors have the most to offer. And you might be going like, who wants all of it? Here's his explanation on why.
I think Golden State has the most to offer, and I think they're desperate. I think that's where I look at them, where they have 4 first-round picks. We'll see what player they have to include. Listen, we're hearing they wouldn't include Jimmy Butler, so that means they would include Draymond because you've got to get the money out to make it match with him and Kuminga, and they've got some of the younger players with Moody and Podziemski. I wouldn't put them in the conversation as championship contenders in the Western Conference if they go out and do that. Because the other thing, too, is Giannis isn't going to be back until sometime in March here. Right now, the Warriors have the cleanest path to get him because you don't have to involve a third team, and they've got all the draft picks here. So if there was some movement, I would think it would probably be with Golden State.
Do you agree?
I just think that it's also the fun place for him to land. You know, Giannis and Steph just trying it for one final year. You give at least Milwaukee something enticing, and Jonathan Kuminga is a guy who was very frustrated in his time in Golden State, not necessarily attached to him for another year. You get Jimmy Butler with one more season attached to him. That's probably the likely money move that is thrown into this. And then maybe you have your pick of like Moses Moody or Brandon Podziemski to complement whatever picks are left that Golden State can offer. I think that they should be the fun go all in to get Giannis team. I don't know if it's going to work out within the next couple of days, though. I really don't.
Keep an eye on Chicago. Chris Haynes already reporting that Mike Conley's not going to get bought out. Not that he's going to make a big difference for a contender, but they've got 2 young guards on expiring contracts. Kobe White, Ayo Dosunmu, both of them can help a playoff team. And I wonder if a team like Minnesota, for example, they don't want to make a full-fledged move. They want to wait on Giannis, but they still want to make their team better to try and win a ring. That would be the best guard for them to go after, one of those 2 guys.
I mean, they had a chance to do that today, and they didn't. You know? So I wonder if that's... They want to at least try for Giannis, and if they don't succeed with Giannis, then they could at least go back to the Bulls and say, hey, how about Kobe White, please? All right, coming up next, let's go around the horn of Major League Baseball because we got some moves that took place. Looks like good vibes are going to Cincinnati. That's next on Arizona Sports at Night.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Q Shipley is our guest. The Cardinals have been searching for their head coach. It's Mike LaFleur. I think a pretty positive hire. Your initial thoughts?
Yeah, agree. I actually attribute this very similar to the Penn State coaching hire. It took long. They ultimately got the guy that they probably wanted in the end, right? They put out all the feelers. They met with everybody, but you ultimately get a guy who comes from McVay, comes from Shanahan. He knows this team so well, and he understands the toughness, and he thinks that it's almost there, and hopefully he's the guy that can get us there.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, sports fans, Wolf here. You know I've taken a few hits over the years, but back pain, that's been my toughest opponent. Luckily, I found the right coaches, the spine surgeons from Desert Institute for Spine Care. Dr. Joshua Abrams, great to have you.
Thanks, Wolf. Whether you're an athlete or just trying to stay active, you don't have to live with spine pain. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery, artificial disc replacement, which makes smaller incisions, less pain, and faster recovery, so you can get back to what you love.
That's what I'm talking about. Less downtime, more game time. And you even help develop technologies surgeons use around the world, right?
That's right. I've worked with the largest orthopedic company in the world to create tools that make spine surgery safer and more precise.
You heard the doc. Don't sit on the sidelines with back or neck pain. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Join Doctors Kopstein and King from K2 Vision RLE to learn about refractive lens exchange and have your questions answered. They're hosting a free live webinar this Thursday afternoon at 1.
Why is K2 Vision RLE a permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers? How is it that you'll never develop a cataract after K2 Vision RLE? And how is RLE different from LASIK?
We'll answer these questions and more at our upcoming K2 Vision free live webinar. Andy, what are some of the other questions you hear?
How long is the procedure and recovery? Or who's a good candidate for RLE?
And we'll also answer how much does RLE cost? Is there financing available? Does insurance pay for RLE?
Find out how K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers.
And cataracts too.
Right, no more cataracts.
The webinar is this Thursday afternoon at 1. Space is limited. Register now at k2visionrle.com. k2visionrle.com.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. How will the Phoenix Suns do back on the road? We'll get into our basketball team tomorrow. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Welcome back to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. It's Arizona Sports Night with Kellen Olson and Mitch. Kellen Olson and Mitch Veraldis. We're here with you for about 6 more minutes, folks, and then we will come back for Here Come the Suns.
There's more.
Mitch and I will be here, and then Tim and John will be here.
Yes.
Then they'll call a basketball game, and then we'll be back. So I'm doing the math in my head. That's like 18 hours straight of programming that we've had.
I've got it mapped out
today.
To, I think, the 6 p.m. start all the way through the finish. It'll get us out of here probably around 12:30 in the morning.
Yeah, we started at 6 with Bickley and Murati. Yeah, so that is 18 and a half hours of programming. Good stuff for the local
stuff.
leader.
We're here for
about
local.
that? We got some baseball we want to talk about before we let you go on Arizona Sports at Night, at least. And a couple of items that apply to the National League, specifically Gino Suarez, the beloved. We love Gino. He goes back with another reunion. It's not with the Diamondbacks. It is to the Cincinnati Reds, a 1-year, $15 million deal. This makes a lot of sense, Mitch, especially when we reference back the fact that they were trying to be aggressive, surprisingly aggressive, in getting Schwarber. They wanted to add a power bat somewhere. They get a cheap, cost-controlled one here.
It was very clear that the big struggle for them, not only having to face the Dodgers in a best-of-3 series in Los Angeles in the playoffs, but there was a severe lacking of, presence in the order, in particular in the middle of the order, for that lineup to be able to sustain some form of offense in the playoffs. And I think bringing in Gino, who hit the better part of his season happened when he was in Arizona, don't get me wrong, but still a presence to be feared in that Seattle lineup when they were in the postseason. He had the 2-homer game, I believe it was, against Toronto in the championship series. So he's a guy with playoff experience. He's a guy who's a veteran presence. And you and I have talked for years about the pluckiness of this Reds team, and Suarez just might be the perfect fit in terms of everything that this offense would need and the type of guy that they would want in that clubhouse right now.
Does it make you feel any differently about the Reds as like a wild card team? Perhaps it seems like they are pretty stagnated right now with where they're at, which is one of the best rotations in baseball, but their offense needs to have more pop. Does this make you feel better about the lineup, that they can be a threat to win 85, 90 games?
I think they'll be in the same or a similar spot that they were last year, where they're over the 500 mark and they'll be fighting for a wild card spot, maybe even improving in the standings. I don't think this is a team that's going to win the Central, given the moves that the Cubs have made and given how much faith that we have in the Brewers on a year-to-year basis, despite them continually tearing down their roster. I do think it'll be hard for this team to win the division, but I surely see them as a wild card contender this year.
And then another NL Central move. You and I off air talking a lot about like the Brendan Donovan weight, just one of the better, more underrated players in baseball, and seeing where the infielder with a lot of pop left in his bat is going to go, a lot of utility with what he can do with you, for you in the field defensively as well. He goes to the Mariners, who now look like one of the more complete teams, if not maybe the most complete team in baseball outside of LA. Are you with me on my level of Mariners optimism? Because I look at this lineup with that rotation, and it might just be the best team in baseball that is not the Dodgers, of course.
Biggest thing for them is going to be health, and more so consistency from the guys that were not really giving them consistent performances last year. Like bringing back Josh Naylor, I think you and I would agree we both love. They also had the Donovan addition, but they haven't really done anything else super duper splashy because they were pretty confident in their core of guys, right? Cal Raleighy's coming off of an MVP type campaign. Julio Rodriguez, the face of that team and that organization. Randy Arozarena, can he get back to rakes all night, day and year? We'll just have to wait and see. but that pitching rotation, if it is the healthiest it is, led by Brian Wu and Logan Gilbert, a couple of all-stars of the past 2 years, I think they're going to be a force to be reckoned with for sure.
To your point, if like they can get consistency from their top guys, the top 5 of the lineup, Donovan, Raleigh, J-Rod, Josh Naylor, Arozarena.
It's filthy.
It doesn't even matter who the couple of other guys are. And
No.
they've got Cole Young at second base, who's their former first-round pick, who they're very high on as a prospect. Then Colt Emerson is a top 10 prospect in baseball, who should be up any second now as well. And that is, of course, with the Wu, Gilbert, Castillo, Kirby, Miller, untouchable 5. The Dodgers can keep signing and trading for guys as much as they want. I still think that that's the best rotation
I will
in
say,
baseball.
I'm upset though that the one of the prospects that moved in that deal that ended up in St. Louis. Are you familiar with Harangelo Sanjay, the switch pitching demon who's throwing from?
It's that guy. I know that guy.
95 plus on both arms for what it's worth. He went to St. Louis in this deal, so I'm bummed about that because I think like it's so cool that he would have been a Mariner, but I'm sure he'll do just fine in St. Louis. Another one of those savvy Chaim Bloom trades.
Before we go, I shared with you some of my sneaky Giants optimism that I have. The Bader signing, and now they bring in Luis Ariz as well to play second base, though. How do you feel about this?
It's going to be a work in progress. What's funny is Ron Washington is reportedly one of the assistant coaches, and you know the famous scene from Moneyball where they're having the meeting with Scott Hatteberg, and Billy Beane says to Wash, hey, just tell him how easy it is to play first base. It's incredibly hard. I think he's got his work cut out for him, but if he's committed to being a better defensive second baseman, then I'm here for it.
Devers at first, Rise at second. That's it.
That's rough. But then you got Chapman and it's the bus meme. It's you look at
yeah.
Chapman and Adames and you're like, wow, it's great. You look at Devers and Arise and you're like, oh my God, help me.
I still really like your Giants this year. I feel good about them making
They'll
the
be
playoffs.
plucky.
We'll see. We'll be talking much more baseball in the coming days and weeks. But now we're going to go turn to basketball. If you're listening to us live, Here Come the Suns is going to be coming up shortly. Stick around for Suns and Blazers coverage. Until then, have a good rest of your night, everyone.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second because that's not a crowd, that's a small city, and it's also the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and those 40,000 people said there has to be a better way, and they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they use cellular-level treatments to restore and revitalize joint tissue naturally, and today those patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC